No, it'll be more like this. And then me like this. Okay. Hey, what's going on? How's your guys' days? Those on YouTube. It's been great. How about you? Okay, I think it could be better. Bro, what the flying fuck? Okay, like that. I've been great. How about you? I've been okay. How about y'all? Starlight Kitty. Hello. Ruda, hi. Hello, hello. A lot of people coming in today. Hope everyone's having an awesome day. Sadly, I overslept and missed the whole day. My fault. Like that, there we go. Just like that. Okay, make this easier. Okay, there we go. Yep, thank you for the likes, I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, appreciate it. Great stuff. I think I should put a little bit emphasis more on that. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna bring this neck down. Bring it down, bring it down. Break it down, 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 break it down. Alright, and then bring this neck like this. Like that, right? And then the collar will be about here. And the arm. Hey, most of Nami, if I'm saying it right. What's going on over there on Instagram? Let me see. What are you doing? I'm doing a Animatic. I'm just making this quick meme. That'll be part of that Animatic, so I'm knocking two things at once. I see it everywhere on TikTok and YouTube and Twitch. On Twitch, Instagram. So I might as well incorporate that now while it's still hot. Okay. But I hope a failsafe never happens. I'm not really sure what that means, but. Oh. Alright, let me see. Okay, this is not bad, but it could be better. Let's clean it up a little bit more. Need more cleanup. So we know what we're dealing with here. Like that. Like that. Wow, thank you. Everyone has a YouTube channel. Let me see. It means the world ends. Okay. Not why that's coming up out of nowhere. Okay, let's see here. Go. Let's see what character is doing this. Well, you'll see. Mine's gonna be slightly more different. I ain't gonna lie on that one. Thank you for the hearts, or they're good. You perfect. Perfect. Let me see here. Mine will be different. You'll figure out who it is very soon. I'm pretty sure most of you have already figured it out already, but those who have already been in my streams about the Animatic already knows who it is. Okay. Actually, I'm gonna keep the mouth nut thing. So I'm gonna get the nose. Raise that. Raise this. Pretty good, pretty good, pretty good. Thank you for the hearts. I appreciate it over there on Instagram. I see you, little hearts. Even nothing but hearts. I appreciate it. With that, I gotta go, Nathaniel. I gotta have college courses again. Okay, do your thing, man. Do your thing. Like that. Oh, this meme is super easy. Should have did this a while back. This is a super easy meme, bro. I think the jaw's not that long, but I'll see if I can get it. No, his I think is a little more. Yeah. Oop, two. Okay. I have school tomorrow. That's all right. Go do your thing. Go do your thing, bro. Go do your thing, bro. Do what you need to do. Get that education. Do what you need to do. Said hi, hello. I'm going to. I'm not going to survive. Oh, that's kind of so bad. I think the neck is too straight. We need to curve that. I mean the head. So we're gonna grab this. And then curve the head. No. Yeah. There we go. This feels right. The head needs to be turned. There we go. And then grab the whole of this here. Curve it like this. About there. Bring it down. Go along with the head. Okay. Erase this. Erase this. And make this more wide. And then bring down like this. Where the neck goes here. just get this here too. All right, pretty good, pretty good, pretty good, pretty good, pretty good, pretty good. Ball ninja, ball ninja, ball ninja, ball ninja. Let me see. Hello. Cool, cool. Thank you for that. Thank you for the hearts. I'm gonna get snacks. Okay, you do that. Hello. Hello. Hey, Goofy. Hey, hey. Ah. Hey, hey, hi.
It's a big week.
Oh, bro.
Welcome back to you.
That's not good. These people. I swear, yo. Yo, that is okay. That's crazy. That is crazy. Okay.
It's true. Eyes in the sky, gazing far into the night. I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true.
Oh my god. Okay. Like yourself. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. People like this song. This song's ass. I never liked the songs that ever came up. I don't know why people plays this song so fucking much. Oh god. Is it a shark version? I don't know where you're from, but I don't know who this character is at all. Whether it's a mod or not. Okay. That proves you're never on my profile if you're asking that question. I'm using Clip Studio Paint. Oh, it's done. Let's see here.
It's a big week of new releases with simulation titles, platformers, action-adventure, Metroidvanias, and so much more. So let's begin with Current Edge, a dark fantasy RPG that blends deck building with strategic auto-battling as you carry the eternal...
You didn't even say that. That proves you came in here one time and that's it.
Foes, catching my eye due to the stunning art style. In each run, you construct a hand of cards that define your abilities and summons, then watch combat unfold as those choices play out against hordes of enemies that burn, freeze, and shatter due to your abilities, while powerful gear and unique relics further shape how your hero behaves in battle. The board itself sprawls across a node-based map where you pick your path towards the distant lighthouse that must be relit by your lantern, and every choice makes you balance risk and reward. Along the way, summon weird allies and pick items, having some amazing enemy designs as well, and thus offer several plausible playstyles ranging from tank, shaman,
I may have to change this a little bit. Okay, so I'll get rid of. Let's get rid of all this real quick.
In a dark fantasy world where a corrupted blight threatens all life, and your ragtag band of adventurers must protect the Earth Glass Crystal, carrying it to the infernal Earth to destroy the Blightstone and to save the world. Interestingly, there are no grids in combat, dropping them in favor of free movement, letting you use terrain, cover, weather effects, and interactive environmental hazards to affect every encounter, while juggling a wide range of active and passive skills from multiple classes. Encounters challenge you to balance resource management with tactical skill,
this part will
as
come
every
like
position
this.
can mean life or death, and defeat fuels new opportunities to reshape
like that,
your approach
okay?
with different skill builds, items,
And then
and strategic choices that carry into future runs. Across procedurally generated maps, you recruit and manage heroes with distinct abilities, deciding when to hold ground or to make a daring strike, while the blight creeps ever closer. Battles can swing dramatically when you unleash elemental combos or time the use of your abilities well, looking satisfying in that tactics game manner, with an art style which is a little bit reminiscent of Darkest Dungeon. A first-person simulation title of interest
Okay.
is Blade
Okay.
Song, where you play as a master smith in a bleak fantasy world where crafting blades becomes both art and survival as you run a forge in the walls of Aaron Keep and fulfill commissions that test your eye for balance, geometry, and material choice. Between crafting sessions, there will be story moments that have you exploring
So
the
your
lore
a
of
game
the
is
Dying
about
Throne and your place
smithing
in it,
swords.
with, of course, crafted weapons and the people who wield them affecting the larger world. There will also be creative mode, a sandbox of sorts, which allows you to create any blade of your dreams or perhaps pursue historical recreations, looking like an interesting step for the first-person simulator. If you love indie games, sign
That's
up for
more
the
like
newsletter to
enthusiast
get a
if you
weekly
ask
dose
me.
of what's hot, along with some news
Alright.
and of course weekly game giveaways. So if interested, link is in the description below. Turnbound is an auto battler with asynchronous PvP, following in the footsteps of games like Backpack Battles, framed as you being
Turnbound.
trapped in a haunted board game where your tactical choices on the grid determine whether your soul escapes or remains trapped forever. You draft and arrange weapons, relics, and trinket tiles into a grid-based inventory that defines your build's synergies, cause and effect interactions, and combat effectiveness, as your setup is automatically pitted against builds left behind by other players in auto battles without direct control. Between bouts, you manage the grid by buying, selling, upgrading, and placing tiles to strengthen your combos and unlock hero abilities, shaping how future battles resolve and discovering which combinations of gear and trinkets mesh best with your tactical instincts. There's a playback tool which allows you to watch replays to see how items combine and synergize, where you can then iterate on your strategy based on what you learned with a great look as well. Lot is a cooperative action roguelite that drops up to 8 players into a cursed fantasy world where chaotic combat, wild rules, and absurd power-ups define every run. It has fast-paced action mixed in with the roguelite structure as you and your allies battle through procedurally generated encounters, swapping freely between swords, wands, bows, and guns, while stacking ridiculous buffs that combine into explosive combos and absurd effects that can turn a fight upside down. Each run challenges you to push deeper into danger by mixing and matching over 100 wild power-ups that can radically alter how your build performs, from defensive barriers to blessings that amplify your damage, and goofy items that reshape battles into comedy. In co-op, the social aspect of reviving teammates and covering each other's backs adds a layer of strategy, with the entire game leaning into the memes, like being able to get cheddared, having playtested well, so I'm looking forward to it. Other games begin with After School Afterlife, a narrative platformer set inside a haunted Peranakan mansion where movement, obstacles, and hazards pulse to the beat of the music as you guide a young protagonist through beautifully
Nice drawing,
detailed
thank you.
rooms that shift with each rhythm cue. This is from a Singaporean developer, so a shout out goes to them, exploring and sharing more about Peranakan culture, with the music elements meaning that listening becomes as important as platforming. Ghosts, demons, and other eccentric characters fill the mansion with humorous dialogue and quirky quests that range from running a kopitiam or coffee shop to playing fishing minigames and the platforming sections. As you explore each gorgeously detailed space, you'll uncover journal entries documenting cultural foods and local lore and face musical bosses, where this game at one point in time was described as a Metroidvania, so while that descriptor is missing from the current Steam page, perhaps it will give you some idea into the kind of game this is. A gorgeous looking title is Earth of Orin, a medieval strategy and city building simulation where you guide a fledgling settlement into a thriving kingdom, where every choice affects stability, trust, and survival in a living world shaped by seasons and the needs of your people. At its core, the game places emphasis on thoughtful placement of modular buildings, resource gathering, and deliberate management of your population's comfort and moods as you assign jobs like building, farming, mining, and crafting to ensure that you're able to provide food, shelter, and various goods, plan road networks, designate production zones, and respond to environmental constraints as growth brings both opportunity and strain, forcing decisions about where to expand and how best to organize your workers to sustain them over the long haul. This will be an early access release and is a rare case of I don't know what to expect, since the developer says that there will be no campaign, combat, multiple biomes, advanced buildings, deep progression systems, or even a sandbox mode, looking like a single scenario only, which might be a tough sell. I've previewed this in the
Yeah,
past
it's not
and it
gonna
looked
sell.
nice, although the art style has changed since I last saw this, but it still looks good, so City Builder fans definitely keep an eye on this. Guard Ascension is a medieval fantasy
Not gonna
RPG
sell very
that mixes
well.
action and strategy in a sprawling world of light versus darkness, where combat, choice, and build freedom shapes every encounter. It has real-time with pause combat, going as far as to say that it is not a hack and slash title nor a Souls-like, instead being more like Dragon Age Origins and Neverwinter Nights. Combat is resolved in real time, but you're able to pause to issue commands, reposition allies, and time the use of powerful abilities while keeping in mind stamina, dodges, blocks, and different attack styles. There's a massive ability tree without class restrictions, which allows you to craft wildly different builds, combining archetypes like warrior, rogue, mage, priest, and druid, along with gear, crafting, enchantments, and trading, resulting in what looks like quite the extensive RPG experience. It does seem quite classic in terms of design, so the standard hero's journey structure, where you rise to power, starting from humble beginnings and eventually gaining god-like powers. Quest lines, moral choices, deep lore in a semi-open world enhances the immersion and does seem to be from a solo developer as well, which is crazy impressive, making this the hidden gem of the week. A roguelite tower defense title of interest is Gem Miner TD, where you have to mine and dig to carve out paths, merge powerful gems into towers,
Bro, stop being
and
weird
fend
and
off
talk
waves of
normal.
enemies trying to drag your miner into the
Fuck.
lava, looking like a mix of Super Motherload with Gemcraft, so it has my attention. Digging to create mazes is interesting since it kind of flips genre norms, not giving you fixed lanes or a whole bunch of empty space to build your maze, but instead the opposite of that, negative space if you will, so it might take some time to get used to. Harvest rare gems to place as towers, with the merge system combining lower tier gems into much stronger variants to increase their
What's
power.
up? What's good?
Between waves, you choose roguelite style upgrades, crafting a build for the run, focusing on your towers, your miner, or even altering fundamental mechanics. There are also different playable miners with unique abilities and multiple maps, so if you love tower defense games like me, do give this a look. GUI is a physics-driven precision platformer where you play as an elastic blob attempting to escape a laboratory by swinging, squishing, and stinging through handcrafted levels that require precision, timing, and mastery of the mechanics. Use GUI's stretchy, grappling arm to latch onto surfaces or to sling your way across the level, chaining these together and attempting to keep momentum on your side while avoiding hazards like electric beams and bottomless pits. You need to get a feel of the physics in this game if you want to be successful. Looking like fun should you master it, with various add-ons like optional collectible letters and a robust level editor with Steam Workshop support rounding off the package. The latest Rage game of note is Hack and Climb, a physics-based precision platformer where you control a cursed weapon, clawing its way upwards through brutal vertical levels, hurling yourself, swinging and thrusting to make your way towards the summit
What the fuck?
of a treacherous mountain.
Oh, that's
Your aim
different.
will be critical as you use precise throws and the rotation of your weapon to anchor yourself into the next foothold, climbing rugged terrain, avoiding environmental hazards, and navigating varied biomes from rain-soaked forested areas to icy peaks that are as dangerous as they are beautiful. Of course, being a rage game, there will be disastrous consequences should you fall, possibly losing minutes, if not hours of progress. This will have 10 playable weapons which will have different flight arcs and physics, offering both challenge and replayability, with a simple, clean, and effective pixel art style. Hungry Horrors is a roguelite deck builder where feeding legendary monsters replaces combat, and clever deck building with food is your main tool for survival. It draws a lot from Irish folklore, so you might see some atypical monsters in this game, having to figure out their preferences and unique cravings in order to feed them the correct thing. Otherwise, they might just pick you for their next snack. Flavor, spices, and software effects can combine to create bonuses that enable you to successfully resolve an encounter, and between runs, you return to your home base to refine recipes, unlock new dishes, seasonings, and culinary tools with permanent progression. As such, it's a unique take on a roguelite deck builder with a wonderful theme, so fans of the genre should give this a try. Knockoff is an unconventional isometric action title that mixes fighting game mechanics, bullet hell intensity, and horror tinge PvE and PvP action in a surreal dead shopping mall. And the best part is that it's free, so why not give this a go? This is the work of a solo developer over 4 years, looking insanely
4
cool,
years?
where you explore the shopping center
Ugh.
and battle waves of enemies using rapid strikes, aerial dodges, and tight directional movement.
I think that's why
reacting
people
to
like
and
AI, because
avoiding
it'll
bullet patterns.
speed up
You
that
can
time
unlock
much
modes
faster.
such as wave-based survival and even PvP with friends or CPU opponents, offering something different. Every fight feels kinetic and expressive due to the vibes. Just look at the game and visuals, so yes, something weird and interesting to check out. This next title looks like a Mario Party-like, in which Lunas is a multiplayer party game with dynamic game boards, along with fast-paced minigames and pure multiplayer mayhem. Up to 4 local players and up to 8 online can compete in whimsical challenges, choosing a cuddly Chinese zodiac-themed
Hey, Silver,
character
what's going
and
on?
customizing it with cosmetics, then dive into the game itself. You're moving across nodes on the board, where landing on a spot triggers mini-games where players can then roll, dash, jump, and compete for rewards, or trying to outsmart your rivals in real time. There are a variety of modes ranging from classic turn-based to a simultaneous blitz mode that keeps everyone in motion at the same time, as well as a mini-game marathon which removes the board game
XPPen
parts.
E
Each board features unique
XPPen
hazards,
22
interactive
Pro.
spaces, and strategic decisions about which paths to take, affecting when to activate power-ups
It's
or
not iPad.
sabotage friends, adding unpredictability to every session. Altogether, virtual co-working is the latest desktop
I'm sorry to
companion
hear that,
title
my dude.
focused on productivity,
I'm so
but this
sorry.
time with a multiplayer social aspect where you and others share a virtual
Is that like a hurt?
workspace
Is that
designed to help
something
you focus,
you forever
stay
got to deal with
connected,
for the
and
rest of your
explore
life, or this is just
creative
something that's
heights
gonna be
in a
temporary?
digital lounge full of customizable avatars, tools, and
Oh.
spots. Join friends or strangers in casual virtual rooms that sit minimized on your desktop or in full screen while you study or work, with in-game productivity tools like a customizable Pomodoro timer, to-do lists, calendars, and journals that track focus sessions. Your digital companion reflects your current activity with cute animations and selectable focus emotes, gamifying productivity, which can be quite effective. Between focus periods, you can take a break to chat, play casual mini
Okay,
games like
hold
basketball
on.
or fishing, earn tickets for cosmetics, personalize your co-working space, and wander through various cozy environments from tree houses to libraries to vary up the scenery, and might just help you get more things done. Perfect
Hello.
Times Station to Station is the follow-up to a game from 2022, and similarly is a narrative-driven point-and-click adventure game that continues the introspective journey of Mara as she leaves her island home behind and grapples with the awkwardness of young adulthood in the big city. It's a direct continuation, building on the original's heartfelt storytelling, with more than 60 detailed environments to explore, each filled with characters to talk to, objects to examine, and
I got to.
experiences that shape how Mara sees herself and the world around her. Instead of solely focusing on puzzles, you collect topics
Oh.
and ideas alongside physical items, and these abstract pieces feed into conversations and narrative outcomes that influences how Mara's voice as a writer and thinker evolves over the course of a year. As an 18-year-old, navigating college life, friendships, relationships,
Okay,
and personal growth,
gotta get
interactions are woven
point where I
into
turn
seasonal
the
ads
air
and
off
branching
because of
paths
my
that reflect
hearing
the choices and
being sensitive.
connections you make. And the streamlined
Is that something that
interface
can?
makes exploring
I guess
rooms,
that's something that
backwards
just has to be
people, and
managed. I
uncovered
don't think that's something that would
relationships
just
feel
go away,
natural,
right?
along with some expressive pixel art, which is well done. Rogue Jack 21 honestly looks like Balatro, but Blackjack, a roguelite deck builder where you play your way through procedurally generated casinos and build an
Pretty
evolving
sure it
deck
is.
of
I'm not gonna
cards
lie
and
to you.
trinkets
That might
to
sound
take down
crazy
a ruthless house
and
mafia
annoying to deal
as you
with.
progress through the rigged tables of Noir City. The familiar actions of blackjack in hit, stand, and double are present, where you do need to consider different suites and card types, offering different perks like extra damage, healing, increasing luck, chip stealing, and more, where every decision about which cards to add or upgrade
Oh,
shapes
that's
how your
annoying.
run unfolds. Between
Oh god,
hands,
that is
you manage
very
your
annoying.
collection of trinkets, unlock new starting decks, and face varied dealers and opponents. It has a node-based map with spaces for shops and events, in addition to the core encounters, allowing you to further tweak your deck. So while this is derivative, it does seem to be putting a fresh spin on the idea to see if you're able to beat the house. Tailside Cozy Cafe Sim is a slow-paced simulation title with a charming pixel art block in which you play as a fox, running your own cafe, brewing coffee, decorating your shop, and interacting with various customers, offering a slice of life kind of vibe, which does seem very chill. Prepare various types of drinks and unlock new recipes and brewing options through skill upgrades over time to serve your customers
what's
better,
good?
getting to know these whimsical creatures whose presence and small storylines deepen the sense of community. Buy and arrange hundreds of decor items
Yeah,
to
that sounds
personalize
horrible.
your cafe, bedroom, and terrace, creating a space
When did
that
that
is
start
truly your
anyway?
own. Game unfolds across days and levels that gradually unlock new features while you manage supplies and upgrade the layout. But it doesn't seem to be one of those intense tycoon games with a fail state, but rather a more gentle and calming one of these, joining the ranks of games like Coffee Talk and Not Monday Cafe. The 18th Attic Paranormal Anomaly Hunting Game is a psychological horror title that traps you in a looping attic full of unsettling secrets where your only tools are an instant camera and a lighter to detect, document, and survive lurking
Oh, that
supernatural
sucks.
threats. In this eerie first-person exploration experience,
God, that
you
must have
must
been
scan the
horrible.
shadowy corners and twisted hallways for paranormal anomalies, snapping photos to reveal their presence, and slowly unravel haunting memories tied to your past, while vigilant of hostile forces that can strike when you least
Oh,
expect
God.
it. Each picture you take serves as a dual purpose by both exposing hidden anomalies and unlocking fragments of a narrative that piece together a disturbing backstory, forcing careful observation and steady nerves as nightmarish phenomena shift and twist the environment around you.
Told, or has
Interestingly
that
enough,
happened?
you do have a feline companion whose presence offers brief comfort and sometimes clues amidst the terror, so if you love the anomaly detection horror game, this will be of interest. The Gold River Project is an open-world survival crafting game that begins as a peaceful camping trip in the lush Pacific Northwest, but quickly twists into a mystery where you and up to 4
Sucks.
friends must scavenge, build, craft, and endure as the wilderness around you becomes harsher by the day. Manage health, hunger, hydration, fatigue, and temperature to stay alive while exploring expensive forested areas, lakes, and trails, crafting tools, weapons, and equipment, along with makeshift shelters to withstand the elements and to fight off nighttime dangers. Seasons shift with time, so what was safe and abundant in summer grows cold and unforgiving in fall and winter, making you adapt your strategy about where to camp, when to hunt and forage, and how best to stay alive.
Yeah.
There are also shots of what looks like some sort of underground base or laboratory in the trailer, hinting at some larger mystery, where this game had a tremendous amount of hype in terms of
You're fine.
pre-launch wish lists, so let's see
You're
if
fine.
it exceeds expectations. This next
Let me
title is
see
spelled
here.
all weird, so I'm going with the no existence of
Most
Morphin
of these games don't
Paradox,
seem all
the
that
Forest
worthy of
of Silver
playing.
Shallots, being a narrative-driven adventure RPG set in
Oh,
the eerie
what's this one?
dreamlike forest of Silver Shallots, where you awaken with no memory and embark on a quest to uncover the truth behind the animatic Morphin Paradox in a world shaped by choice, consequence, and hidden currents of black mist. This has an absolutely stunning art style, turn-based RPG combat, and an almost visual novel presentation to it. Lead a guild of adventurers through branching story paths where every decision can dramatically alter character fates, relationships, and even the course of the narrative, having
Okay.
schedule management, exploration, and decision-driven storytelling to make each playthrough feel personal and unpredictable. Characters in the party have 6 core attributes and unique abilities that you shape through
Okay, you
training,
gotta go. You
equipment,
just keep
and
doing that. Get the
choices
fuck up
as you
out of here.
tackle
I'm so
dangerous
tired of you.
foes
I don't
like
know why you keep
goblins,
doing that. Get
goblins,
out.
and assassin finds hidden beneath the surface. This game has released
Just
as of
fucking
May,
annoying. I
and
don't
is
like mentally
absolutely
ill
blowing up
people.
right
I
now, so
don't
if you
should not
love
have the
turn-based
internet.
RPGs, do give this a go.
No,
Toho Blossom Blade is a 3D bullet hell
that's
action
all
adventure
he's been
game
doing
that
since he
draws
came
on
in here.
characters and location from the Toho project, being
You
set
gotta get.
in
You
the
gotta go.
mystical world of
I can't.
Gensokyo, where Konpaku Yomo leaves her role as a
There should
gardener
be a
and sword
literal rule
instructor
against
to
mentally
prove
ill
her
people
skill
having
in
internets.
confronting the framed Shrine Maiden Hakure Reinu through frenetic encounters with fast-paced movement, platforming, dodging, and offense. This is a remastered version of
Doing
an
that
older game
all this whole
and is
time throughout
launching
the
on
shit.
Steam
Like, why?
with new updates and features like streamlined controls, Steam achievements, balancing changes, removal of fall damage, and optimized graphics. Being able to jump in a three-quarters view game is not that common.
I'm
So
like,
the
bro,
action
after a
and
while,
capture
that just
feature
gets
does look
annoying. I'm like, bro,
refreshing,
like, why?
and while
Like,
slightly
why?
outdated in terms
Why?
of visuals, it does fit in
They
with
don't
some new
listen, they're
games that
mentally
intentionally
ill.
go for this look. So I
You
have
have to be
an eye
mentally
on
ill to
this
be
as
doing that
well.
over and over
The
again. There's
original
nothing,
Lineart
I don't call
RPG
that
also
boredom.
borrowed the
Something's wrong
title,
with
a
you.
top-down action roguelite where you had to do things like scream into your
Hey,
microphone
bro, what's going
to
on, bud?
activate some abilities, and they are back with the sequel,
Like,
which
something's
is now a
mentally wrong
full
with you to sit
third-person
there all
action
day for the
RPG,
last, I don't know,
having you
2.5
hunting down
hours, or
monsters
like an
with
hour and a half,
parry-based sword
to
play
just keep
while
saying
still
hi
retaining
over and
its
over again.
weirdness with the voice-controlled
That's not
healer
boredom, that's
system
mental
that
illness.
lets you cast spells or enhance your character
Because even
using
that's
your voice
boring.
once again. The parry system is a focus, citing Sekiro as inspiration, but with more accessible timing
That is
windows
so
and is
strange.
less punishing as you engage enemies, explore varied maps, and tackle bosses while looting gear and items that shape your character.
But jeez,
You can
what if
choose
that's
to
a
view
child? Fuck
enemies
that
or
kid.
meet with classic
Shouldn't be
weapons,
on internet
or
anyway.
transform to activate godlike
Like,
power,
what the fuck?
including guns,
The
for some
kid's still
reason,
mentally
since
ill,
time
because
is
no
broken
kid will
is
have
all
the
over
attention
place,
span to do that
but that's
long.
what makes it interesting. Apparently, this is also the work of a solo developer, which is
No, more than
impressive
40
and
minutes.
was
You
high
just came
runner-up
in.
for
They was
Head
sitting
Gem
there
of the
since,
Week.
wait,
This
when did I
one's for
start?
indie game
Hasn't
developers.
4
The
minutes?
free indie game marketing resources are
I started
ready,
around
so sign up via the link in the description
5:31.
below to get it in your mailbox. The Last Faith Awakened Ancients is a free
What's
DLC
up? What's
from
up?
the Gothic Metroidvania, adding new areas and content to the brutal world. Where the original was essentially 2D pixel art Bloodborne, so free content, sign me up for that.
That's
Escape
crazy.
from Ever
Like,
After
who
is an
does that?
adventure JRPG inspired
Like,
by the
really, who
classic
does
Paper
that?
Mario games,
You
where
have to
fairy
be
tale
mentally
characters
ill
and
to be
heroes
doing that
must
shit.
fight
Like,
back
that's just crazy.
against a greedy mega corporation that has taken over storybook lands and turned them into offices.
That's not
rife with
boredom.
cubicles and capitalism. In this
Something's
snappy
really wrong
turn-based
with you if you're
experience,
doing
you
that.
take on the role of Flint Buckler, a classic hero whose quest
I
to
am
storm
working
the dragon's
on
castle
the
gets
animatic
derailed
and doing the
when you
meme
discover
that's
that the
within the
location has been
animatic.
repurposed as Ever After Inc. headquarters with his dragon nemesis nowhere in sight, prompting you to climb the corporate ladder and to rally happy characters to take down the mega corp from within. Combat blends strategic action commands with timing-based strikes, blocks, and skill
This
usage,
game looks like a
keeping you engaged
Paper
in
Mario
turn-based combat,
clone.
similar to titles like Bug Fables. Party composition matters, allowing you to use a variety of
Nope,
skills from different
neither.
characters in a
You'll see
synergistic
what
manner
happens.
as you go about accomplishing your quest
Nope.
with a charming visual style as well. The long-in-development Dual Corp finally got a release date, and is a Souls-like action
You'll
RPG
see.
set in a sprawling sandbox open world having directional combat with an emphasis on dodge rolls, strikes, and deep character customization. Its world is framed around
You'll
a
see.
mysterious event that has darkened all eyes,
It'll still make
cursing
sense.
every living being with immortality, while also resurrecting the dead as soulless beings, splitting the realm into factions
It will make
with differing
sense.
ideologies on how to handle the undead scourge that now roams the land. Combat
Okay,
drops
there
you
we go.
into intense skirmishes where patience matters, exactly like
gotta
in
get
a
the
Souls game, with
inside
equipment
of the
choices
shirt
and
right.
the unrestricted class system, giving you many different possibilities on how you play, such as a
Why is it
stealthy
so hard
rogue
to find?
wielding a great axe and casting fireballs, so it is offering something different.
There
the
he
world
is.
procedurally generated, but
Actually,
not
let's get
run-based
closer
as
on
far
that.
as
I
I can
can't
tell,
see that
with
well.
exploration allowing you to
I haven't
discover
drawn any
hidden
girls in a
secrets,
long
unique
time.
items, allies, and emergent challenges. This supports both single-player and
Right now, I
co-op
just
for up to
realized
4
we
players, with
have
a
not
very
drawn
interesting
any
visual
girls
look,
in a
and is
long
certainly
time.
one of interest. Cult of the Lamb
Like, I haven't drawn any
Haven is a
sketches.
major paid expansion to the acclaimed roguelite cult management action game, this time sending your possessed lamb away from the familiar woods into a harsh, snowy mountain called Haven, where a forgotten deity and the lost history of lambkind await your cult's restoration. Rebuild a ruined town under bitter winter conditions, constructing new structures to
Not
keep
yet.
your followers warm and safe
Not
from blizzards
yet.
and frostbite. And
You did
face
send me something on
environmental
that, right?
challenges that reshape how
It was
resources,
yesterday, wasn't it?
morale, and follower survival are managed as compared to the base game. There's also a new ranching system where you can raise rare animals for wool, warmth, and food, and punishment. It also has new exploration zones and dungeons crawling with corrupted creatures rot beneath the snow, narrative threads tied to the mountain's past, and new combat encounters with dangerous new enemies and bosses.
I have to go check.
With this set to contain about as much content as the base game and looks to provide plenty of value.
Listen, I love playing that game to a degree, but the only thing that makes me not want to play it is that they didn't actually put real co-op mode. They put local play. Like, who the fuck? Alright. Like, it's just kind of making me mad. Like, it's still, they're adding more content, but they won't give an online co-op version. If you did have that, oh my god, you know how many people play this game? The fuck?
Virginia, once again, Kotama and Academy Citadel from last week is very good, and Neo Memories in Orbit appears to be as well, with early reviews being in the 80s and 90s. This is a hand-drawn 2.5D title where you take on the role of the nimble android Neo, awakening with little memory aboard the vessel, a vast, overgrown, derelict spaceship teeming with rogue machines and forgotten corridors. Navigate the interconnected environments filled with hidden pathways, platforming challenges, and lore as you interact with damaged robots to uncover fragments of the vessel's past and piece together both your origin and the mystery behind the collapse of the ship. Combat and traversal are tightly woven into the game design, with abilities like wall climbing, gliding, and grappling hooks, expanding your reach and opening up new areas in classic Metroidvania fashion, while diverse enemy types and over a dozen boss encounters will test your combat skills, looking absolutely stunning. Watch this video for more upcoming Metroidvanias.
Alright, that's done with that. Let me see what he sent me.
Do you make? The requirements to date me are simple. You need to make at least $200,000 a year, be at least 6'1", and have 7 inches below the belt. What do you mean you live at home with your mother? I mean, yeah, so do I, but you're a guy. That's worse. You're 25 years old. Aren't you supposed to have a house by now? We need to share the same opinions on everything. I want to be talking to an echo chamber. You're...
Wait, go back.
Hi, I'm Amanda.
Wait, whoa. What the fuck? Hold on,
How much money do you make? The requirements to date me are simple. You need to make at least $200,000 a year, be at least 6'1", and have 7 inches below the belt. What do you mean you live at home with your mother? I mean, yeah, so do I, but you're a guy. That's worse. You're 25 years old. Aren't you supposed to have a house by now? We need to share the same opinions on everything.
Wait, shouldn't you? Like, shouldn't you? Quite frank, wait, you're a woman. If you're a woman and you get programs made just for you, shouldn't you? Alright.
I want to be talking to an echo chamber. You're 5'6"? Did you just...
He'll be 4'3" and saying you're 5'6" and short. They'll be 4'3" and say you're 5'6" and short. And you can still kick him across the room the same as a 6'1" person. This shit makes no sense.
Ask me how much I weigh?
Oh yeah, yeah, big attack. They'll come for your height, but they'll definitely can't take it when you bring up their weight. And you can obviously see that they're not in the correct weight for their height either. So like 9 times out of 10, the dude who's tall, or like even if he's short, he'll be usually in the range of what his height is for his weight. Majority of them will not be in the right weight for their height.
I personally had a bad experience on this date. Therefore, I'm gonna tell everybody I know.
Yep. That's exactly why dating sucks. That's exactly why dating sucks. That right there is because it emboldened the the silvers and the bronze to talk crazy as if they're diamond plus. Remember, I'm talking about silvers and bronze. They're not even platinum. Shit, they're not even diamond. And that's still average. You think you're grandmaster, and god tier. Nah, bro. Nah. That shit is crazy.
Your entire future and existence relied on my first impression of you.
Yep.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna go on TikTok.
Bro. The worst thing about this is if you're not Corey Kenshin, you're fucked. If you're not, I don't even watch Corey Kenshin. But knowing what happened with him, if you're not Corey Kenshin, you are fucked. That's one. Two, the worst thing about this is if you implement the social credit score thing, oh my god, men will never date. If you implement social credit score or like social credit reviews, it's over. He didn't have to do a damn thing. He was accused one day and was solved the next. Bro, that's crazy. Do you know how hard it is to have a fan base that'll go far beyond for you like that? Do you know that's not something you just cultivate. That's something that you get luck. That's luck. That's what? That's like anime protagonist type luck. Plot armor type shit. Batman plot armor type shit. That's crazy. In real life.
Story time. All my girlies need to know I'm putting you on the T app. You're fucked.
Yeah, and they got mad. They got exposed talking crazy about men. Yep. The women on the T app got exposed, and they was mad that they couldn't talk crazy and make up lies about men they didn't even date, know, or heard about. It's horrible. I think Gundam did a video on this. This was crazy. They got all exposed, and they was mad at the fact that they can't talk crazy about men. It was made to let women know if a man was this and that, but no, they just used it to talk gossip and ruin men's lives.
Because at the end of the day, who the hell do you think you are not being my ideal man?
Yep.
Hi, I'm Amanda.
Yep.
How much money?
Yep. That's the scariest thing. Giving a monkey a gun like that, that's crazy, bro. Oh, you did send it. Okay, how I draw heads. Okay, that's cool. That one, and this one. That's crazy. Wait, is that the other one?
Oh, I'm jabbing it! Oh, I'm jabbing it! I'm jabbing it!
Hey!
It's Gloopy Gloop, toxin, with the neurotoxin. Got some walkie and I mix it with hallucinogen. Got him geeking, got him tweaking.
Bro. If The Office is coming to Fortnite, these motherfuckers are coming to Fortnite. Off rip. And just for this dance alone is worthy of being on Fortnite. I can see so many dudes using this to just irritate the shit out of other people. That's rough. I can see so many dudes. See, I can see this dance in Fortnite. Like, if The Office is gonna be on Fortnite, this is gonna be on Fortnite. I have this weird feeling that this show will be on Fortnite before One Piece for some odd reason. For some odd reason, I feel like this will be on Fortnite before One Piece. This dance alone is worthy of being on Fortnite. Yeah, The Office is going to be in Fortnite for some odd reason. I don't know where the fuck anyone thought that was a... I'm not saying it's a bad idea. I'm not even saying it's good. It's very strange. Like, I don't think I know a lot of millennials know what Fortnite. Offices and probably a few Gen Zs, but like I don't think Gen Alpha gives a flying fuck about Office. I don't even think it's playing anymore. I think it's long done, isn't it?
Hey everyone, today I'm gonna show you how I draw heads. So my method of drawing heads starts with a sphere, like anybody does, the guidelines like everybody does, side plane, well this is different. Actually it's not that different because Loomis also did that, but instead of slicing it through like so, I'm just going to leave it like so. After that I will
Michael?
add in the ear like so, you know, to make the head looks like a head.
Oh,
Next,
because
I will
okay,
poke
okay.
a
One of the
stick
characters. Yeah,
through
okay. I
the
just
ball,
realized.
straight down the center, like a takoyaki. If you cannot imagine what it looks like poking the stick through a ball, then this is a better demonstration. You can see here's the ball. I poke a stick right through, like so. If you cannot even imagine it, then I can just shade it in just a little bit so you guys understand what I'm talking about. Some shading, and some good shading there. And that's what this stick's for. Now let's zoom in just a little bit, and now let's find the neck. So you're going to find the bottom of the neck. I would choose here. Let's not make it too big, too long, you know. And this point right here, the red point right here, that is the space between two clavicle bones. If you don't know what that is,
Yeah.
learn some anatomy. And this part right here, not only it's the space between two clavicle bones, it's also the front center of the neck, which looks something like this. After that, you can draw in your neck like so. Just connect it to the ball with some swoop here and there. Okay, so this neck is a bit too short, so I'm just gonna extend it just a little bit. And then I can just add in the neck like so. After that, we're going to add in some facial features. I'm not gonna go too in depth in this video because it's very short and we're gonna talk about the basic of the head. So the first thing is let's draw the eyes. So the eyes, I would draw in two eye sockets first. The reason why I do this is to make two eyes identical to each other. So if you look here, if this point right here equal to here, right? This part right here equal to here. So if I draw, I would know where to put the lines, and that makes the eyes look identical. And with the help of the eye sockets, I can draw in two eyes that looks not flat, but a bit more in 3D. Don't worry guys, I will make a separate videos for this, so don't worry. To know where the nose is, we're just going to make a swoop here from the eyebrow down, just lightly. And we have the nose right here. I'm going to draw an anime nose, simple. Then I add a basic shading here so it looks like an anime nose. After that, I'm gonna add some blush, because why not? Next, I will draw the mouth just below that. And then now, the hard part, which is drawing the face shape. So the face shape starts from right here. So the point right here is the intersection of the horizontal guidelines of the sphere and the horizon of the sphere itself. You get what I mean. And from there, I would draw it down. I'm gonna drag it down, and as it closer to the mouth, I would bend it, okay? I would bend it in right here. And after that, I'm going to connect it to the jaw, like so. Don't forget to flip your canvas so it doesn't look awkward. After that, you can just connect this to the head and delete the axis, or maybe you can just keep it for now. You can clean it up later. Okay, so to draw the back of the head, I want you to follow the guidelines, and right at the back here, when you connect the back of the head to the ear, like so, it have to somehow connect to the back of the neck, like so, in a smooth swoop. Yeah, you know? And that will somehow make the back of the head look somewhat more convincing, you know, more cohesive to the head. So right now the head looks kind of weird because, well, the character is bald and we need to give her some hair. So the first thing I would do is to define the hairline. Everyone knows that it's like 1/3 above the, I don't know, but you can just draw
second.
it like she's balding, or maybe she's a little bit less
One
bald, I guess.
second.
After having the hairline, let's draw in the hair. I would define the middle of the head would be top here, and that's where the ahoge goes, because my character has that. And then after that, I will draw hair going out from there.
Don Lemon's
And
going to jail?
also, you have to keep
Oh,
in mind that
right. Wait, is Don Lemon going to jail? Oh my god, I'm so happy. Oh my god, Don Lemon's going to jail. If he's going to jail, I'm gonna party. I hate that man. That man's a fucking irritant. Holy shit. He's a fucking shill grift. Fuck him. So glad if he goes to jail.
that hair actually has volume. So when you put hair on top of your character's scalp,
Annoying anchor that used to be on CNN. Don Lemon. Fuck that man. That man's a fucking irritant.
create this
He's a grown 60-year-old man. Don't you have like a whole boyfriend or some shit you should be paying attention to? Fucking idiot. Yes. He sucked ass. FBI getting involved. Arrest creeps now. Don Lemon panics after hilarious backfire. Good. No, John Lennon's dead. No, Don Lemon. Yes, he was being a real irritant for like no reason. He was a fucking irritant. I don't know what he was doing out there. Like, what the hell, dude? He was up in people's church, asking this man. Like, you asked this preacher about things. He said he wanted no part of this. No, Don Lemon. D-O-N.
Like, there's a gap between the hair and the
Don
scalp.
Lemon.
The top of the hair and the scalp. Okay, so
this man needs to
that
go
in
to
mind.
jail. He's a fucking irritant. He's a grift. Like, no. Ever since CNN dropped his punk ass, all he does is bitch and moan. Ever since Don Lemon got fired from CNN, that asshole has nothing but an irritant. Well, we gotta see. Hold on. Where are you, Grift? Why is it never in order? Let's see. Griff. That's the point. He's just being an irritant. He's just a fucking irritant. Nope, it's not out. Let's see part 2. I never liked that dude. He was fucking irritating. And even on CNN, he was irritating.
Alright guys, we're almost done. What I'm gonna do now to finish up this quick drawing of my characters is to do a little bit of shading. So it's just some basic shading, to be honest. So
Later.
and there you have it. That's some basic hand. So the reason why I use this method over other method like drawing out a lot of anatomical, guidelines is because it's very flexible. You can draw it in almost any angle without any problems or without any extra steps. Like for example, right here I drew this low angle view of my character's head with little to no effort. You see, I still struggle with some of the part, but I can achieve it pretty quickly,
I
And
think
it's actually not
I
that.
think what makes a good tutorial is letting the people know off rip you're not going to get it on the first 1,000 tries. I think if you let people know on that, they're not going to hate you, or they're not going to put like so much, well, if they're listening, they don't put a lot of emphasis on thinking that why they can't get it. I think if you make that, like, let them know, listen, we're gonna do this tutorial, but I'm gonna let you know now, you're not going to get this in the first 1,000 tries. Your brain and your mind and everything else have to coordinate on how this technique works. So even if it seems simple, it's gonna feel awkward, it's gonna feel strange, and even if you do it one by one, it's gonna feel robotic. Secret file? What do you mean? Secret file. Secret file. But like, let people know off rip, you're not gonna get this in the first 1,000 tries. You eventually might get it on like probably 1,010, but you're not gonna get it on the first few tries or first 100. Especially if you're trying to do different things. If you're doing one particular pose, then yeah, you might eventually get it in the first 100 times. Ah, and what file was that?
That too complex of a method, you know, so there's that. Also, another thing about my method is that you can almost draw any style on top of it, you know. You don't have to use, I don't have to use my own method. I don't have to use my own art style. I can cheapify it by, you know, lowering the eyes.
You just have to be crazy enough to look at,
you know, make the ears a bit more round. So you can say this is another style of mine, a more chibi-like, cute style, you know. Yeah, this is the style that I use to animate some of my... well, there's only one video that I actually use this style, but you get the point. But also, you can also draw a rather, you know, I don't know if it can be like super realistic face, but I would say it can work on like more realistic faces, you know. All right, everyone.
Semi-realistic.
This took me a little bit too long to draw. I mean, it's been this is my first time ever drawing like realistic style like this. What do you guys think? Yeah, same method. 3 different style. Style number 1, number 2, and number 3. I think this style is still not as close to my main style, but because I think it's because I simplify it a little bit. That's why it doesn't look like my original style. This one is.
I hate the term style now in art. I hate how we use that term so much. I really do hate it when y'all say the word style. Because all that is just saying, look at me response. That's all that sounds like to me all the time. Like, it just... like, it's just an overused word to the point that it doesn't have any true meaning. It's just like a term that is just used as a placeholder for just like...
the style that I will mainly use for animation because of how easy and quick it is to draw. And this style I would never ever draw ever again. Actually, I will sometimes in the future because I kind of had fun drawing it. So there you go, guys. If you like this video, don't forget to leave a like. And if this video reaches somehow 500 likes, I would make a full version of this video.
Yeah.
I will talk in more detail on the process and all of the facial features that I did not mention in this video. So yeah, there you go. So if it helps, like. If it doesn't, then dislike. And also, what do you guys think about my method? Is it similar to any other artist method, or any method that you know of, or maybe even your own method? So
technically, the method was nothing that original. It's not really different from anything. You just did slightly different, but it wasn't all that big of a difference. But, you know, it is what it is. Whatever makes it... I think techniques only work for those who can understand what's going... Like, there's no wrong technique. As long as you get it and it works for you, that's all that matters. No matter how complicated or how simple it is, I think if it works for you and your brain can process it in a way that you can just, like, you know, apply to it, then job done.
yeah, leave a comment down below what you guys think about this method, and see you guys in the next video, I guess.
Good video. He tried his best. I gotta make some tutorials, though. I may have to... Once this Gotcha Kuda thing's done... Technique. I remember kids used to say that back when I was in middle school. My God. Technique. Oh my god, I remember they used to say that all the time over, and we all used to say it. It's all in technique. Oh, wait, what is this one? Let's see here. Amateurs. Who's this elf? Who are you? I can't even sense any aura from you. You and your stupid aura. I am the one who killed. This camera's what? This guy's fans before the end. Oh, it was announced. Okay, but Freeman deserved better. Also, this video was pretty rush made because I had exams coming. I know, I hate it when you have to make a. That's the one thing I hate, when you have to make. You try and work on a project.
So, ladies and gentlemen,
work on a project and you have to speed it because some type of deadline, and it just looks like it's kind of blashy. To others, they may think, "Oh, this looks great." To you, you know, it looks like shit because it's not where it's supposed to be.
In turkey time allegations. I just gotta say, as a commentary YouTuber, it's bound to happen. You're gonna get allegations. It's kind of like a rite of passage at a point in time for every commentary YouTuber. If you're in this game long enough, you're basically gonna get allegations thrown your way. It's only a matter of time now.
Let's go. Turkey Tom. I know this dude. Well, I don't know him in person or anything. We've all watched him at least one time, or came across his video at least once. He's a commentary YouTuber. Talks about stuff like Tozy and I guess Mori and all of them. But I never really liked this dude. Never really did. I watched some of his videos, but it's just like something about his videos always just like eh. And no, I'm not saying that I always knew he was a creep or some stupid shit, because a lot of people do that when someone gets accused. I don't know about this dude at all. I'm not saying that. I just never really gravitated to his videos the same way I did with a Tozy or Mari or It's a Gundam and stuff. So I can't say anything about this dude. I don't know anything about this dude. So I'm not one of those dudes who say, "Oh, you got accused. I always knew he was a weirdo." Fuck you.
Time of which we all know. Large commentary YouTuber is being alleged to be a sexual degenerate and deviant who's into age play, who records girls with them without their consent. Apparently, he's also being alleged to have
age play. What the fuck is that? What is age play? What the fuck? I guess I'm so. I don't know anything when it comes to this internet. I don't know shit. I'll be hearing like these terms. I'm like, is this a brand new thing, or am I just out of the loop like that? Like, age play, the fuck is that?
Have a blackmail folder. Now, obviously, ladies and gentlemen, this is all alleged, and this was submitted by a user.
You know what that is, Bri? Okay. If it makes you feel uncomfortable telling me, I'll let this play.
Of the channel by the name of Who's Asia. Shout out to her. So let's get into it. Now to get started, this whole, train of allegations was posted by someone by the name of Sacramento89. And they say, "Hi, Kiwi people. I dated Tom for a few months after meeting him on Tinder. I'm not super into internet stuff and had no idea what Kiwi Farms was, but this page was always his #1 search Safari thing that pops up on his iPhone when he went to Google something. When I asked about this website, he got super defensive and weird.
Whoa, back up. What? So much
about it. So I was alleged to be a sexual degenerate and deviant who's into age play, who records girls with them without their consent. Apparently, he's also being alleged to have a blackmail folder. Now, obviously, ladies and gentlemen, this is all alleged, and this was submitted by a user of the channel by the name of Who's Asia. Shout out to her. So let's get into it. Now to get started, this whole, train of allegations was posted by someone by the name of Sacramento89, and they say, "Hi, Kiwi people. I dated Tom for a few months after meeting him on Tinder. I'm not super into internet stuff and had no idea what Kiwi Farms was, but this page was always his #1 search Safari thing that pops up on his iPhone when he went to Google something. When I asked about this website, he got super defensive and weird about it. So I opted into it and found all of this crazy shit, like him admitting to being bisexual. Message the owner, and by the way,
oh Jesus Christ." Oh my God. You lack God.
If he's bisexual, I don't know why she's putting that out there. I feel like they're already trying to taint his image. But she says she messaged the owner of this website.
Oh no! Fuck! I know what this is! Holy shit! No! Oh my God, no! It's that weird shit when they're like in diapers or some shit. and they have a grown woman or whoever taking care of them or some shit. That shit is weird. You can't. That is not a sexual. That's just fucking weird. That's beyond weird. That's just. You're a grown ass man. What is wrong with you? When you lack God, bro. When you lack God, you just anything's up to grabs.
It's like Joshua Moon to get the code to post here. Basically, I started to get suspicious about all the e-girls he's followed and interacted with, and he started raging at me. Okay, so she's mad at Turkey Tom for following a whole bunch of e-girls. You know, the Instagram girls, who are essentially Belle Delphine copies on Instagram, yeah. She also said he also lied to me at first about the fact
And
that...
the weird thing about this, I don't know why dudes fall for this shit. Like, I don't know why young dudes these days are falling for this shit when these girls get dressed up and, like, they dress like Spider-Man or some anime chick, and you obviously know this bitch don't watch this show, or if she does, she's not into it as much as you, and she's just using it as a come-up, so you weirdos who are into that particular character will give her money on OnlyFans. No, we're talking about that baby shit. When grown men dress like babies, like in their diaper, and wants to be like taken care of by either a woman or probably even a man, but like, fuck. Oh my god, that's fucking weird.
That he does YouTube. Well, that is something that a lot of YouTubers do not want to make known to the person or people that they're dating. She also said he did some crazy shit like kicked holes in a wall at a house he was renting because some e-girl who copies Belle Delphine got hacked, and the hacker was blaming or blackmailing him with his pics. Holy shit. Well, ladies and gentlemen,
What?
I mean, this is the problem. Like, if you're gonna be, you know, interacting with a whole bunch of girls, you're linking up with them, and you're digitally sending pictures of your schlong, you gotta understand that there's always gonna be the possibility of a hacker hacking into one of their accounts and getting access to those schlong pics. I mean, it all comes a part of the game. But she also says he continued to talk with her after the fact. I have screenshots confirming all of this, attached a couple, but I think I have more. This guy's a real freak and likes to record sexual encounters without asking first during almost every time. And guys, I just gotta say, since this is mostly a guy issue, you know, since we are the ones mounting women, you know, try not to actually secret. Like, if this is something you want to do, like, just make it known. Like, actually pull out your phone, let her know, hey girl, I'm about to start recording. Or even if it's just not verbal, literally let her know the phone, like the phone light should be on or visible to the point to where she knows you're about to record your POV. She also said,
yeah, they usually, yeah, I kind of noticed that too. I think, what's her face? I forgot her name. I think her name is Momokun. I think she changed her name because of obvious reasons. But, like, I remember at the time, I think mouthwashing was just mouthwashing was at its peak of height, like at the peak of its popularity when it came out. And she went and dressed like one of the characters. I guess she was a victim of SA or some shit. And that was part of the game, and I guess she dressed like this character, and she dressed her kind of like beat up and like sexually, like X, Y, and Z, and a lot of people was not happy with Lady. Like, I just see it as just the form of a story and a drawing and stuff like that, but other people see it much more of like an attack on their person. Now, like, girls these days, if you're still sending pics of yourself either half naked or just, you know, anything these days, you're putting yourself at high risk, because now you don't really need to, like, send pictures or send nudes. He just needs a picture of you, and then all he needs to do is just go through Twitter and just have fun with that. That's all he needs to do. You know what I'm saying? You don't need to send, like, naked pics anymore. That doesn't even work anymore. You can just send, you could be in a nun outfit, he can still undress you. Like, it don't matter. You can be in a burqa or some shit. You still undress you. I ain't gonna stop.
Says, I know for a fact
it pays to be ugly nowadays. Right?
he's done this to at least one other girl. Serial gooner, she calls him, and has flown out several e-girls to sleep with. Holy shit, Tom.
Wait. Okay. Listen, you can call it goonerish or whatever case may be, but if he has the funds, money, and these girls want to be flown out by a very famous YouTuber and get fucked, I don't really see anything wrong with it per se. Yeah, it's a soft form of prostitution at its highest, but then again, those are consenting adults. Yeah, he's pretty much tricking, but like the point is like I don't see it as a problem per se. Like it's wrong. Like if morally, if you're talking about it, is wrong, but like in a legal sense, I don't see nothing wrong with it per se, because like these are consenting adults. They have their thing going on with them. They can do whatever they please, whether you like it or not. That's just how it is. Do I support it? No, I don't think that's a good idea, especially if you're a man of status, because, well, these things happen. But then again, every dude who makes that type of money, if he's making money like that to float e-girls out, they feel unstoppable. So you can't tell them shit. They don't listen. And they're young and blah, 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 and all that stupid shit. So anyone can say they made the choice and of legal age, yeah. Yeah. But like, I don't support that idea behavior because, well, it can lead to bad situations. Very badly. And if you're a man of status, yeah, so like if you're a man of status and you have money and you have like connections or you have a name or you're famous, I suggest not to do this. Right. 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 But but yeah, I wouldn't. I'm not supporting of this behavior, but yeah, I understand why this could be enticing for most young boys who probably doesn't get a lot of play, and then they finally have some money and some status and being seen. I can see how enticing that can be. I get it. I'm not stupid. We're dudes here. I get it, but I suggest not to go down this path because, well, much more powerful men have, been destroyed by just a simple bitch. Like, look at Tiger Woods, for example. Right? He had. Yeah. Yep. Yep. And then they could be crazy, or they could be one of those people saying, "Hey, listen, I'm getting flown." Like the girl will be doing this. Sometimes girls will do this. Some of these girls do this. They'll be like, "Hey, listen, I'm getting flown out by X, Y, and Z. I know you're in the area, so like once I get into his house, I'm gonna leave the door unlocked so you can come in and get the shit." So like they'll come in here and then they'll try to rob him, or whatever case may be, type shit. Or they'll do the Cardi B special where they'll drug him and steal his shit. Or and if you're a person of like controversy, they may not even be here to rob you. They may here to rob you. They may here to kick your ass. They may drug you and beat the shit out of you because you made some comments that they don't like, and then they rob you, and that might end up in your death because they drug you and they beat the shit out of you, not knowing how horrible the ass kicking is happening. That you might die of your injuries. It's horrible. Like you'd be surprised how these women will kill you or get you killed because you have some money or some status. Yes, it can go bad, like bad.
Tom is out here laying pipe. This man's already on his rich sugar daddy type shit while only still being in his 20s. I'm telling you, this commentary YouTube money is crazy. She also says, he told me he has a file on his computer called Just In Case that basically voice memos or calls from his exes to blackmail them with in case or just in case she meant they ever say something about him. Whoa, that is... Tom, you're a very naughty boy. She also said, thought I would get the message out and confirm y'all's suspicions. Also, if this gets out to warn...
Like, this is what you should do. If you're a person of status and you're really weirded out that everyone's trying to come after you, 10 ton. 10 ton? Okay. Yeah, look that one up. Let's say booty is for the weak if they lack a vision. Correct. So like this is how I see it. If you're that worried about your love life being destroyed because of your status, I think the best thing to do is have an alt account and just LARP as a normal person. And then find someone who likes you. I really don't. But like LARP as a normal person online and find love that way. Don't show your pictures of yourself Or if you do show pictures of yourself, you may have to catfish a bit, not gonna lie. And just get, that might end bad. But, you know, be honest, but like you don't have to show pictures of yourself. Just say you're shy. You don't like showing pictures. I like to get to know people normally. Or meet them on VR chat or something. I don't know. That's probably not a good idea either. But if you're a person of status and you're worried about people trying to destroy you because you have, and people are very like evil like that, they'll destroy your whole life and befriend you till they get the chance to take whatever they can from you. So like, I think the best thing is to LARP as a normal person, as an alt account, not as your regular account. So it is what it is.
Other young women in the Texas area about this dude. And here, as you can see, is an image of Turkey Tom. We all know, at least are aware of his platform. If you've never seen his face before, this is him. And I suppose the girl who typed this message up, her face is basically blacked out though. I mean, Tom, what is going on, guy? What's up with the blackmail folder? Allegedly. What's up with Phil?
This is what happens when you lack integrity and then self-worth and all that shit, and then you start making very strange decisions, and then you regret it after.
I mean, girls that are completely oblivious. Guys, with me, I don't like secrets at all. Any girl I'm like, she's gonna know everything I'm doing. I'm a very transparent person. I like people to have, you know, autonomy and the freedom of choice to do what they want. I mean, that's just me. That's my my mentality, my preference. In fact, if
sometimes that's not a good idea.
I really want to get the whole scene, I'm gonna have a whole tripod. I mount a 4K camera. Might just get the whole film crew in this bitch if I really want to. I'm partially joking, but yeah, like, yeah, with the secrets, you know, if true, this is not good, Turkey Tom.
But they also included these text messages.
All right, so we have more text messages here. And shout out to fellow YouTuber Cam Nuggets for this coverage. Appreciate you, brother. And here, as you can see, she messaged Tom, I think, over iMessage or some shit. Could be Twitter, since they have similar formats. But she said, everything good to Tom. He said, I don't know, I'll explain later. It has nothing to do with you. She then said, oh shit, scale of 1 to 10, how bad? He then said, very. She said, oh, I'm so sorry. He then said, an ex of mine got hacked, basically. And some stuff is probably going to be dropped online. Photos, they emailed my family. So basically the hackers, as we explained before, started emailing him and I guess trying to blackmail him with pics of photos that he sent to his ex-girl. And this is, guys, this is why if you're going to send this type of shit, it needs to be sent on vanish mode. And ladies, please, if you're going to be saving photos of your ex, pics, I know some people have a whole collage collection of boyfriend 1, 2, 3, 4, up to dozens. I get it, but please tighten up on your security, like, because if you ever get hacked, everybody else is gonna get exposed.
Or is it best to, like, if you're gonna keep pictures of your ex, which you shouldn't do, but if you're gonna keep pictures of your ex, why don't you just put it on a separate USB drive somewhere far away from the computer, so even if your computer gets hacked, it's not getting fucked with? Wouldn't that make sense? Just put it on a USB drive, put your pictures there, and when you're done doing whatever the fuck you're doing, take it off. Don't put it on the picture on the thing. Better to those photos is something they drool over. Most likely.
I'm super on top of my security. You should be too. But yeah, he says they emailed my family. I mean, imagine a pic of your being sent to your mom. Holy shit! She then said, oh, bruh, it's okay. He said, is it? She said, I have no idea. This has never happened to me. So far, exactly. You know, the only thing in these allegations, Turkey Tom has been, I guess, slandered by as being a gooner, following a whole bunch of e-girls who look like Belle Delphine on Instagram, allegedly recording girls from his POV without their consent.
Well, you know, dude, bro, I don't know what to tell him. I don't know what to say.
Which I don't, advocate for. Possibly being bisexual? I mean, who cares? And flying chicks out from different states, which, I mean, again, like, that's his business, his prerogative. I mean, not every girl you're gonna be interested in is gonna be in the same, like, state or country as you, and if you have the money to bring her to you, why not? As long as all parties are consenting, I don't see...
I'm telling you, a man being bisexual is more funny and serious than a woman being bisexual. No one takes a woman seriously if she's bisexual. They really don't. Like, honestly, let's just call it for what it is. When a woman says she's bisexual or she's lesbian or something beyond that, beyond heterosexual, most people don't care. They look at it as like, if she's not sleeping with me, I don't give a real flying fuck. But like, when it comes with a dude, it's more of like a funny masculine thing. I take non-seriously. Yeah, but I'm saying like in a sense of like comedic reasons or in case might be. So like a dude saying he's gay is more funnier than a woman saying she's gay, because like she's saying she's gay is like really nothing. It's just it's more of a dick deterrent than anything for most women, or something like that. I'm not saying for all women who are doing that, but I'm just saying when a woman says she's gay, it's not as funny or focused to be funny compared to a dude saying he's gay. Whether it's used for comedic reasons or not. You'll never really laugh at a woman saying she's lesbian. In that sense, I don't get why she brought that up. He brought that up. I think he brought it up because it's like I said, it's like the focus of a man's sexuality is more funnier and more interesting to focus on than a woman's. You know what I'm saying? Like it's that's what I mean. Because it's just funny and make fun. It's like we always look for reasons to make fun of men. Like we do it all the time. So
See the problem.
Now, this person, Kosher Farms, says if this is true, and assuming you two met up, do you believe that Tom recorded you without your consent? More pressingly, can you provide more than a censored selfie and two text messages as
color
proof of
and
you dating
rainbows.
Tom? Things that will help us verify you, like his Tinder profile or text messages, or anything anecdotal we can cross-examine with his internet presence. Most people here will be rightfully skeptical of claims like this being made against notable e-celebs. Without thorough evidence, more is always better.
And I gotta say, I agree wholeheartedly from this person on Kiwi Farms. Because we just gotta understand the average person nowadays who are gonna make these allegations are just certified clout chasers, bro. Like, they'll just make up a whole bunch of allegations that are either wholly wrong or just completely exaggerated to make the person that they're allegating against either bend to their will, pay them out some kind of settle fee, or just to try and embarrass them and gain clout, views, and followers for their own page because, hey, they're evil bastards. I'm not saying that this is what this person is doing entirely, but it's two things can be true at the same time. Some of these allegations can't be true while this person trying to clout chase. But in this day and age, I gotta say, yeah, definitely, we do need more evidence and, material proving the allegations of whatever is being brought forth from the alligator before trying to destroy someone's life and their livelihood and their career.
No, I think that's why she brought up because it's a dude. Right? Like if it was a chick, she would not brought it up. If she did, it'll be such like minuscule that will be not even brought up at all from Maury specifically, because we don't take women's sexuality seriously as that of a man. Not saying it's not serious, it's just not that serious compared to a dude. It's funnier to laugh at a dude who said he's anything but hetero than a woman being beyond hetero. Because usually I think it's because in for some weird reason. Tell me if I'm lying. For some odd reason, when a woman says she's lesbian, she can literally turn in the next couple of years or couple of months or even a week or a few days and say, I'm not lesbian anymore. And dudes will run with that because they want to probably want to fuck them. And women will go with it because most of them are very indecisive, so they don't really care. But when a dude says he's gay and he says he's not gay no more, you just kind of laugh and say, nah, you're still gay. And it's you know what I'm saying? Like when a dude say he's not gay no more, you kind of be like, nah, you're just either hiding it or some bullshit happened. You gotta probably relapse or some shit. Because once it's like once you go down that path, you can't really reverse it. You can say it and you can have some people oblige your delusions, but like once you go down that particular path, you can't really go back. So it is what it is. That's why like it's not taken seriously compared to like a woman can literally say she's not gay no more and people run with that. He's delivered.
We've had enough time to learn from our mistakes in the past.
And then right here, Herbicide says, I understand that. Since you're already in contact with Noel for a code, he also privately verifies people's identities.
Like, let's use an example. I think it was... What's her name? What's her name? Oh my god, she was on Camp Rock. Demi Lovato. Demi Lovato says she's not non-binary or some stupid shit anymore because she said it was too much work to keep up with all the bullshit shit that keeps changing. Now she... And you know what's funny? Once she stopped doing that shit, when she made that announcement, she got a lot of backlash for that shit. But once that died down and went away, she's now a married mom. She's a married woman with children. She went factory reset. She factory reset. And now she's happier than ever. That shit was funny to me. The path of the blind is something, right? The Sasha sends them back on a better path. Yo, he's literally like, let me see. I thought you were going to say Jojo Siwa. Oh yeah, she did that shit too. She's I know a lot of people got mad at this, but I don't see the big deal. But she dressed herself like a trad wife or some shit, which I don't see the big deal. That's a win. I don't know. That's a win. Yeah, she griffed hard on that. We all knew that was some bullshit. I knew she was bullshitting because she was going so. She was like those celebrities who will say they're gay or they'll do gay things just to get roles and keep relevancy. But as soon as that shit died down, you see what happened, right? There's a lot of celebrities who claim that they're on that field on that other side of the fence, but not really because they're just doing it to get roles and be relevant. But once that shit died down, you notice a lot of celebrities ain't talking about that shit no more. She's normal now. She factory reset. You notice the two different women, same type of industry, was on that shit. They was on that non-binary, all that shit, that queer shit. As soon as that got too much for them, they dipped and went back to factory reset, and now they're happier than ever. Why is that? They don't seem crazy. They're not sexually deviant like that no more. They have children, or they seem happy. Why? Why? Oh shit, that's funny. Oh my, it's like a Jedi, but their form of the Force is something else, right? Hey, how's it going? How's it going? Hey, bro. Hey, don't. How's it going, my dude? They factory reset and went back to the basic settings. Now, life is simpler. You don't have to keep up with a bunch of nonsense that keeps constantly changing the goalposts every other month, every other week, every other day, and every year. You know what I'm saying? You just go back to basics. Life is much easier. Hey, Kyle said, if you go hetero, you'll be more happier. Kyle was on to something. Oh, shit. That shit was funny. Oh, let me see. Okay, I had a lesbian friend who would have sex with guys and just think they were they was wearing a strap on. What? Then you're just like, okay, I'm not even gonna lie. You know what? I'm not gonna say that. That'll get me in trouble. But like, that'll get me in mad trouble. But if a lesbian have sex with dudes, like she's just denying her sword's purpose at that point. It is what it is. That's funny as fuck.
It's like you want to stay anonymous. I don't know if you could privately verify
Level
that you
10
guys are
delusion.
together without saying exactly who you are. But if Tom's reading this, he probably knows who you are from the censored photo and messages already.
Definitely. Any guy taking a picture with a girl that he's with temporarily is gonna know where what.
Why does bro look so scared? Bro, you look so fucking scared. Why do you look so scared, Turkey? Tom, what's going on, bro? What's happened? What's happened in your life, bro? It's okay. If she's crazy, blink twice. Blink twice, bro. We'll save you. Bro looks scared. Why do you look so damn scared? Making me feel scared.
And this place of which this photo was taken at occurred, and to me, this photo looks kind of photoshopped. I don't know if it's just the lighting. It kind of feels like this head of turkey time was like edited onto the body of another.
Nah, bro. He just had a shitty phone. He probably an Android or some shit. I'm pretty sure he looks like he would be a happy Android user to a degree. Not making fun of people who use Android. If you have Android, you watch me, that's fine. But usually we kind of know that most Android phones suck. But I think now some Android phones are on that shit now. I think they recently just got on that shit. But they definitely look like a hostage. Yeah, they look scared. He looks scared.
Man, I don't know. Seems kind of fabricated, just to my eyes. But
Lack
moving
of
on.
the balls.
She goes on to say in this thread, I'm not alleging anything illegal or saying
bro,
it was
she got
revenge
backlash.
porn or anything.
She got
What I meant
backlash
was he
for
wouldn't
trying to get
ask
baptized
before
in
and proceed to
Israel.
take his
They
phone
won't
out
leave her alone.
mid-actual activity to film. I sometimes wouldn't notice till like 15 to 30 seconds after he started filming. Again, guys, make a note before you start doing this. Additionally, she said,
That's
I have no
funny.
idea if this is illegal or not, but yeah, he wouldn't ask before. She also said, reached out to an ex-girlfriend of his. He would do the same thing to her, so she reached out to an ex of his. The blackmail he has on his computer is phone calls and texts, I believe. Most of them are from his ex-girlfriend named Kai, so most of these are phone calls and texts, not actual, like, I guess, content he filmed while being intimate. Just to clear that up for anybody. Just based off of what I'm reading here, she also said, here is a picture from when we matched on Tinder. Don't have the messages from when we matched anymore. And wasn't aware people still used Tinder. And here is that screenshot of...
You gotta be rich to use Tinder. Tinder is not for the average man. It's not for the average person. It used to be, but now you have to pay just to even get a date or like look up your date or get to know your date. You got like, there's literally, it's gamified. It's literally like playing a gotcha game. Like Tinder is not a place where you just find bitches. It's like, if you're not rich, then fuck. She's pregnant. JoJo's pregnant, and her boyfriend by her boy. Oh my God! Let's go. Let's go, JoJo. JoJo, you're doing God's work. Oh shit! But wait, I didn't marry him. That kind of sucks. But then again, we Westerners put the carriage before the horse. You don't get married first, and then you have the kid. You have the kid and get married. If you get married, that's the most dumbest thing. You're supposed to get married first and then have the kid. You're not supposed to have the kid and get married first. I know a lot of people do that now, but that shit is not smart. Usually people do not, statistically shown that a lot of people do not stay together after they have kids when they're not married, because it shows there's no true commitment amongst the two. Because at any moment people be like, you know what, bitch, you annoy me. Just give me some child support and I'll go on my merry way. It'd be like that. No, that is sad. You're supposed to get married first and then have the kid. But a lot of people are now, we're so used to that type of like, people having children at either very young or with some idiot that they know. So like, they'll be like, oh, well, a lot of people did die from it, so therefore they'll make that excuse. And that's where a lot of people, we have this problem now where a lot of people, these kids can't be disciplined because they have shit parents who make shit decisions. And then the kid ends up ultimately being like, fucked in the long run. And then they have a lot of behavioral problems. They're exposed to people that they shouldn't be exposed to because the mom made very shit decisions or the dad made shit decisions, and they expose like very bad influences upon them by just themselves and then others that they bring around them that probably sexually do something to them in secret, or they bring certain influences to them in secret or in probably even openly, and then horrible things happen. I thought it was a oxymoron when I heard of it. Probably.
Of her matching with Tom, and yeah, that is definitely Turkey Tom right here, as you can see. Buddy was out here flexing his little bicep in the pic. That's funny, bro. It's good to see young men, starting to participate more in weightlifting. You love to see it.
Honestly, Kosher Forum says, what's your main reason for posting to this thread? Why did you and Tom break up? Also post more screenshots. Sacramento says, the main reason I'm posting to this thread is to kind of warn people, mostly women, about this guy. The reason we broke up is actually because I mentioned this website to him and that I saw some crazy stuff about him online. His history with e-girls bothered me. His pic about the...
Oh, no, don't do that. You're being judgmental. Think of it. Think this through. Chick sees her boyfriend of status get a bunch of rumors of him doing shit with women, whether it's true or not. She made standards, turned to him and say, I ain't really fucking with that, and you're probably wrong for like doing what you was doing before you met me, or like you didn't have enough cognitive, like, I don't know, morals not to be fucking around with just random bitches. So I'm not gonna do that with you. I'm not gonna hang out with you no more. I'm not gonna date you no more. She's seen as a hero. She's seen as a woman with status, or a woman with standards, or a woman with have moral standards or ethics, or whatever the case may be. You don't want to be with someone who's like that. But if a dude turn around, and I'm talking about you, Jonah Hill, if a dude turn around and say, you know what, I see you taking pictures with a bunch of dudes and who's not your boyfriend, which is me, and that makes me feel kind of uncomfortable. Bro said that made me feel kind of comfortable. You're out here taking pictures of other dudes and like posting up with dudes and shit, and they're not your boyfriend, and I am, and I don't think that makes you look good very well. Can you stop doing that? Bitch says you're controlling me, and then she took that to the internet, and everyone made fun of Jonah for being controlling. Crazy. Make that make sense. Note, he didn't break up with her. He just asked her to stop doing it. She went on the internet and said, "You're controlling me." I thought, I thought it was oxymoron. Okay, the problem, Android phones, they're not as protected as iPhones, but they have better processors and equipment than. I always feel like when it comes to Android phones, they just have better customization, but it just like has too much customization. And then and iPhones, they have lack customization. Very rarely, you gotta do a bunch of nonsense just to get something out of it, but you have to pretty much jailbreak that shit, and then you're on your own and something happens to that phone, so you're kind of like, so that is what happened. Yep. So like this chick went to Turkey Tom. Remember, Turkey Tom is not a celebrity like that, like Jonah Hill. This chick went to Turkey Tom and said, who she was dating at the time, and said, I heard a bunch of rumors. I heard a bunch of rumors about you about doing shit with women, and I don't like that. So we should break up, or we shouldn't like fuck around no more. She's seen as standards, and that's perfectly okay. But remember, the chick who was dating Jonah Hill, he asked her nicely and kindly, because Jonah Hill is pretty transparent. He was not being a creep about it. He's pretty transparent, and he's really transparent about his love life and stuff like that, or how he keeps his standards up, especially when he lost weight. And he asked her, "Can you please stop doing X, Y, and Z with other men? Like, stop taking pictures with other men and stuff, right? Posting up, that's it. Taking pictures, not fucking them, none of that shit. Just like, it just doesn't look good as your boyfriend." This bitch turned to the internet and said, "He's controlling me," and a bunch of people made fun of Jonah Hill for being controlling. This is exactly why men don't talk to women. And this is why most women check out of dating. That's crazy. Is that free? No, it's free. You can download that shit, but for you to just get basic features, you have to pay for that shit. It's like a gacha game. You can download the video game, but if you want the full game, you have to pay for every fucking thing that's on the damn app. So the game is free to access, and you can probably play it a little bit. But if you really want to get the full extension out of the game, you have to, pay that battle pass. You gotta pay that gacha system. You know what I'm saying? That's what it is. It's pretty much a gacha game now. So the verification works if it takes something on Discord. Oh, it works? That's good. Let's see. I don't use dating apps. I'm 23-year-old female. I'm a 20-year-old female. Yeah, I would suggest no one use apps anyway. Meet someone in your local area. You're better off. Well, then again, that could be bad. I suggest meet people in a distance where you don't have to run into them too much. I guess.
Fiend type girl who was hacked. I'm suspicious of cheating because he did not block her after the fact, and apparently she was still talking to him.
Okay, so it seems to me that Turkey Tom seems to be bothered by his online presence, and I understand this can, impact a lot of creators' dating lives, right, and private lives, and friends, and family, and everything else in between, right? But it all comes up, it comes with the territory, and this is why if you're gonna be in this lane, online, you just gotta stand 10 toes down with, whatever you say online. It is what it is. You got to understand that your friends, your family members, and people who know you in real life are going to see whatever the hell you're talking about. So if that bothers you, then I guess probably stay anonymous. But even then, people are going to start to recognize your voice if you do have a recognizable voice, and they're going to start being suspicious. So it's just like, damn, this whole double life of you trying to live a normal life while also being a famous content creator online, it's in the long run, it's not going to work. And if your girlfriend who you started, dating or whatever, who isn't aware of your online presence, starts to figure shit out, and that bothers you, then maybe it's about time you have an honest conversation about the content you make online. Personally, me, I don't give a flying. Pretty much all my friends and family members know exactly what I do online. If they have a problem with it, then that's pretty much a personal problem with themselves, and God, they can leave me out of that, because I'm gonna continue to do what I do best. And that's yap on the internet for a living.
Now here we get into some more serious allegations. These ones involve abuse.
Of which I'm going to read for you guys right now. She said, in response to someone on Kiwi Farms asking her, "Do you have any evidence he flew out e-girls to sleep with? Did he tell you this, or did you discover this somehow? Was it during..."
Honestly, I don't know why anyone gives a fuck. I honestly don't understand why anyone gives a fuck if you flew out e-girls. These are consenting adults. It's not like you snatched this bitch off from wherever the fuck she was and chucked her in his room. Like, I don't. Why do you need evidence of this? The only thing I'm hearing is that this man is just a degenerate, but he's not. Well, he's a sexual degenerate, but he's not, and he didn't SA anyone. I don't see the point of this argument anymore. Really don't care. Yeah, he hasn't done nothing actually wrong here. He's weird, but he's not. He hasn't done any crimes. He hasn't committed any real harm or trauma to anyone. It's a bit weird, but hey, I'm saying it doesn't really make a lot of sense. What's the point of this video anymore?
During your relationship. Then she said, told me this. It was before our relationship. To my knowledge, not during. He was hella careful about texting stuff. But I reached out to one of his exes I knew he was with. She's like an e-girl type, and she confirmed it. She has more evidence than I do. Sent me pictures of her face being bruised after going to meet up with him, which is a crazy-ass allegation. Listen, guys, if a girl links up with you, and you guys do your thing, and she leaves that interaction with a bruise on her...
I kind of notice a lot of girls who are in the porn industry or like OF girls, they never date dudes who are in the OF industry either. Have you noticed that? Like, porn women don't date dudes who are in the porn business, but they'll date a regular dude or a celebrity who's not part of that. Treating this man like he was on the file. Yeah, I thought he was like on the files. He didn't have done nothing so far as I hear it. Like, you notice that, right? They don't date men in the porn industry. Like, porn girls who's a porn star will date someone of, like, some celebrity, some e-celebrity, or some normal dude. But they'll never date a dude in the porn industry as them. Isn't that weird? I didn't, because I don't do that or really look into that. You notice that? I've never seen that. Like, I never seen, like, a girl who's, like, who's either a famous OF girl or whatever case may be. They never say they're with some dude who used to fuck women in the same industry as them. They're always fucking some dude that's outside that realm. You find that weird? Sounds like they're trying to spread some... Yes, like, it's weird. They don't fuck dudes who are in the same... Remember, most of the dudes who they're fucking is not even all that bad-looking men, right? So why are you picking, like, the weird average Joe dude? Or, like, well, the tech mogul, or the e-celebrity. It's kind of weird. Pity, any offering that... Yes. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, and they never get pregnant by a porn dude. It's kind of weird. Very weird.
Her face, bro, optically, it does not look good. Even if it was just rough, and it was all consensual, just... optically, bro, just understand in the court of public opinion, bro, you're pretty much cooked. Now, to reiterate, these are just all allegations. I have no hard concrete proof. I don't think anybody has any hard concrete proof yet. And as far as I can tell, no other major commentary channels on this platform, at least, have even talked about these allegations.
Then this is a worthless video, then. This video was a waste of time. This is just allegations or, like, speculation and rumors, or even if it's some that's true to the point where he hasn't done no crimes that I'm hearing. He didn't do nothing, no lady per se. The only thing I can say he did wrong is probably filming the women without their consent that he was like doing shit with. But I think the women that he recorded was the girls who are usually OF chicks anyway, I believe. Because they're e-girls, so they're usually OF chicks, so they probably wouldn't mind it too much since they're already on the internet, per se. If anything, him recording them is just going to guarantee that they're famous enough to be sent out by a e-celebrity like him. So, yeah. It really means anything. Is it because the regular guy or celebrity has better... No, I don't think so. I don't think so. Because those men are just as... I wouldn't say they're just as rich, but they make just as much money as those women. I don't think so. It's a weird thing. I'm not saying that may not be a reason. Because that could be a trying factor. Because they probably... Those type of men probably have more money than the porn star dude, but they're not lacking like that. I don't think so. They're not lacking height, stamina, performance, and they usually are pretty well connected themselves. That's gross. That grosses me out how they just give their body away. I don't know. I don't know how they do that either. It's just like, well, most of them did it because they was down on their luck and they had loans and stuff they had to pay off. But after a while, they end up falling in love or just being so in this industry for so long they can't really leave till they're like in their 40s plus, and then when they start looking not the same in their 20s, that's when they either find God or just keep going. Or they want to settle down. They find God and they tell the internet, don't post videos of me because I have children now type shit. Which is the irony in that. That's what you do when you shake the hands with the devil. Devil comes for his due, bro. When you shake hands with the devil, those are the things that happens. Low and Griffith much, right? Okay, sounds like you're naming their status. I don't know. I buy.
Aside from Cam Nuggets. And I just gotta say, it is funny how, we as commentary YouTubers, we make drama content, talking about allegations on everybody else and all these other individuals. And then next thing you know, we're getting allegations thrown our way. And then we end up being talked about on other people's channels. It's like, it just comes full circle, man. It's like a snake eating itself. It's fucking hilarious.
Yeah, it's called the Ouroboros tattoo.
So I'm going to keep going over what Sacramento ended up posting about now possible allegations of Tom messing around with girls who are into things like age play. So we're starting to get into the thick of it, I say. Now, this guy named Blue Kerbo said, has he ever dated any of those age play girls? I saw him follow a couple a while ago.
And then she said, the girl he sent D-pics to and got hacked was an age play Belle Delphine type girl. So basically those girls who dress up as like kawaii schoolgirls on Instagram. We all know the type. She said, I sent the screenshots about the blackmailer guy here earlier. He told me he went to meet up with her, but was too weirded out and went back home. Her account has been posted in this thread before, I believe. It's Creepy Hoarder. And then I'm going to show you guys what this Creepy Hoarder girl looks like. And I am now currently on her page, Creepy Hoarder. As you can see, she's like one of these anime kawaii girls. And as you can see, these are her photos.
What do you think, fellas? I say meh. Mid. Kind of mid. Like, this is your typical e-girl looking. This is like your basic e-girl looking chick. Like VR chat type shit. We are talking about how the industry is bad. Oh, wait. What is true? Let me see. He says, I don't. For a sec. Let me see. I know for a sec. Okay, what is true? We know. Or they talk about the industry is bad. Yeah. Okay, so a lot of girls in the OnlyFans industry are married. It's different from porn industry. Well, then again, being an OF girl does not actually truly mean that you are doing porn, but is highly associated. So that you might be doing OnlyFans, but you may not be doing sexual things. Right? It's like if you have like what do you call it? What's that app called? Oh my god, is that app that people use to do like almost illegal shit? Oh, associated to do illegal shit. I forgot what it's called. Meh. I say meh. If I was a guy, I wouldn't. Makes me feel uneasy. Yeah, I got you. She has a fit. She's fit, yeah, but she just looks generic. Like, don't go for her face. Don't go for her body just because she looks nice. Yeah, she has a nice body, but this could be mediocre as well. Like, don't fall for that. And the makeup, that's a ton of makeup. I think the less makeup a girl looks, the less makeup she has, or at least she appears to have, is better looking you are. When I can outright see a bunch of makeup, that tells me everything. Okay, it's kind of the like eating where you it's like don't shit where you sleep type shit. So hopefully things get less whatever is going on. Well, this video is about to be done. We're gonna go to the next video to jump on next anyway. That is a ton of makeup. It is a sibling to Pennywise. Kyla, did you get verified on Discord yet?
right here and stuff like that. We're all used to it, you know, Hello Kitty aesthetic, etc. Pink, white, you know, the cutesy little girl type aesthetic. And personally, me, I don't, you know, it's not really my thing. I don't really care if guys are into this. You know, she's a fully grown adult. She can do whatever she wants. I know it was a big thing in like the early 20s with the girls doing the little baby voice and crossing their eyes, like, you know, the Belle Delphine types. And I
never found that shit attractive. I found that shit fucking cringe and annoying. It's like, okay, videos like that always felt like, this is why anime can't be, like, mainstream in the way that it's, like, totally accepted. It's always gonna be seen as weird because this shit comes up. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, people watch anime and like, oh, I like anime, yeah, I watch it, it's cool, all that stuff. And then there's other people who take it to a level where it just doesn't need to be. Like, dude, just be normal. Like, I understand you like Dragon Ball Z or whatever the fuck, but you don't have to be fucking weird about it. Like, it's fucking strange. Like, you don't have to take it to that, like, level. Like, it doesn't need to get to that weird, strange level where you have to prove yourself that you're a super anime fan or you're super into anime. Like, it's fucking...
the big thing in like the early 20s with the girls doing the little baby voice and crossing their eyes, like, you know, the Belle Delphine types. And it does nothing for me. I'm gonna be honest. But essentially, this is what they're trying to say Turkey Tom is into, and are trying to use this as an allegation to slander him with. I don't know if Turkey Tom has slandered anybody in his past videos or documentaries, like video essays about being into age play. If he's like slandered them about being into age play, and then, you know, him all of a sudden being into this stuff, it is a bit ironic and hypocritical. And yeah, again, like, the commentary community is full of hypocrisy, I guess.
It doesn't really mention anywhere here. Now, this guy Jandal ended up looking into this creepy hoarder girl.
Let me see. In fact, let me
and
see.
she has
says,
a whole bunch of other controversies and things that I don't really want to get into this video because almost 100% it'll get age restricted.
Yeah, we always know that one weird kid who did shit like that. And I'm not talking about the kid who used to run with his back behind him, his arms, like he was in Naruto or Sonic or shit. I'm talking about those people because, you know, we all kind of did that at one point, or like saw someone did that at one point. But like, whether you know them as a family member, a friend, a stranger, or even like it was like a associate at school or some shit. But when it comes to those people who are like outright trying to be an anime character in real life, that shit is fucking annoying. Like, it made worse by association, because like, if you knew a kid who watched Naruto and he acts like a character from Naruto in real life and try to bring that up all the time, you saying that you watch Naruto, they might think you do the same thing. Like, it's like an association type thing. Like, there was nothing wrong watching anime. It was the people outside of that who did that shit was weird about it. Those are the ones who claim I got beat up in school type shit because I watched anime. No, you didn't watch anime because you got beat up. You're not the one who got beat up for anime. You got beat up because you was doing weird shit, and you associate anime to your shit. That's the difference. Lack of a self-awareness was the problem here. Was not a friend. Okay, hang by. Wi-Fi is acting up. It's alright. It's alright. Okay, at one point she said something along lines of ooh, oh dang, makes me remember a strange memory. Oh god. If you want to share, you can, bud.
Basically, she draws things like lollipop stuff, like the stuff Shadman used to draw. Apparently, she took advantage of one of her exes. She visits lollipop websites as well. There's a picture of her wearing a Bluey outfit.
So, okay, well, with all the implications here, yeah, typical type behavior for people into age play, and yeah, I'm not shocked or surprised in the least. Honestly, a lot of this, I would say...
Wait, is age play just for people who want to dress like a baby and all that shit, or is age play have to do with, like, we're picking an age to pretend? Is the default thing the baby thing, or is it like the age in general? We just pick an age and we just kind of act out that age. Is that what that is? Let me see. Let me see. He says, oh dang, okay. A girl knew my name and I never interacted with her. Okay, I blame the job market. People go to college for like years to get a specific degree for a job to where they won't even get hired after they went through college. That's why most people don't go to college. That's part of why a lot of people don't go to college, not even because it's expensive, but you might go for a job and then you might do all those 4 years or 4 years plus. go into the job market, found out the job market's not hiring, and then you're just working at McDonald's, or you're working at Starbucks, or you're helping out your family's business, i.e. me. You're helping with your family's business that keeps them afloat, so it keeps you afloat. So like it's kind of like that. You know what I'm saying? Like it's kind of insane. Like it's I don't know. It's hard to explain. Like it's, and then a lot of people just go to trade school and become a electrician or something specific, and they go for real estate or something. You know what I'm saying? They take a course, a certification, and stuff like that. So, they made me feel uneasy real quick, but I kept my cool. Gotcha. I blame OnlyFans. No, baby stuff. Just baby stuff. Okay, babies specifically. Okay. I don't know. I just know I will never do it. Okay. I think it's a baby thing. It's a baby thing? Okay. Still haven't got a call back from Starbucks. It's alright, bud. You'll get it. I believe in you, Mikey. You can do it, bud. You'll get that job. Don't worry, bud. No, you'll get called in eventually. I don't know if the job market is horrible. So it's not your fault. It's just the economy to this degree. I understand. I used to do the same thing. Used to apply to a bunch of jobs in my area. Still not fucking hiring. I'm like, fucking ass, yo.
It stems from arrested development people who can't fully mature. Like they just hold on.
And then what's worse is now we hearing that McDonald's and Burger King is getting into AI, where they don't need people to like cook the food. They don't even need people to even cashier. They're doing the same thing with the drive-through. They have a robot now going to be answering the drive-through now, so they won't be. You're not going to need humans anymore at the restaurants anymore. They have a whole robot that can cook. They have a robot that can either get the food, I think, if I remember right. And then there's already a self-checkout to the point where they don't even need like you to physically go and do the self-checkout. You can do it on the phone. You can make it per order and then come in and get your food type shit. So I feel like it's nothing but to proven otherwise, yeah.
To like immature, childlike state of mind. Not saying everybody in this particular type of aesthetic or community thinks like that, but it does seem like a very common personality trait or behavioral trait.
Like I can acknowledge, right? Like this is hot. She looks good, right? Like her body looks nice. Like this is clearly.
Like the body looks nice, but she's lacking on the heavies though. I'm sorry, she got a bottom down there, but she lacking them heavies. Yeah, I need some heavies, some bottom, but like I'm not saying she don't look bad. She look good, but like she lacking them heavies though. I need some heavies.
An adult with an adult body with an adult butt, but her history, the things that she engages in, it's not exactly a good look. And you know, Tom choosing to interact with that is again his prerogative, but eventually her history, the things that she does is going to be linked to him, kind of like we saw with like Buddha Hall.
Oh yeah, there yeah. So like it says here, wait, he said it says here, does that mean there is work for taking care of like an AI maintenance person, like a robotics maintenance person? That's gonna be a thing. Because even if the robot can do everything, the one thing about robots, they still need someone to maintain them. So you could be like a specialist AI / robotics individual who comes and do inspections on the robots. I don't know how much I will pay, but since it's going to be AI powered, that might actually, you know, make a lot of money. You know what I'm saying? Because like right now, construction is going to be. Like a lot of construction workers are going to be out of a job because now people are in construction. Now, like people who do houses, like they make houses, you can 3D print houses now. You know, it doesn't take like 40 plus people to make a house. Like especially a team, it only takes like what 4 people to 3D print a house. I can show you. Like right now, I think there's like 2 or 3 different like businesses right now who's getting a lot of stock right now. Besides Elon Musk, but like. There's like 2 of them, and right now they're 3D printing houses. And it only takes like, what, 24 hours? Or to a week to get the whole house up and running? at least get the whole house constructed within a week or less, because it's just 3D printing everything. Now at that point, you still need people to come into the house, put in like the pipes and stuff, and put in the electricity and like the wires in and all that stuff. But you don't need a bunch of men anymore to like build houses, because it makes the cost of labor much cheaper, and then the materials much cheaper. You don't have to buy a bunch of X, Y, and Z. Especially if you're like making out concrete and shit, you don't need that much work. It's like a giant printer, like system, and they need to put the blueprint in, and then it starts making the house. But first you have to have the land and all that stuff that comes in, but you have to get the whole thing like set up and stuff, and that's it. You press a button and then it starts doing its thing. Soon we won't need people making houses no more. Okay, aunt and uncle still thinks it's easy to get a job, but the last time they applied for it was in the mid 80s. Makes sense. Like, this is exactly why Gen X just somehow doesn't get it. I think some of Gen X, like late Gen X, does get it. Early Gen X does not. They just don't get it. So I understand your frustration, Mike.
And anyone who involves themselves in messing around with this Shadman lollipop type stuff.
Exactly. So you just gotta, as a creator, you have to be very careful about your optics and who you are publicly associated with. Now, this was behind the scenes until recently, and this has all been leaked. And see, that's another entirely different situation or conversation to be had about how you treat certain people in your private life, because if you're intimate with them, you're sharing all kinds of information with them, and then something happens, right? A falling out, a not peaceful departure, people will feel scorned, and they will use the knowledge that they've gathered about you to then slander and allegate things about you that either may not be true or just may be wholly exaggerated, which can impact your entire career, your livelihood.
And that's the worst thing about that, because like they can make up like a lot of people, even if they're lying, a lot of people are going to believe them off rip because they personally know you. Right? So if they personally know you to a degree where you having intimate messages with them, like you talk to them on a private situation all the time, you talk like late at night or like a lot, and you send each other memes and shit, they're going to take that more to fruition that you're that type of person, because they can't get access to you. And because they can't get access to you, they're going to take whatever the person who you fell out with more seriously than anything else. This is why you should be very careful on who you message. If you're thinking of becoming a certain creator, or you're being a certain, X, Y, and Z, so it is what it is.
And this is the situation Turkey Tom seems to be.
Gen X, they're boomers, which makes it more infuriating. Oh, that's even worse. Yes, boomers are probably more worse than Gen X, than early Gen X. I think just any type of boomer, whether it's beginning, mid, or late stage boomer, they are the worst, because they have this this understanding that everything is just, if you just walk in and you just apply, you'll get it tomorrow. It's not that big of a deal. No, dude. No. If it was, a lot of people won't be complaining about it, but you just don't get it. No, you're just lazy. You gotta grab yourself from your bootstraps. I'm like, no. You like, I think Neon said it. He said, we're going to live in an era where having one particular skill set won't be good enough for you to live off for the rest of the next 30 plus years. You're going to need to learn different skill sets just to keep afloat, just to get passed by what life is. So not saying to be lazy, or not saying not to like at least try to, make that a thing, but like to expect that you're just going to go to school, get out of college, and then get a job and then you're set. That doesn't exist anymore. That's long dead. I don't know. That probably depends on the person. That depends on the person per se, but most of them usually think like this, especially baby boomers, because they're usually really old. They're like 60 plus or something.
Sorry to hear this happen to you. Sounds like typical corn-addicted gooner behavior. Does he have a gorn addiction? Was he into harder stuff? And if yes, when did you find out? Sacramento says he told me he was a corn addict in the past, but quit a couple years ago. I believe he replaced his corn addiction with filming other women during sex. Because he was unable to finish most of the time during sex, but only through watching the videos he would take. As soon as I confronted him about what I had seen about him online, he wasn't able to maintain an erection, and I think sex is just a huge ego thing.
Well, shit. Tom, what the hey, well, that's a whole other, issue with his psychology and his biology, bro. You gotta, if you can't, wrap things up with, a woman without needing to watch it back on the phone, maybe that's why he was filming his POVs. That is crazy, bro. Like, this is one of the issues with long-term chronic gooner addiction. Like, guys, man, half the male population needs to be cut off from, like, watching internet explicit content, because it really has messed up the minds of a lot of, like, young men, even older men. And it does over time lead to other extreme hobbies or addictions and behaviors, which can manifest into borderline illegal / abusive type behavior. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, understand these are just all allegations, obviously, posted by, I guess, supposedly one of his former exes. Obviously, always take everything with a grain of salt without hard proof. But yeah, man, it's not looking too good for Tom, and hopefully he can speak out about this pretty soon to clear his name, or provide some insight for the people who watch his content. Honestly, yeah. Guys, if you're a public figure or creator, influencer, whatever the hell you want to call
Gotta
yourself,
go and
man,
get some
clean
missing
shit up
ingredients from
behind
the
scenes
grocery
before
store.
it, spills out into the
Gotcha,
public.
bro. Okay, I feel like we are. Okay, I don't know. It depends. Probably. I don't know. I feel like we are going towards less physical labor and more towards creative and brain. I want to say more creative won't be more like. Tripod. Stay the fuck in. Oh my god, dude. I'm tired of you. You're just pissing me off, bro. Just pissing me off. You're pissing me off. Stop it. Stop it. I don't know what's your problem. Damn. Ah, shit. Doing all that wobbling. Wobbling. Okay, let me see. Oh, here's that. This is something from Silver. Silver sent this to me. I think it's one of those edited anime comedy sketches where people like edit characters into scenes very seamlessly, like they're actually talking to one another. This is only a minute long. It says Bakugo catches Rize cheating on him with Zamatsu from Demon Slayer. So let's go.
Perfect, and I'm sorry.
It's fine.
Tonight was so perfect, and I'm sorry.
It's fine. If anything, it's flattering. It's sweet.
When did you come?
She didn't.
I think it usually for me.
Your roommates, or?
Oh shit.
Don't be rude. Introduce yourself.
Hey, you didn't tell me that you were. Where'd you park the Cadillac?
I sold it.
Listen, man, I had no idea. I don't know what's. She didn't tell me that. I'm sorry.
What are you sorry about?
I just.
Can I get you a beer?
What?
Cigarette? You must be tired from fucking my wife.
You're a child. What do you expect? I'm depressed. Something to...
Women. 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 You know what? I'm not gonna lie to you. If a woman does this to you, she's mentally checked out. There's nothing you can do. This is more of a mental thing than it is like, oh, she's physically not attracted to you. This is a mental thing. For most women, I think it's usually just a mental thing. In a nutshell, yeah. Like, let me see. Yep, in a nutshell. Like, when she talks like this to you, or in case it be, she's not gonna come back to you the way you think. She'll never come back because she already sees you as like a ick. Like, it's a mental thing. This is not a physical thing. So even if you were to work out super hard and get the most craziest abs, or in case it be, this is not. She might find you a bit more attractive, but that's not gonna make her want to fuck you. Well, wrong timing to say nuts.
to do. I had to do that to get your attention.
What? How much you pay?
Oh my god.
Or her? Him? Her? I don't even know what I'm looking at!
You're a prostitute, man.
You think I paid for that?
I should just leave. Okay.
You think I paid for that? Oh my god.
Do you see me now? Can you see me now? You should call your psychiatrist and say, I don't need any more lithium because I'm so happy now. Yeah!
You should be happy! You got what you wanted! You fucked the thing!
I sat there and he humped my leg like a dog. 3 pumps.
What's he packing? Can't be more than 4
Three
inches.
That
pumps?
is not what
He didn't
happened.
even know where to put it. I was guiding Stevie Wonder.
Why would you tell him?
Shut
that?
up!
What else this asshole tried to
When he
do?
found whatever he was looking for down there, he turned into robot voice. He said, "Target acquired, pleasure incoming."
Target acquired. This is incoming. There's no way. Bro did not do that. Bullshit. Bullshit, bro did not do that. You're full of shit. There's no way he did that. Nah, I said no. No, that is crazy. No, you didn't do that. No. No, you have a reference? Yeah, yes, it's a reference. Let me see, bro just got caught up in some shit. That's crazy, dude. All right, so let me show you guys. We have now we're on the creepypasta things here. This came out a day ago. It's called The Grotesque Manga About a Flesh-Eating Baby. Hell Baby Explained. So this one's going to be different from the rest. This is called The Hell Baby. Yes, we are on that shit. If you have a queasy stomach, if you can't handle creepypasta shit, you should jump out of here now. I don't know how this is going to go, because we have jumped on some crazy shit. I still think PDS, the Child God probably took that one. I'm not even gonna lie. That was horrific. But, yeah. Well, I'm ready. Okay, let's go. Let's go.
Hello friends, this is Grief speaking. Today I'm bringing you another messed up manga, Hell Baby by Hideshi Hino. It's about as weird as the title suggests. It's full of grotesque imagery, foul environments, and horrifying situations, all surrounding a bloodthirsty infant. But underneath all the shock is actually a very sad and tragic tale following a lonely and deformed little girl trying to make sense of her bleak existence. I originally covered this in my disturbing manga series, and it's one that has stuck with me. So let's get right into it. This is Hell Baby Explained.
Hell Baby.
Chapter 1. A dark and stormy night. We see a hospital through the heavy rain and howling wind of a thunderstorm.
Let's do
More
this,
specifically,
Marines.
the OBGYN ward. A worried doctor pulls a new father aside to give him some strange news. The delivery went fine, twin girls just as they expected, and everyone's healthy, including the mother. The confused man asks what the problem is then, and the doctor, visibly shaken, has trouble getting the words out. The lightning crashes outside, and we don't hear what he says. But the father has a look of terror.
I'm sorry, Nathaniel. I'm so sorry, Nate. I just saw what you wrote. I'm so sorry, Nate, my bro. Oh my god, you should get that phone checked. That's just gonna get you in trouble. I'm so sorry, my dude.
The doctor decides to just show the man his 2 daughters. One is sleeping peacefully in her bassinet, perfectly healthy and adorable. However, after some whispered conversation with a nurse, the doctor leads the man into a dark room to see his other daughter. Upon entering, he's thrown off at the terrible shrieking sounds coming from the bassinet. To accompany these dreadful noises, the father sees strange and sudden movements within, and finally is struck with pure terror at the sight of the baby. Her large head misshapen, her face askew with 2 different sized eyes, and the lack of a nose, but rather an indented snout. Even more unsettling are fully formed teeth, or rather, sharp fangs in her mouth. It's a shocking sight to say the least, and the father is sent reeling as the storm rages on. Back in the doctor's office, the man asks how this could have happened, and the doctor tells him there's no medical explanation. He says that the infant is thoroughly abnormal, and even goes as far as to call her a demon child, prompting the father to cry out in agony at the creature he and his wife have produced. Later, we learn more about why the doctor is acting this way, but right now it strikes me as kind of funny how they're losing their minds over the baby basically just being ugly. It's a little messed messed up. Chapter 2, The World's Graveyard. We get a big 2-page spread of a massive junkyard that seems to stretch on forever, and it's described as the world's garbage heap because of its size, though in reality it's simply a large city dump. In the dead of night, a car pulls in, and the silhouette of a deranged-looking man throws a plastic bag onto a junk pile before driving off. A small shrieking voice sounds from within the bag, and something begins moving inside, but slowly the voice grows weaker and the movement stops until finally all is still. A nearby wild dog sees the bag covered in crows and chases them away, then rips it open to see what's inside. If you hadn't guessed, it's the dead body of the poor deformed infant. Her father casted her out amongst the garbage to suffocate and die. Instead of feasting on the baby's corpse, the dog looks frightened of it and walks away growling. So this small body begins to rot, and though many animals approach it, stray dogs, cats, and mice, after only one sniff, they run away, never to go near it again. Is it because the corpse is so grotesque? Or did they perhaps sense something even more foreboding about the baby? Time goes on, and we see the disturbing deterioration of the tiny corpse. Chapter 3, Fireballs. At night, in the world's graveyard, strange fireballs often appear to haunt this treacherous world. A loud moaning can be heard, and as it grows louder, the fire burns brighter and more red, like the color of blood. Then a wailing chorus of curses resounds against the world. If you're unfamiliar with Japanese folklore, this will instantly remind you of Hitodama, or more so Onibi spirits that often appear around cemeteries. But these fireballs seem much more malevolent. One night they begin to cluster, merging into a great fireball which becomes an enormous ball of light. Suddenly, a flash of lightning shoots out and penetrates the dead baby's body. Then the little rotted corpse starts to move and cry out faintly. The ball of light then engulfs the baby, restoring her body back to its original hideous form. And inside the fireball, as if back in her mother's womb, she fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 4, Like Worms That Crawl the Earth. We see a poor dead dog being picked to pieces by a murder of crows. The birds look over to see a bright light, and out of which crawls the hell baby. At the sight of her, the crows are frightened away, and the infant crawls to the dead dog. In a disgusting few panels, the baby begins to feast on the animal, sucking out its rancid juice. Her hunger satisfied, the baby starts wandering around the graveyard until she comes upon something strange, an old decaying mannequin. It stirs an unfamiliar emotion within the baby, but the instant she lays her cheek on the strange object, she drops off into a deep sleep. After a while, the baby awakens, and the feelings she had are fading rapidly. Just then, she begins to smell something, a scent that once again arouses the unfamiliar emotion. So the ugly baby crawls in the dark towards the source of the smell. It grows more pungent until finally she finds the source. Inside a drain pipe is a litter of newborn puppies and their mother. Excited and curious, the hell baby crawls inside, but is met with fierce hostility from the protective mother. In a shrieking panic, the baby crawls away, and in this moment learns she would never belong in this place. She decides to crawl back to the mannequin, but no matter how long she stares at it, the feelings she experienced aren't coming back. She tries to lick it and sniff it, but finally she's convinced that this object is not the thing she was seeking. Instead, the baby finds something else, a small hole in a pile of trash. It reminds her of the space that the puppies were in, and without knowing why, she climbs into the dark hole. Nothing inside but the damp air and quiet darkness. The baby feels completely secure, and soon she dozes off into the bottomless pit of sleep. Chapter 5, Life in the Graveyard. So the baby took the dark hole as her home, but survival in this place isn't easy, especially for a fucking baby. We see the savagery of the animals as some loose chickens peck at the ground and a stray cat comes out of nowhere to maul one to death. The baby watches this, but is too small and weak to catch an animal herself. The only saving grace is that the animals are all spooked by her, so they leave her alone. In order to survive, the baby drinks muddy water, sucks the juice from rotting corpses, and digs in the soil for insects to eat. Well, the baby continues to survive like this, in this unholy place, the graveyard of the world. Chapter 6, Queen of the Graveyard. Time has passed, and 7 years have come and gone. The baby has grown into a little girl, though her body is as grotesque as ever. We watch her hop along like Quasimodo and quickly dig up some worms to eat, though she's gonna need more to fill her increasing appetite. She looks over to see a large rat nearby and attempts to chase it down and catch it, but she's too slow. Because of her condition, the animals can smell her coming, so she has no element of surprise. We also learn that if the girl goes too long without eating fresh blood, her body begins to decay again, and we see a horrific horrific image of maggots eating her alive
Well,
down
then
to
she's
the
already
bone,
dead, then.
exposing her ribs. At this point, she must find fresh food or die. Knowing the animals hate her scent, she's actually devised a clever plan. In the distance, she spots a wild dog and yanks out some of her hair in bloody detail. She throws the clump of hair behind the dog, and its pungent smell freaks it out, making it run the opposite direction and right toward the hellish girl, who leaps out and bites into the dog's throat with her sharp fangs. Then she finishes it off by sucking it dry of blood. With this new method of using her own body parts as a diversion, there's no animal she can't catch in the dump. She climbs to a high mound of garbage and shrieks loudly, in some fashion declaring herself queen of the world's graveyard. No other creature can defeat her now.
I wouldn't
Chapter
say that.
7. City Lights. In the distance, the bright city lights can be seen shining at night. Up until now, the girl has had no interest in the city and feels bound to this wretched place that she calls home. But lately, she's been feeling drawn to the lights and sits out at night to watch them. She's filled with a mysterious feeling and gets the sense that the city is calling to her. Finally, one night, she decides to answer its call. So she swims through the putrid water between the dump and the city and crawls up to have a look and hopefully appease her curiosity. She finds the tall buildings and swarms of people mesmerizing and scary. What were these odd creatures she'd never seen before? Among them were smaller people that were even stranger. She spots a little girl walking with her parents, and at the side of her, the hell baby is struck with that strange, longing feeling that she felt before with the puppies and the mannequin. The little girl asks her parents if they can go to the fair tomorrow and is pleased to get a yes. She thanks her mom and dad, and though the hell girl can't understand the language, she wonders what these words mean and what the connection is these beings share. The hell girl travels back to her hole, but can't sleep. She's possessed by what she saw today. In a sudden burst of inspiration, the girl runs out of her hole and searches through the rubbish for something. After gathering a few items, she runs to a mirror and with a smile begins combing her hair before finally donning a filthy dress. The poor girl smiles and practically skips back to her hole, shrieking with pleasure about her new look. Chapter 8. The Mysterious Old Woman. In the night,
Even a woman's got a woman. Default.
the mysterious fireballs appear and once again form into a ball of shining light. This time, a figure appears within it. A jarring voice cries out to the sleeping girl, "Arise and listen to my words, you worm that crawls the earth. Come out of the dark hole and listen to what I have to say." We get a better look at the figure and see that it's a hideous old woman with a dark and off-putting face. Speaking telepathically, she tells the girl that now is her time for revenge against the humans. She tells the girl about how she's one of two twins, but was cast aside because she was ugly. She then commands the girl to go into the city and discover what she's been looking for. Here, her revenge against the humans will begin, and the girl will have a chance to alter her destiny. She once again points to the city before fading away along with the light. I don't know what kind of being this woman is, but
like
it
her
can't be
older
good. Chapter 9. The Terrorized City. So the girl heads into the city once again, and this time enters the streets to stand amongst the humans. Of course, she's immediately met with shock and whispers. To add to her dreadful appearance, maggots begin to fall off her body onto the ground. The people comment on how foul she smells as she walks by, and one man is hit with violent terror as he steps on something and sees it to be a cluster of maggots, part of a disgusting trail the girl leaves in her wake. As they watch her leave, they wonder what manner of thing she is. In a quiet neighborhood, a man walks his dog peacefully until the dog catches a whiff of something and begins growling in a panic. The man can't figure out what's got him shook until he turns to see a shadowy figure emerge. Of course, it's the deformed girl, and I can only imagine how scary her sudden appearance must be. With her bulbous eyes, filthy tattered dress, and maggots dripping off her, the girl makes her awful shrieking noise. The man is overcome by her rotten smell, and the dog barks violently. To make things worse, the girl spots the dog and, maybe out of reflex, or because it's all she knows, she pounces on the poor animal and in a terrible showcase of her violent nature, drains the blood from the dog's body. Snapping out of his shock, the man curses the girl and grabs her by the hair, but she reacts immediately by latching onto his arm with her fangs. Nearby, a policeman shows up and the man shouts for help. In a gruesome moment, the hellish girl rips the man's arm off in her mouth, leaving him to cry out at his gushing wound while she makes her escape, the arm still dangling in her mouth. The policeman tries to chase her, but loses her in some back alleys. freeze. The girl hides in a barrel, out of breath, and when she feels she's safe, begins to gnaw on the human arm, slowly stripping it of meat down to the bone. It's the first food she's had since traveling into the city, and it's by far the most delicious meat she's ever tasted. Next, we see a newspaper with the headline, "Monstrous Girl Attacks Old Man. Maggots Scattered at the Scene." And there's an interview with the man she attacked, quoted as saying that the girl has a foul and rotten smell. In the near future, a boy is studying into the night when suddenly his window slides open. Of course, he's terrified at what he sees, the maggot girl shrieking and climbing through his window. In an instant, she bites into his neck with such ferocity that the boy's head falls off. God damn.
Oh, God.
It hits the ground with a thud, and the girl goes to town on his body like it's some up buffet. Soon the boy's mother enters the room to give him a snack, only to find her son's body torn apart and scattered across the room, and the ghoulish monstrosity looking up at her before jumping out of the window. We then see another headline, "Monster Strikes Again, 10-year-old boy massacred." And so the girl began to attack people every day, prowling the city at night and sleeping in dark, desolate places during the day. As she continues to feast on humans, she's still beckoned by something and slowly travels through the city, hoping to find whatever it is that's calling to her.
Bro, she is not leaving. Like, bro, come on. That's not. What the fuck? Like, I know it's supposed to be a story, I get it, but like, Jesus Christ, what is the authorities doing? You couldn't find this bitch? It's like, literally, it's a savage woman. Like, what? She's not, like, no super criminal who's trying to hide her tracks. The fuck? What the hell?
Chapter 10, The
could've fought on
Hunt.
the
A
first
man
day,
sits
what the
watching the
hell?
news where the anchor says that the police are increasing patrol squads, but are unable to find the monster girl. A drawing of the girl based on descriptions from witnesses flashes on screen, and it's kind of funny because it looks exactly like the girl, the way she's drawn in this manga. Like, did they get Hideshi Hino to do the police sketch or something? Anyway, the man watching this drops his glass when he sees the image. It's none other than the girl's father, rattled at the familiar deformed face. He tries to play it off, though, as his family discusses the cannibal girl. His daughter is particularly frightened by her. It's not completely clear, but I believe this is actually the same girl that the Hell Baby saw that day in the city, not knowing that it was actually her twin sister. The father wonders if this really could be the baby he left in the dump all those years ago. Later, we see a man walking by the woods when the Hell Girl leaps out and latches onto him, shrieking. It turns out that this is a detective and he was looking for her. He pulls out his revolver and shoots at her, hitting her right in the leg. You can see the pain in her face. She's probably never felt pain like this. The detective immediately calls for backup as he clutches his wounded arm. Meanwhile, the deformed girl starts to run into the woods, slowed down by her wounded leg. The cops show up and they all fan out in the forest looking for her, eventually finding her blood trail. Before they can trace it back to her, she climbs up into the trees to try and escape. Chapter 11, Scent of Blood. The girl jumps between the tree branches like Naruto, but she can't keep it up for long with her legs still gushing blood. On the edge of the woods, she finds a house, and the mere sight of it triggers that strange longing feeling that she's been looking for. Looking at the house, she feels like she's looking at some nostalgic thing from the past. Whatever's been calling her must have brought her here. This is the place she's been looking for. Convinced that her destiny awaits her, she climbs into a window and enters the house. Once inside, the feeling only grows stronger, leading her to one of the rooms. Slowly opening the door, she steps inside and sees her twin sister sleeping soundly. At the side of her face, the deformed girl is overwhelmed by emotion. Approaching the bed and getting a better look, she believes this is somehow her other half. She can smell the sleeping girl's blood, the same blood as her own. Just then, the mysterious old woman's voice echoes in her head, confirming this to be the girl's twin sister. While she was thrown away, her sister has been given all the happiness and love. She asks the girl if she'd like to live this life, to be pretty and adored by her parents. Well, this is her chance to fulfill her destiny. She can become beautiful and live happily ever after. All she must do is suck all the blood from her sister's body. The old woman notes that the deformed girl is slowly being drained of her own blood from the gunshot wound, and that to survive, she must replace it with her sister's. At last, she'll be happy, and her sister will pay for the happiness she enjoyed while the Hell Baby suffered. The old woman's commands intensify as she screams at the girl to suck every drop of her blood and become her. The disfigured girl looks at her peaceful sister and contemplates this for a moment. Ultimately, she can't do it, and slowly backs away, shrieking. The innocent, sleeping creature with the same blood aroused her first humane feeling she's ever had. Tears fill her eyes, and the girl, kneeling in her own blood, trembles and weeps. Of course, her horrible shrieks wake up the sleeping girl, who looks over to see her monster of a sister kneeling by her bed in the dark. Imagine waking up to that in the middle of the night. Holy shit. The girl cries out for her mother and father, who come rushing into the bedroom. They gasp at the sight of the creature, and the father recognizes her once again as the daughter he once abandoned. The the memory of that terrible night flashes in his mind in an instant, which leads us to our next chapter. Chapter 12, Tragic Destiny. Back on that stormy night at the hospital, we learn a little bit more about the events that transpired after the twins were born. Apparently, the Hell Baby refused to take milk and instead wants blood. This is demonstrated when we see the small infant crawling into the lab and drinking blood samples. This makes a little more sense as to why the doctor was so freaked out. It wasn't just because she was ugly, it was her behavior as well. The father is in shambles, not knowing what to do about the situation. He begs the doctor not to tell his wife or anyone else outside the hospital what happened, and instead say that they misdiagnosed it as twins. The father believes that if anyone finds out about his demon baby, his family will be ruined. He believes that the baby could never live a happy life and wishes to end her miserable existence with his own hands. However, he couldn't bring himself to do it, and now he sees the monster that he's created. His weakness has allowed this poor creature to suffer for all of these years. The monster girl begins to cry, something her twin sister notices, and for a moment, the family seems to empathize with this poor girl. Suddenly, the police all show up in the house, and in a panic, the girl jumps out of the window. However, just outside, an officer spots her, and we see a splatter of blood. Not from him, but from the hole he just put in her chest with his gun. She collapses to the ground, and the old woman calls her a fool for wasting her chance to fulfill her destiny. The detective comes around the corner, and everyone is surprised to see the girl's body magically fade away, leaving only the tattered dress behind. The father, on his hands and knees, begs for forgiveness. Now let's move into the final chapter of Hell Baby, Chapter 13, Return to Darkness. Once more, we see the mysterious fireballs burning brighter than ever in the world's graveyard. They form into a shiny...
I like how the father was the only one who was like so shocked by this, but the mom was so like not even all that mentioned all that much, even though she was right there. She gave birth to 2 babies. You didn't know you gave birth to 2 babies? How do you not know? The fuck?
Ball of light. It disappears and leaves the dying girl's body, naked and bleeding in the dirt. Without a single drop of blood left, she uses her remaining strength to crawl. In her mind, we see the girl's final thoughts. It's alright. Everything is fine. I'm completely satisfied. I've lost my chance to live happily, but I can't sacrifice her for my sake. I can't destroy the happiness of my family. I finally found what I was looking for all this time. That's all I need. She drags her rotting body through the garbage, seeking only that tender darkness to return to. Finally, she finds the dark hole, her home. The instant she enters, she feels a sense of relief and becomes very sleepy. In her dimming mind, the faces of her father, mother, and sister appear, but vanish into the darkness. Soon, her mind is absorbed into the infinite dark, and we're left with one last page, all black but for the girl's lifeless body. That is the end of Hell Baby. Well, there you have it, Hell Baby.
That was sad. It wasn't that insane. It was alright. Nothing too crazy, to be honest, but it was alright. It was alright. A bit disappointed to a degree. Let me see here. Okay, we got a second one. This part 2. Where's part 1? Yeah, it was alright. This disturbing webcomic shocked me. Grammarly Land? Grammarly Land?
Grammarly Land.
Oh, Grammarly Land. I said it slightly off. Okay. Grammarly Land. This one's gonna be insane. Let's see where this takes us.
Welcome to Grimmery Land, a new theme park full of fun thrills and amazing attractions. 6 high school friends reunite as they're invited to be the premier guests. Things quickly go off the deep end, however, when they find that the attractions are horrifying and seemingly deadly. They have no choice but to enter the different areas of the park or be chased around by murderous mascots. As they make their way through the unsettling attractions, they start to find clues on how to escape, and they're all tied to the friends' twisted pasts. Is this just an elaborate prank with cutting-edge effects and over-the-top scares, or is something sinister going on behind the scenes? Either way, it's a frightening journey with some truly disturbing moments and shocking twists. Grab yourself a ticket. Welcome to Grimmery Land. Hello friends, this is Grief speaking. I asked you again what comics you wanted me to cover on the channel, and I got a few people asking me to please cover more webcomics because they don't really get the in-depth coverage that I typically give on my channel. So today we're looking at another webtoon comic called Grimmeryland. I've really enjoyed reading this one. It's got some of the conspiracy elements of Everything is Fine and the YA drama of Stagtown, but it also feels completely different than the other webcomics I've covered. Of course, it's chock full of horror as well. Grimmeryland does a particularly good job of setting up disturbing scenarios. It's not a massive series, but it's still big enough that I've decided to divvy it up into 2 videos. So this week we'll cover the first half of the series, and next week we'll wrap it up with the series finale. But let's not waste any more time and get into it. This is Grimmeryland Explained.
Take care. Okay, dude, bro.
The story kicks off with a creepy-ass character named Grimmery welcoming 6 friends to a new theme park, the aptly named Grimmeryland. He says that their worst nightmares are born in this place, and it's too late to back out now. This message is shown to the friends in the back of a limo as they head to Grimmeryland. So let's do a quick roll call here. We've got Margot, Zoe, Raimi, Jax, and Becca. We jump ahead and learn that the gang has been waiting inside the limo without moving for a half an hour, and there's no signal. Sick of waiting for someone to formally let them out, Margot just opens the door, and they find themselves outside of the freaky entrance. Becca takes a picture, but is a little confused. The only reason they are here in the first place is because she's an influencer, but without any signal, how's she supposed to promote it live? As they enter the park, they're greeted with a creepy Grimmery fountain, and they decide to try the first attraction they see, which is labeled Happy Family. They enter to find a bizarre setup for a ride. An animatronic husband, wife, and son are standing in what looks like a living room, and a narration plays introducing them to the Thompsons, the happiest family in America. There's several oversized baby carriages on a track used as carts for the ride, so the crew climb into a cart and roll into the next room. We learn more about this idyllic family. The father, James, worked at a prestigious company, and his beautiful wife dedicated her heart and soul to the family's well-being. Zoe takes issue with the fact that the husband gets a name and a job, and she's just the wife, only valued
Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh my God, fuck you, bitch.
for her beauty and servitude. Jax immediately rolls his eyes and tells her to shut up about it. In the next room, we see that the wife is pregnant, and the family is excited as they anticipate the arrival of a beautiful baby girl. At this point, everyone's wondering if this is even supposed to be scary, but up ahead, the track splits, and the 3 carts separate into different rooms. Jax and Becca roll into a bit of a darker turn for the Thompsons. Apparently, James lost his job, which has led him to heavy drinking. We then cut to Raimi and Zoe. In their room, they see something even worse. James eventually began taking out his problems on his wife and would brutally beat her. Yep, things have drastically escalated, and we can see the bruised cheek of the wife as James hits her with a belt. Zoe's disturbed by the sight of it, and it seems to relate closely to her own past. The narration continues, and we learn that during one of the beatings, the wife lost her baby. And there's a pretty disturbing panel showing the bottom of the puppet's dress covered in blood. My God. Bruno and Margot then see the next scenario. The little boy had been very excited for the baby, and after it died, he began to take care of a doll as if it were his sister. Pretty sad and creepy. One day, the family heard cries of a baby coming from behind the walls of the house. The boy believed that by playing with the doll so much, he had somehow managed to contact his dead sister. He tells this to everyone, including his friend, Margot. The fact that the character in the story has the same name freaks Margot out, and she demands they leave the ride. She struggles to undo the lap bar.
Sensitive much? Just because a character shares the same name with you doesn't mean that it means anything about you. What the fuck? You're a bit sensitive on that one. Like, yes, Margot's such a unique name. Like, no one else has that name, Margot.
We see Jax and Becca approach the next scenario. We learn that the cries did not appear because of the boy. It was actually the mother. And we see a pretty messed up scene of the mother standing over a bloody, broken doll in some kind of ritual. It seems like she started sacrificing other infants in an attempt to bring hers back. Finally, Margot manages to get the bar up and jumps out of the carriage. They walk down the track a bit until they find an exit door. However, when they enter, they seem to be back in the living room, and the others all show up to the same place. The entrance is now boarded up, and they begin to hear singing coming from upstairs. A song with some unsettling lyrics ring out. My dear sweet girl, I felt you growing inside of me. I lost you and I thought I was going crazy. The gang then makes their way upstairs and follow the song to a room. Inside, Mrs. Thompson is standing over the bed and continues the song. But thanks to love, I've been able to bring you back. The gang approaches the bed, and this is a really messed up scene. The father, James, is laying on the bed with his stomach swelled up like a pregnant woman. There's some weird details here that imply this is not a puppet, but real human flesh. Either that or Grimmery really went all out with the effects. The wife then finishes up the song. Through your executor, you will be reborn. She pulls up a knife and then slashes into James' belly, tearing it open and shooting blood out onto Becca's face. The wife turns to look at her and says, "And you will become my baby's food." She pulls up the knife and runs at them, screaming, "Feed my baby." I don't know what I was expecting from this comic, but it wasn't this shit. I mean,
Why
what
does this feel more like a movie than it is a webcomic?
the hell? The friends all run back downstairs and find all the doors are locked except one, which leads to the basement. Downstairs, they find the weird symbols used in the Mother's Bazaar ritual. Suddenly, the walls burst into flames and everyone freaks out when they see the most terrifying thing so far. A giant cursed baby chained to the ceiling and its umbilical cord like a snake with sharp teeth. It is a really creepy sight that I won't be forgetting anytime soon. They manage to dodge the umbilical cord and climb out of a nearby window to safety. For a moment, they all just stand there outside of the house, wondering what the hell just happened. Margot calls out Becca for dragging them here to this twisted park, but Jax defends her, saying, "Come on, it was fun." Zoe points out the fact that Becca has actual blood on her face, and they almost burned alive down there. Margot declares
You don't know that. That's probably effects. You don't know that.
she's leaving, and Jax tries to convince her to turn back, saying it was just dolls and some really good effects. They make it back to the entrance and find the limo is gone. But Margot doesn't let this deter her, and she starts walking into the dead of night. The thing is, eventually she hits a thick wall of concrete. They realize they're not outside at all, and never were. Suddenly, Gregory's disembodied voice speaks to them, telling them that there is only one exit out of the park, and the only way to access it is to locate the different clues scattered around the attractions. He ends this with an ominous "Welcome to Grimmery Land." Everyone is a little freaked out, but Becca is still holding on hope that this is all part of the experience. Margot points out the burn on her shirt and thinks Becca is not taking this seriously. But either way, they're stuck in here and need to continue through the park. Back inside, they look for a staff member to let them out, but it's pretty much a ghost town. Finally, they see a gift shop and figure there should be some employees inside. As you might expect, the place is deserted, and Margot once again starts berating Becca for getting them into this mess. As they argue, Raimi wanders off toward the back of the store. He's a little freaked out when he sees a shelf of Grimmery dolls and a weird panda head sitting on top. It seems to have blood speckled on its cheeks, and he moves in for a closer look when suddenly it opens its mouth in a big smile. This jump scares Raimi, and he falls to the floor yelling. What he was actually seeing was someone in a panda suit standing outside the window behind the shelf. They all hurry outside to figure out what's going on and are confronted with three mascots: a bunny, a goat, and of course the panda. They're just standing there staring. It's pretty creepy. Jax demands they tell him how to get out of the park, but the figures stay silent. On a close look, we can see they're all splattered with blood. Then they all pull weapons out from behind their backs. The bunny has a spiked bat, the panda has a chainsaw, and the goat has two sets of huge bloody shears. They start chasing the friends, who run in a panic into a nearby building, slamming the door behind them. They pause for a moment, wondering if this is still part of the entertainment or if the mascots would have actually hurt them. Bruno managed to grab a section of a map from the gift shop, and they figured they must have entered what's labeled the Museum of the Sleepers, whatever that means. In the next room, they see an older gentleman watching static on a TV and a sign that says "Silence, please." When they enter, they discover the man is simply another doll, although he's very realistic. As they admire him, Grimmery suddenly pops onto the TV. He introduces them to the Museum of the Sleepers and tells them this is a place of contemplation, so it's very important not to disturb their sleep. He says the doll's name is Jeff. Jeff ensures that the rules are met and thus maintains absolute silence during their tour. Grimmery leaves the screen while telling them to enjoy their visits, and then the words 16 sleepers flashes on the screen. Well, they don't have much choice, so the crew looks ahead to an eerily dark hallway. On the floor, we can see a rail, presumably for Jeff to travel along if needed. They hear Jax call out from behind, telling them to check out Jeff's new look. This doofus swapped hats with the doll as a goof, and the rest of them just tell him to knock it off. There's always one guy like this in every horror movie. In the middle of the hallway, they pass by a strange exhibit of a colorfully dressed woman with her eyes closed holding a book. The art here is really creepy. It's hard to explain. It both looks like a comic drawing and also kind of like a photo at the same time. Anyway, that a-hole Jax decides to yell at the woman to wake up.
Oh my god!
And as soon as he does,
Oh my
her eyes
god!
spring
This
open.
fucking idiot! Oh, this man needs to die! He's an idiot! Why would you do that? You on the short bus, bro. You on the short bus.
What the hell he's doing, and he justifies it by pointing out how happy the woman looks. At the same time, however, wheels can be heard moving in on them fast, and we see Jeff rushing toward them on the rail. He slams into Jax, knocking him to the ground. The doll then raises a finger to his lips and shushes him. Okay, that's pretty creepy, and I'm less and less sure that Jeff is actually a puppet. Anyway, Jax acts like he could have kicked Jeff's ass if he wanted to, and they move along to the next exhibit. Now the hallway is filled with several vases atop a series of pedestals. This forces them to carefully squeeze past to get through. In the wall is another doll surrounded by rose bushes and holding a violin. They're successful for the most part, getting to the other side without bumping the vases, until Bruno's chain wallet snags on one of the pedestals, pulling it over and breaking the vase. God damn it, a chain wallet, really? Anyway, as soon as it shatters, the puppet's eyes pop open and they begin to play the violin. In a terrifying flash, Jeff wheels toward them, this time with a nightstick, and takes a swing at Margot. Jax has had enough and squares up on Jeff, ready to fight back, but Jeff don't play that shit, and he smacks Jax across the jaw before...
Fuck you. Well, you're an idiot already. I didn't like you because you already fucked that up. So, like you have to talk. You have to open your mouth again. You don't learn your lesson. You don't. Night came to the face. Good. I really feel bad. Like, good. That's why you don't pay attention and learn your fucking lesson.
Once again, shushing him. After this, they decide it's best to just keep moving. They come upon a sign that says Old Mill Town, and they walk out into a much more open area that resembles a creepy old town, like something from A Nightmare Before Christmas. They're all really on guard now, trying to keep quiet in case Jeff comes to kick their ass again. However, right in front of Margot, a giant spider drops down by its web. She can't help but let out a terrified scream. One of the Old Mill houses lights up, a crow caws, and wheels can be heard rapidly approaching on the track. Jeff comes barreling at them, this time holding a freaking taser. Luckily, they all jump out of the way, and Jeff just shushes them once again. As he wheels away, Jax is sick of it and runs up, kicking Jeff in the back. Immediately, the taser swaps out of his hand for a gun. He turns around with glowing red eyes and points the gun at Jax. Man, who would have thought the scariest thing in this comic so far would be an old dude named Jeff? Don't fuck with Jeff, that's all I gotta say. He fires a gun which whizzes right by Jax and Becca and blows a hole in one of the houses. They look at the puppet in terror as he once again shushes them. They continue on to the next area. It's another hallway, but this one is extremely long and narrow, so if Jeff attacks again, there's no chance of getting out of the way. They finally reach the end and find it blocked by an iron gate. On the other side is a series of mannequins dancing, and one is holding the key to the gate. On the floor below the mannequin, it's clear that there is a rail path leading to the gate, meaning that if they woke up the mannequins, it would likely unlock the gate, but doing so is also going to alert Jeff. It's their only chance, so on 3, Zoe screams at the mannequin to wake up. Its eyes open and it slowly moves towards the door while the other figures dance around the room. At the same time, Jeff comes wheeling toward them faster than ever, his eyes glowing red again. It's honestly a horrifying image. The key turns, the gate opens, and everyone bolts to the other side of the room where the exit door is, dodging the dancing mannequins along the way. Becca is furthest behind and gets slammed by one of the dancers, knocking her glasses to the ground. She picks them up and comes running, but this slows her down significantly. Just as she reaches the others, a gunshot sounds and a bullet tears right through Becca's skull. Zoe has no choice but to shut the exit door, and as Becca's body collapses, we can see Jeff one last time with his smoking pistol and glowing red eyes. It then cuts to the TV from the start of the attraction, and we see the number increase from 16 sleepers to 17.
This feels like a movie.
That's a pretty eerie way to end this section. Outside, the gang of friends break down crying over what happened. Other than Jax, of course, because he's so tough, you know. Raimi walks up to Zoe, who's got her head in her arms. And this triggers a flashback to a similar situation back in high school, where Zoe sat at the same position, but for a completely different reason. There's some quick flashing images suggesting that Zoe had suffered physical abuse from her father. Raimi tries to comfort her, and she smacks his hand away, saying not to touch her, and how all men believe they have the right to do whatever they want with women. She takes it further by accusing them of all being being violent by nature and then runs away. The next day, when class ends, Raimi offers to walk home with
Obviously, the feminist is going to think this way.
Zoe, but she ignores him and asks Becca to walk home instead. Later, while Becca and Zoe are walking, they encounter Raimi being bullied by some classmates. Zoe immediately interferes and chews them out for picking on him. We learn the reason they're bullying him is because he's gay, and they accuse him of checking them out in class. Along with the two bullies is Jax. He's not engaging in it himself, but is still complacent as his friends harass Raimi. Later, Zoe apologizes for giving Raimi the cold shoulder. Things are bad at home, and she just took it out on him. Back in the present, while his friends cry, Jax says it's not their fault and they just need to move on or they'll never escape. Zoe snaps at him, telling him to let them have a minute for God's sake. She questions why Jax doesn't seem to care at all about what happened to Becca, and he coldly accuses her of leaving Becca behind. This turns into a heated back and forth where they basically accuse each other of getting their friend killed. Meanwhile,
Bro, Jax, if you didn't shut the fuck up at the very beginning and started kicking things, maybe we'll be alive.
Raimi seems to be stressing out. He finally snaps at Jax, telling him to shut up and calling him an insensitive asshole, saying that he should be dead instead of Becca. Pretty harsh, though it turns out that this was just a fantasy in Raimi's head. In reality, he calms himself down. He does so by imagining he's talking to an angel who guides him and keeps him rational. He does put a stop to the argument, but in a much more diplomatic way, and so the crew moves along. Next, they encounter an old cinema. In place of a ticket booth is a strange series of symbols and the instructions to choose a seat. Weird. There's a vending machine nearby, and Bruno grabs himself a drink. As he takes a swig, he sees something out of the corner of his eye. The killer mascots making their way toward them. With no way into the cinema, they bolt for the next attraction, a small church surrounded by a cemetery. They run inside, and the iron gates lock behind them. First, they try to get into the church, but it's locked, and as they make their way around, they find themselves in a massive maze. After a seemingly endless series of turns, it's clear that they're lost and might not ever find a way out. Bruno hears a strange noise and turns to see the silhouette of a little girl. He seems to recognize her, addressing the figure as Mia, and takes off after the shadow. Then we get a little bit of Bruno's backstory. In the past, we see a photo of Bruno and his little sister Mia, clearly a happy pair of siblings. Bruno sits lazily on his bed texting Margot, who says that she's going to be in the library all day studying. Bruno's mother comes in and asks if he's spoken to his sister since her piano lessons finished up hours ago and she's not answering her phone. The ever-annoyed teenager, Bruno says he doesn't know and that she's probably fine. In reality, she's far from fine. In fact, she's dead, and her corpse is laying alone on a dirt trail. Back in the present, Bruno continues to chase after Mia's silhouette until he finds a mausoleum with his own name on it. It's about this time when the others realize that Bruno is missing. They search for him and end up finding the mausoleum, along with others that have their names on them. Zoe enters hers looking for any clues when the floor drops out from under her and she falls into the darkness below. In what appears to be another flashback, Bruno plays hide and seek with Mia in a field. However, he actually finds her body contorted on the ground, and her lungs are completely outside of her body protruding from her mouth. It's bizarre and terrifying.
Oh, wait,
There's a
died
flash
of,
of an inhaler spraying into
Yep.
thin air and Mia choking. Then Bruno wakes up. This was nothing but a nightmare. Apparently, Bruno fell through the floor as well and was knocked out from the fall. He finds himself in a sort of dungeon and can hear Mia calling to him from the darkness up ahead. She says that she's been waiting for him and now they can be together forever. He turns a corner and sees something absolutely frightening. A creature comes running out from the dark, and it's nightmare fuel to say the least. It looks like a set of human lungs on a metallic skeleton missing its arms, and it has knives for legs. The creepiest part, however, is its face. Remember in the museum how I said that the art looked almost like a real photo mixed with the drawing? Well, this is a much more disturbing version of that. Bruno runs like hell until he hits a dead end back where he started. He finds a different path until he ends up in a chamber with multiple entryways. Out of one of the doors, two more of the creatures appear and run at him. Back up top, the other three try and figure out what happened to Zoe, and when Raimi enters her mausoleum, nothing happens. He realizes that maybe they need to enter their own, and sure enough, when he walks inside of the one with his name, he falls through the floor, spraining his ankle in the process. He limps along through the dark corridor and sees skulls on the walls as he passes. Up ahead, he sees a shadow, but instead of one of the creatures, it turns out to be Jax. In some ways, that might be worse. They scare the hell out of each other and then continue onward. The only path forward, however, seems to have corpses lining the walls. Raimi's too scared to go through, and Jax bullies him, calling him a little girl. He eventually softens, though, and takes Raimi's hand, leading him through. As they emerge on the other...
Let me guess, they like each other. He's a gay. He's gay. Most likely. He's actually secretly gay, too.
Side, they hear Bruno shout and run up ahead to see what happened. They enter the chamber Bruno is standing in, and it shifts to Bruno's perspective. He sees Jax and Raimi as the two creatures rushing toward him. He screams at them not to come near, and I get why. These things are freaky as hell from his point of view. It then cuts to another flashback. We learn that Margot and Bruno were really close before his sister passed away, and she was almost like part of the family. After Mia's death, Bruno became fairly closed off and had a hard time moving on. She even finds him trying to contact Mia with a Ouija board. Pretty sad. In the present, Bruno comes back to his senses, and the gang thinks that there must have been something in the drink he got from the vending machine which caused him to hallucinate. Either way, he says that there's something really wrong with this park. It's like the attractions are related to them somehow. Not to mention their names engraved in the mausoleums. Nearby in the chamber, Zoe finds a red journal. Inside, the author mentions painting arrows to find their way back out, but warns of a monster hidden beneath the church. Every night at midnight, the priest claims to hear strange noises under the floor. Just then, the church bell rings, striking midnight. Everyone's eyes widen, and nearby they hear a sound coming from one of the entryways, which is laced with human skulls. Zoe looks in and sees a bloody trail, and then, from the end of the tunnel, emerges a massive worm-like creature with sharp teeth wriggling toward them. They run in the opposite direction and spot one of the red arrows. According to the journal, this will lead to the exit. Unfortunately, Raimi's ankle is messed up and he's moving slow, but Jax helps him walk, and they finally make it to the way out. Only problem is, it's blocked by rubble. In the distance, they can hear the giant worm still chasing them. There's actually kind of an interesting shot here where we can see that it has wheels on the bottom, just like Jeff. Okay, so I guess Grimory is really good at making cool ass effects. They all work together to start clearing the rubble and make it out before it gets to them. They spot the nearest street lamp and make it back to one of the park's paths. Oddly enough, it starts raining, which means they're still outside despite the large walls closing them in. The good news is, once it's dawn, they'll be able to see much easier and get the hell out of here. Up ahead, they see a burger restaurant. Everyone heads inside, and Jax takes Raimi into the outside bathroom to help him with his ankle. He looks for a first aid kit, and Raimi tells him he's thankful for the help, and that things seem better between them. Jax starts to wrap Raimi's ankle, and we get another backstory segment. Turns out that Jax and Raimi were really good friends when they were younger. Although after an encounter where Jax kisses him on the cheek, Jax's father tells him not to do that. It's not normal. Later, we see the two boys playing with dolls at the park when some other boys show up and call them homos and say they're acting like girls or they come play football with them. Jax gets defensive and ditches Raimi to go play ball. We then get a montage of Jax aging up while quotes from his homophobic father litter the panels. It's all pretty stereotypical stuff, like how men have to act tough. There's a weird line where he says a real man has a big, but it cuts off before we see the obvious ending. It then cuts to Jax as an adult about to get it on with a girl, but when she grabs the crotch of his pants, he gets hesitant about the whole thing. The girl is pretty annoyed with the tease and suggests that maybe he has a pretty small one. In a comically shocking moment, his crotch gets its own speech bubble.
Yeah. We all know where this is going. This is now a stereotype at this point. This is a stereotype now. This is not something that is just so, this is a stereotype now at this point. It's been like 20 plus years now. This trope has been used way too much.
Don't let a girl talk to you like that, Jax. She's just a... He then chokes the girl, calling her a bitch. Wow, just in case Jax wasn't already your most hated character. It then cuts back to the present where Jax and Raimi are kissing. So I guess that's why the guy acts so macho. He's overcompensating in a couple of different ways. But seriously, what was with his crotch talking to him? That was a little goofy for an otherwise serious comic.
Jesus Christ.
Inside the burger joint, the others try and come up with a plan. Margot thinks they should tour the entire park and try to find another exit, but the others believe they ultimately are going to have to visit each attraction before Grimory will let them leave. Plus, those mascots are still out there, and wandering the streets isn't the best idea. Bruno flips through the journal they found, and in one of the pages discovers a symbol that he swears he saw on the cinema ticket machine. Thinking back on it, there was one symbol with a fetus, which may be related to the first attraction, and Margot noticed at the museum that Jeff had a badge with a moon symbol. Maybe they could try selecting these symbols and finally find an exit. It's worth a shot, and they head back to the cinema. Sure enough, they select the symbols and the
What the hell? Oh, hell no. Wait, go back. Wait.
Museum that Jeff had a badge with a moon symbol. Maybe they could try selecting these symbols and finally find an exit. It's worth a shot, and they...
Wait, did he put that there? I think bro put that there. That's his picture of his... He put that there. He must have put that
They
there.
head back to the cinema. Sure enough, they select the symbols and the doors swing open. Everyone heads in but Margot, who refuses to enter, saying they'll end up dead if they keep going on like this. Bruno asks her to please come with them, and she follows along. They enter one of the theaters, and suddenly the projector starts up, playing a video of Grimmery welcoming them, and introducing a horror film starring our dear friends. Suddenly, a title card pops up on the screen that says 3 mascots from hell, and shows the creepy eyes of the killer mascots. Zoe investigates the screen and finds that there's some space behind it. She thinks that they'll have to enter the movie, so to speak. Margot freaks out again and tries to leave, but finds the doors are locked. Zoe and the others try to tell her there's no other choice, they just have to move forward, and Margot just sits down in one of the seats, telling them to just go by themselves. If they do find a clue, then they can come back and get her. What a brat. Bruno says they can't force her and offers to stay with her so she's not left alone. Zoe warns them not to split the party, but Margot insists, and so Bruno and her stay behind while Zoe, Jax, and Raimi climb behind the screen. They move through some curtains to find a forest basked in a red glow. Raimi tries to talk to Jax about what happened, but he just says it was a mistake and calls it disgusting. Obviously, Raimi's pretty upset, but once again he gets guidance from his imaginary angel, who reminds him not to take it personally. It's not his fault that Jax is living in denial. They eventually come upon an old barn, but it's locked, so they enter a nearby country house to look for a key. As they creep through the doorway, they look over and see the goat mascot sitting in an armchair.
Just saying that's very far from being really accurate.
And watching static on a TV. Back in the cinema, Margot and Bruno have a moment to talk. Margot comments about how different everyone is from when they were in high school, especially Zoe, who now she can't even stand. She says that her and Bruno have always had a special bond though, right? He just says, yeah, you've always been a good family friend. Obviously not getting the hint, and you can see her smile.
I love it when it happens to women. I don't know. It just, I find it extra funny when this happens to women. I'm like, yeah.
They try and stay quiet and sneak into the other section of the house. They make it to the kitchen, which has blood smeared across almost every surface, and a pot full of what looks like entrails. Jax checks one of the cupboards, and a plate falls out, shattering on the ground. In the next room, we can see the goat stand up, holding the large shears, and he knows they're here. They split up to different hiding spots. Zoe hides in the pantry, where she finds the barn key, and as the goat enters the kitchen, Jax and Raimi sneak around the counters and into the other room. Unfortunately, the goat moves right toward the pantry and stops in front of it. But before he does anything to Zoe, Jax shouts at the mascot to distract him, and the chase is on as the goat follows them through the house. When they get back to the front door, they find, as usual, that it's now locked. Raimi narrowly avoids getting stabbed by the shears, and they head up the stairs instead. The goat is right behind him though, and once again slashes at him with the large shears. Before they make contact, Zoe jumps on the mascot's back and tries to choke him. She tells Raimi to run. The goat knocks her off down the stairs and continues his pursuit of the guys. There's only one door upstairs, and it's barred by a 2x4. They pull it off and look inside to see something pretty messed up. 2 bodies are hanging from the ceiling with their skin flayed off. The mascot bursts in behind them and pins Jax to a table in the room. As he struggles to fight the killer off, Raimi just stands there shaking in fear.
Bro, are you serious?
Struggle, Jax sees a...
Bro, are you serious? I'm so mad. Bro was right to say it was a mistake. Are you serious right now? Like, what the fuck? Come on!
A crowbar on the table, but can't quite reach it. He's almost done for when he spots the goat's other pair of shears in its pocket. He slides them out and stabs the goat in the neck, killing him. Out of curiosity, Jax pulls off its mask to reveal a pretty disturbed looking bald man underneath, now with a massive hole in his neck, of course. He looks malnourished and part of his ear is missing. I wonder who this guy was and how he ended up working for Grimmery. Jax turns to Raimi and lays into him for not helping, calling him a sissy. Raimi tries to stay calm and looks towards the angel, talking him down, but Jax's words obscure her, and he calls Raimi a dwarf. Raimi then sharply replies that unlike Jax, he's not ashamed of his size. This, of course, leaves Jax silent for a moment. Then his crotch talks to him again, saying not to let Raimi talk to him like this, and to show him who the real man is here. Jax goes into a full rage and starts choking Raimi, telling him again that he disgusts him. In another flashback, this time in middle school, we see where Raimi first developed the idea of the angel based on a children's show that he liked. In class, we see some kids bully him and call him a girl. These are clearly Jax's friends, and he just stands there letting them do it. Finally, Raimi can't take it anymore and snaps, stabbing one of the bullies in the hand with his pen. Man, Raimi really has some suppressed rage built up in him, huh? After this incident, Raimi's parents put him in therapy, and as an exercise, he starts writing stories as a way of venting his anger. He even wins an award for one. In the present, Jax stops choking him, and suddenly he's hit with years of pent-up frustration from the abuse he's suffered. He picks up the crowbar and bashes Jax in the head with it, leaving a bloody gash. Jax calls him a coward, saying he doesn't have the guts to fight like a man. Raimi looks at him with wide eyes and says, "This is not cowardly. This is evolution." He raises the crowbar and...
Who says that? I'm sorry, that's funny. I can't take you serious. I'm not gonna lie, if I was Jax, I'll start laughing. I would start laughing. Even if this dude kills me, I laugh. What? Evolution. Oh, what the fuck?
And then proceeds to smash the living hell out of Jax. Blood sprays, and we get a glimpse of Jax and Raimi as children, with blood splattering onto the memories. As he delivers the final devastating blow, we can see the angel that guides him burning up in flames. Zoe catches up to the room to see the gruesome sight, the dead mascot and Jax murdered by Raimi. He looks up at Zoe and she's shocked, saying, "What have you done?" He starts to defend himself, saying he was tired of it, the insults, the abuse, and being despised by society. Zoe of all people should understand the pain that these kind of people cause. They're an obstruction to the improvement of the world.
Right.
Zoe looks over at Jax's bloody head and says that Raimi's lost his mind, and that at the end of the day, he's worse than the very people he's talking about. She slams the door shut and bars it again, locking Raimi inside with the 3 corpses. Back at the cinema, Zoe stands outside the curtains in the woods, reflecting on what she just witnessed. She finds Margot and Bruno still sitting inside, and not knowing how to explain the truth, she lies, saying that Jax and Raimi fell into an underground corridor like in the cemetery, and it closed before she could save them. Zoe says they'll probably catch up with them later, and leads them to the barn, which she uses the key to open. They walk into a drastically different setting. It feels like a fun house with bright neon colors on every surface. The floor is one big black and purple spiral. Makes me dizzy just looking at it. They cross the room toward the exit door, but of course it won't open. Hanging at the center of the room is another key, but before they can jump and grab it, the bunny mascot appears on a tricycle hanging from the ceiling. He says, "Let's go for a spin," and shifts a lever, causing the room to spin. They struggle to stand, and Zoe goes to grab the key when the bunny shifts the lever in the opposite direction, causing the spin to reverse and speed up. It gets so intense that they can't even move. Bruno gets really close to grabbing the key, but before he can, he pukes everywhere and passes out. Margot thinks fast and pulls a picture frame from the wall. She throws it at the key, knocking it to the ground by Zoe. Zoe grabs it and slowly crawls to the door. The intensity here is crazy, as she painstakingly gets the door open and the room stops spinning. It's one of those moments where I physically felt relieved that the scenario was over. They enter the next room and the door locks behind them. It seems they're in a sort of cage with 3 huge buttons on the ground, and on the other side of the bars is the panda mascot, along with a big screen. He says it's time to test their friendship with the truth game. They must answer a series of questions by stepping on the number button corresponding with the right answer. The longer they take to answer the question, the faster the ceiling will drop on them. Bruno looks up and sees massive spikes above them, and if they get an answer wrong, the ceiling will drop significantly. The panda wastes no time before jumping into the first question. Who is the youngest in the group? On the screen, we see 3 options: Raimi, Jax, and Becca. The ceiling starts lowering, and the 3 quickly try and remember everyone's birthdays, and after doing the math...
Are you fucking serious? Are you fucking serious? You guys have to ask each other that question. Are you fucking serious right now? You have to think that through. I hate y'all. I hate it here. I hate it here.
They finally decide Becca's the youngest and hit the 3rd button. This is correct, and the spike ceiling stops. The next question is, what is Margot's favorite color? That's an easy one. She immediately steps on pink. Next, the panda asks, what is Chandler's job? They're all pretty confused. Who the hell's Chandler? Well, if you're a Friends fan, you know this is a reference to Chandler Bing and the show's ongoing joke of no one knowing what his actual job is. Well, I guess these 3 never watched the show and picked the wrong answer by randomly guessing. So the ceiling drops quite a bit, now hovering just over their heads. By the way, the correct answer was data analyst. Anyway, the next question is, who locked their best friend in a farmhouse room? Of course, every answer is the same. Zoe. She stomps on one of the buttons and tells them she'll explain later. Margot isn't having it and confronts her, realizing Zoe lied to them, and asks what really happened. The panda then asks the final question. Where were you not on March 27th, 2010 at 5:30 p.m.? Bruno instantly recognized
2010
is the date as the day his sister died. The three options are in the library, at home, and with Mia. It's kind of a messed up question, but obviously none of them were with Mia when she died. Bruno feels a ton of guilt all of a sudden though, wishing he had been there to pick her up from her piano lessons. Zoe steps on the third option, but the screen says this was incorrect. The ceiling then drops so low they're forced to practically lay down to avoid being stabbed. The panda says since this was the last question, he'll give them one more chance. They can't figure out why this would be incorrect, thinking maybe it's a trick question or something. They panic as the spikes get inches from their faces. Then Margot suddenly presses one of the buttons. She picked the option labeled with Mia, and that answer is correct. So the spikes retreat to the ceiling. Bruno comes to the realization that Margot must have been with Mia when she died. She admits that she wasn't at the library and was in fact with Mia. She explains what happened, and we see this in the form of a flashback. Margot decided to pick up Mia from her piano lesson so they could talk about an issue between them. They went for a walk on the mountain trail by Mia's academy. Margot felt like Mia had distanced herself from her and notes that she was barely speaking to her. She says that Mia then told her how she couldn't stand her and she was tired of seeing her at their house constantly. Mainly, Mia hated how she was hogging Bruno, and she calls Margot a parasite on the family. Margot ran away, and the next day she heard the news that Mia's body was found. She felt so guilty that she just couldn't bring herself to tell Bruno. In the present, the panda gives them a reward for winning the truth game. The final clue—
Why the fuck are you trying to get the approval of a child? What the fuck? She's a kid. Why does it matter? Why do you care? Why does that matter? Like, siblings are kind of like that. Some siblings like that. They'll just not like you because you're just in the area. Just because they think you're the boyfriend, the girlfriend, and you gotta take them away from their sibling. It happens, and they eventually get over it. They usually get over it and just accept it for what it is. Why the fuck? Stupid.
Clue is displayed on the screen in the form of an arrow pointing to an area on the map. The door opens up, and as they exit into the rain, a dramatic dialogue ensues between Bruno and Margot. Obviously, Bruno feels betrayed and says he can't even look at Margot anymore. They move on in silence to the next clue and find the entrance to a roller coaster. They figure they'll have to ride it, and they get into the carts, the front of which is splattered with blood. Zoe is really nervous about this, saying she has a fear of heights. Once they're locked in, Grimory appears on the screen. He congratulates them on making it this far and says that the coaster will lead them to the park exit. The coaster suddenly launches forward and the ride begins. They go up to a steep slope at the top of the tracks, and as they near the top, they can see a ceiling. Yeah, so it's not just walls closing them in, the whole park is completely sealed up top to bottom, and there's hundreds of sprinklers on the ceiling, which are what's causing the rain. They go up over the top, and right before the gravity sinks in, the chest bars on the carts unlatch. Man, that is a frightening thought. Well, fortunately, or unfortunately, depending on how you look at it, the cart locks up, leaving them stuck at the top of the tracks. Zoe is freaking the hell out, and I don't blame her. Bruno tries to calm her down and spots what looks like a set of stairs at the bottom of the tracks, a possible exit. Out of options once again, they're forced to start climbing downward. Bruno and Margot make it down to the flat part of the track quickly, but Zoe, afraid of heights, is taking her time. Taking advantage of the moment alone, Margot tries again to apologize to Bruno for not telling him about what happened with her and Mia. He just tells her to leave him alone again, and she asks why he's doing this to her. It's not her fault Mia had that asthma attack, and it's not her fault the inhaler was empty. Bruno glances back at her and asks, "How did you know the inhaler was empty?" It jumps to another flashback. Margot talks about how she became infatuated with Bruno from the moment she met him and wanted to be a part of his life. She loved his family too and quickly became like another daughter to them. The only problem was his little sister Mia. Bruno and Mia were close, and Margot saw her as an obstacle. We see Margot pick up Mia from her piano lessons, but this time we see the truth. Margot is the one who has an issue and tells Mia she's been preventing her from spending more time with Bruno. Mia explains that she's not trying trying to push Margot away, she just wants to spend time with her brother as well. But Margot goes all psycho, telling the girl not to play dumb. Clearly this is a concerted effort against her. Mia does admit that sometimes she wants to spend time with her family, and just her family, without Margot being involved. She didn't say anything because she didn't want to hurt Margot's feelings. The argument gets heated, and eventually Mia does call her a parasite on the family, but now these words seem way more justified considering Margot's crazy behavior, especially since Mia is obviously way younger. In the middle of the conversation, Mia begins violently coughing and needs her inhaler. Margot pulls it out for her but hesitates. Mia falls to her knees in a fit and begs Margot for it, but in a seriously shocking moment, Margot intentionally wastes the inhaler, spraying it into the air. Mia collapses to the ground, her bloodshot eyes wide in fear, and she finally dies. Wow, so it was so much worse than we thought. Margot runs away and starts texting Bruno, giving him the made-up library alibi. Back in the present, Bruno pieces together what happened. If Margot knew about the inhaler, she must have been the one to empty it. He believes the reason Margot wanted to try and leave the park so early on was because she was afraid Grimmery would reveal the truth. Margot runs up and hugs Bruno, pathetically begging for his love and forgiveness. Bruno tries his best to push her away from him. She says that if he forgives her, she'll tell him who's behind all of this. She thinks she knows who Grimmery is. Zoe finally makes it down and sees there's a struggle up ahead. Margot's gone full psycho, and it's pretty dangerous. A wrong move here could send them both falling off the tracks. Zoe catches up to them and pulls Margot off, asking her what her problem is. She just tells Zoe to watch her foot, or she could fall. This forces Zoe to look down, which triggers her acrophobia. Margot takes the opportunity to verbally attack Zoe for always thinking she's so perfect and preaching to everyone. She says that Zoe isn't better than her and never will be. She then raises a foot, ready to kick Zoe off the tracks, but at the last second, Bruno moves in and pushes Margot off, who goes falling to her death below. It then cuts to another flashback. It seems to be a graduation party as the 6 friends sit around having a drink and celebrating never having to go back to high school. Becca tells Zoe she better keep in touch, and we get a quick flash of her in the museum with a bullet through her head. We see Jax and Raimi smiling at each other, and then quick glimpses of Raimi killing Jax in a bloody mess. Margot says that Bruno probably won't come after the death of his sister, and we get another flash of her falling to her death. So wait, if Bruno's not here, then who's the 6th friend? It's a girl named Eva, who I guess they're all very close to. Her name and face is familiar, as she's already been mentioned in passing a couple times, and we can even see her talking to Raimi in one of the flashbacks. They all toast each other, and it finally cuts back to the present. Zoe's trying to comfort Bruno, saying that he had to do what he did to save her life. They stand up and start to move when suddenly the coaster springs to life behind them and starts heading their way fast. Bruno grabs Zoe's hand and they run as fast as they can towards the stairs, barely making it and avoiding the carts. In a moment of relief, they hold each other and share a glance. Make of that what you will. They make their way down the stairs and into a wooded area. Here they find a lit path and begin to follow it. They see a red X marked on one of the trees, and up ahead, finally, an exit to the park. But someone steps onto the path in front of them. The panda mascot appears, sporting his signature chainsaw. He dashes at them swinging it, and they run in opposite directions. Zoe thinks she got away, but from nearby, a hand reaches out and grabs her, though we don't know whose. Bruno, on the other hand, is out of the frying pan and into the fire as he runs straight into the bunny mascot, who starts swinging at him with its spiked bat. He ends up back on the lighted path and sees the exit again. With both mascots now hot on his tail, he runs into the glowing park exit, though his face shows pure shock at what he sees on the other side. We don't get to see what it is, and instead it cuts to a totally different area and character. An older woman is standing at the edge of some woods in the middle of the wilderness. She speaks to someone on the phone, saying she'll handle this case. The person on the other line implies that she's only doing this for her daughter, and she says she'll do it for her sake. A group of friends doesn't just vanish without a trace like this. She hangs up, and we get an inner monologue where we find out that this is Eva's mother, and she wants to know who Grimmery is and who killed her daughter. This immediately opens the door to a lot of questions, but this is the season 1 finale, and where I'm gonna end the video for now. What do you guys think is going on here? What did Bruno find behind that exit? Who grabbed Zoe in the woods? What happened to Eva? And for God's sakes, who is Grimmery? Don't worry, next week I'll be covering seasons 2 and Hello friends, this is
Let's just
Bruce
get out of the
speaking,
way.
and today we're gonna wrap
about to
up
finish this drawing
Glimmerland.
anyway.
If you missed the first part, I'll put a link below so you can go check that out. Man, I gotta say, I hadn't quite finished Glimmerland when I decided to make the first part. I just thought this is a fun, haunted theme park story that's got some slasher vibes, and I would have never guessed the way this story goes. It completely surprised me, and if you don't know what happens, you'll be surprised as well. It's easily one of the most what the f endings to a comic I've covered so far. Some of you will find it interesting, some of you will hate it, but either way, you're gonna be shocked. I've actually had a lot of people telling me I should cover another comic by the author called Melvina's Therapy that's a fan favorite, so if you'd like me to cover that next, let me know in the comments below. That being said, we have a lot of questions that need answers, so let's get into Grimmeryland Part 2 Explained.
Part 2, let's go.
Season 2 kicks off with Eva's mom looking out the window on a rainy night and contemplating the case. The group's been missing for weeks now, and there's not much of a lead. She feels like somehow this is all connected to Eva's death and believes it was no accident. Next, we see a new group of friends showing up to Grimmeryland. It's hard to tell if this is taking place before or after the events of Season 1. Anyway, the group consists of 3 friends, Godric, Ray, Paul, and Paul's little sister, Judy. You may recognize Godric and Ray as Jax's friends who would often bully Raimi. They're clearly a little annoyed that Paul dragged his little sister along, and it seems that she has some kind of mental disability. She's also dressed like Dorothy from The Wizard of Oz for
She has Downs.
some reason, and her name, Judy, is a direct reference to Judy Garland. They enter the park and find an information booth with some maps. They're unsure where to go first until Judy suggests an attraction called Witch Island. So following the map, they head that way, and they actually pass the park exit that Bruno ran through at the end of last season, but it's barred up here. They also see red X's all over the trees. Eventually they find a dock and a boat with a hooded figure in it. Seems like it's modeled after the river Styx. They're a little creeped out, but this is all part of the fun, right? They jump into the boat and are ready to be ferried across to Witch Island. As they cross the foggy water, skulls can be seen floating around the boat. They make it across without any issues and find another wooded area past the dock with a sign. It states that a witch has taken over the island, and since her arrival, it's been covered in darkness and the smell of death. If you wish to enter, know that the Yellow Road is the only safe place, and under no circumstances should you step off the path. They look over to see an actual yellow brick road, furthering the connection to the Wizard of Oz. So they set off down the road and seem to be walking for quite a while when suddenly a loud animalistic noise echoes through the woods. Ray suggests that it's part of the attraction and thinks maybe they should follow the sounds. Judy warns them that they're supposed to stay on the road, but Paul reassures her that it's just a theme park, and so they all venture off the path. The noise is getting closer, and they finally spot the source, a giant stag. But something is off about it. The creature turns its head, and we can see it has a strange fungal growth covering its face and eating into its eye. Its antlers are covered in blood, and its remaining eye is blacked out. The group screams at the sight of it, and the stag immediately cries out and begins chasing them. They make it back to the yellow brick road, and the stag comes charging full tilt toward them. However, just before hitting the yellow bricks, it stops. There's a freaky moment where the large creature stares at them. It makes the hideous noise once again, and then it wanders away back into the forest. I guess the sign was right. The yellow road really is safe. They're relieved for a moment until they look around and realize that Ray is missing. They call out to him but get no reply. Godric says they should just ignore him and that he's probably hiding somewhere to try and scare them. So they keep walking and assume they'll find him later. As they continue on the path, they begin to hear another noise. This time it's a human scream, and it sounds a little too real. In case it's Ray and he needs help, they decide they should go find the source, but it's going to require them leaving the path again. After a short argument, Paul convinces Godric to go so that he can stay with his little sister. Godric storms into the woods, loudly saying Paul should have left Judy at home. Using his phone as a flashlight, he creeps further into the dark forest, eventually stumbling upon a dead rabbit that's infested with the strange fungus. Next, he smells a foul odor and stumbles upon another corpse of a rotted boar. Finally, he looks over to see Ray standing with his face to a tree. Godric slowly approaches him, assuming this is some kind of prank, but when Ray turns around, he has the fungus growing out of his eyes and mouth. It's a terrifying sight for sure. Godric screams and books it back to the yellow road, only to find that Ray is waiting there with the others, and he's perfectly fine. He says that he was going to try and scare them, but after Godric wandered wandered off, it lost its appeal. Godric thinks this is all a big joke on him and that he definitely saw Ray in those woods. He decides he's ready to go home and starts going back the way they came. The thing is, the path ends abruptly, as if it somehow disappeared, and sitting at the end of the road is a witch's broomstick. They convince themselves that it's just a trick, and they already came all this way, so they keep moving forward. At the end of the road, they find an old house. They start to head in when Judy says she needs to pee. So Paul
I can't tell if this is supernatural or this is very well placed. I can't tell.
tells the others to go on ahead while they hang back. I guess so she can pop a squat in the woods? I don't know. Inside, Ray and Godric find a full-size straw man sitting in a chair and a note left on the table. It mentions the strange cancer that's killing all of the animals and how the forest is no longer safe. The note then says that a crazy old woman appeared on the island and began taunting the author, calling him her straw man and saying, "When nobody sees you, I will control you." He says that last night he thinks he saw the woman wandering around his house. They finish the note and start exploring, eventually heading upstairs and finding a red door. Ray slowly opens it to find a chilling sight, the witch standing in the dark. She has elongated limbs and a crooked nose. Her mouth is bloody and stretches unnaturally far up her head. With glowing red eyes, she looks at them and says she's been waiting for them. The two friends take no time running like hell back downstairs, but they're cut off by another menacing figure, the straw man standing upright and holding a sickle. The door behind them is locked and the straw man is closing in, followed by the witch who's screeching and making her way down the stairs. It's a really scary situation. With no other option, they break a nearby window and jump out. At the front of the house, the others are about to head inside, but Paul looks through the doorway to see the straw man. Just then, Ray and Godric come from the side of the house and warn them to run, quickly explaining that they were almost killed. Paul tells them they've gone crazy and starts to once again reiterate that this is a theme park, but he's cut off mid-sentence when the straw man slices into the back of his leg. It's a deep cut, sending him to his knees as the blood soaks his jeans. He turns to look up at the menacing straw man looking down at him. Godric grabs Judy by the hand and runs away, pulling her with him. She begs him to let her go and looks back at her brother just in time for the straw man to slash into his back. It's an eerie few panels as Paul falls face first to the ground and the straw man stands behind him, soaked in blood. The others run through the woods until finally Judy breaks down into tears and won't go any further. Ray's pissed off and calls her useless, questioning why Godric even grabbed her in the first place. There's a piece of dialogue worth noting here where Godric says that he didn't want to leave her because he doesn't want to repeat what happened before. We'll know what he's referencing soon enough. Ray interrupts him to go on a rant about how we have a crybaby society that protects the weak with his taxes, and how if natural selection would have done its job, they wouldn't be dealing with this burden. Just then, the trees around them suddenly spring to life, sprouting red glowing eyes. Then a hand reaches out and grabs Godric by the ankle, dragging him into the forest. Ray tries to run away and looks back to see the haunting image of the witch watching him from between the trees. Her creepy posture soaked in that red glow is terrifying. Ray tries to run, but snags his foot on a rock and falls to the ground. When he looks up, the witch has somehow moved in on him at an alarming speed and leans over him, her mouth stretched out and hands reaching. It then cuts back to Eva's mother. We finally learn her name, Leslie, and it turns out she's a cop. The case of the missing friends had gone cold, but finally the court has allowed the police access to the friends' social media accounts where she finds an invitation to Grimmery Land. We then get a glimpse of the past. Leslie wakes up in the middle of the night to Eva screaming. She pulls out her gun only to find Eva crying alone in her room. It seems she's had a bad string of nightmares, but this time she claims she saw something for real standing in her room and staring at her with empty eyes. She calls the entity Grimmery. It cuts back to Grimmery Land, where Ray wakes up and finds himself hanging in a cage. Next to him he spots Godric, who's passed out, and down below Judy is sat in a chair. Ray begs for her to help him, and suddenly a disembodied voice laughs out and says that Judy was never meant to be in this park. Ray looks over to see several human tongues hanging on hooks from the ceiling. The voice continues speaking to Judy, giving her two options. She can free Ray and Godric, and they can face the horrors of Grimmery Land together, or she can do nothing and will be shown the exit so she can go back to her family. A figure comes up behind her and puts their hands on her shoulders. Ray continues to beg her to help him, asking her what her brother would have done. She finally speaks, telling Ray that he didn't want to help Paul, and now he's dead. She continues by pointing out that Ray doesn't like her because she's challenged, but just because some things are hard for her doesn't mean she's worthless. She knows how to help people, for instance, a quality that Ray lacks. She looks up at Ray and tells him point blank she's leaving. We see Judy's silhouette walking back down the yellow brick road while Ray cries out, telling her what she's doing is wrong. Judy makes her way to the dock and approaches the ferry. We check back in with Leslie in the present. Clearly, Grimmery Land and her daughter's nightmares were connected because of the shared name, but this still doesn't get her any closer to finding Grimmery Land. She decides to interview the parents of the person that got the invitation and take a look around for anything useful to the case. Unfortunately, it seems like a dead end. Then she mentions someone entering the room and giving her a clue that would lead her to the park. We don't see who this was or what the clue is. Either way, Leslie hops on her police bike and zooms off. It cuts back to Judy standing on the dock, reliving the moment her brother died and screaming out. Elsewhere, Leslie makes her way into Grimmery Land and finds herself in the woods. We then see the same panel from the end of season 1 of Zoe yelling out as someone grabs her from the dark. Turns out that this was Leslie, and finally we're back to where we left off in season 1. Zoe recognizes Leslie as Eva's mother, but Leslie's confused. I guess she wasn't looking for Zoe and the others, but actually Godric, Ray, and Paul. This explains the timeline better. These three were the original group that went missing, and Zoe's group followed after. Apparently the person who told Leslie where to find
Something tells me those boys are the mascots.
Grimmery Land was Judy, since she made it out alive. Zoe leaps into Leslie's arms, crying about what happened. She suddenly remembers Bruno, and they look around for him by the exit, and finally assume that he went through. Zoe and Leslie follow after, and find that the doorway leads directly into an elevator. There are 3 floors labeled exit, park, and mirror. Zoe hits the exit button, and off they go. Strange music begins to play, and the elevator then stops for a moment before suddenly free-falling. It hits the bottom floor, knocking the 2 women on their asses.
We don't talk about Bruno.
They step into the next room to see a massive organ supporting a black screen. In front of the organ keys is a red chair. It twirls around to reveal who's sitting in it. Eva. I thought that it was implied that she was dead, but she seems perfectly fine here. Well, it's time to find out what really happened. In another flashback, there's a big barn party going on with hundreds of people. We can see the whole gang scattered about. Margot, Raimi, and Zoe are all dancing. Meanwhile, Eva has a seat next to Becca, who's totally drunk and telling her how pretty she is. Eva says she's gonna head out early as she has a big day of moving tomorrow. She leaves the barn and starts walking, but finds that she may be more intoxicated than she thought. Something strange is going on with her vision that
we all know where this is going.
seems to be more than just the alcohol. Then none other than Godric shows up and asks her if she's okay. He tells her she's had too much to drink and not to worry, he'll get her home. It quickly turns into a shady situation as Godric puts her between him and Ray in the backseat of a car driven by Paul. It goes as badly as you might expect. The 2 guys in the back start taking advantage of her and feeling her up. They go so far as to take pictures of it. In another twist, they send the pictures to a group chat that happens to include their good friend Jax. He's at the party too, and even he knows this is messed up, calling them idiots. He tells them that Eva's mom is a cop, and they all freak out. At the same time, Eva's not looking so good, and we learn that they drugged her drink, which is why she's gotten so messed up. They also imply this hasn't been the first time they've done this. Damn, I think we officially have our new most hated characters. In a full-blown panic, they open the back door and push her out onto the side of a mountain road. We then hear Eva's narration, saying, "They threw me to the fire. What they didn't know was that after the flames, my ashes would feed the creation of a new world." It cuts to 3 naked men with shaved heads, and she continues saying, "This would be a place where we could be whoever we wanted." It then shows Ray with a device keeping his mouth wide open and someone stretching his tongue out of his mouth. I guess this is where all the tongues come from. It ends with the 3 mascots standing ominously.
I knew it. Saw that coming.
Wow, so this is implying that the 3 killer mascots were actually Ray, Godric, and probably Paul, having their tongues cut out and being forced to do Grimmery's bidding. And at this point, it looks like Eva is Grimmery. Leslie is...
Okay, but who's the straw man? She could be the dress like the witch, but who's the straw man?
Stunned at the sight of her supposedly dead daughter, and Zoe questions why she would do all this. They were good friends. Eva says that a real friend wouldn't have covered up what they had done to her. Zoe's pretty confused. Cover up what? Eva just calls her and the rest of the friends rotten liars. She barely had to put in any effort before the group started destroying themselves. Zoe just ignores her and demands she show them the exit, but Eva reminds her that Bruno is still here, captured by a mascot and hidden somewhere in the mansion. She says that it's haunted, however, and every time she plays the organ, whatever room they're in will become hostile. When they're ready, they can enter the doors in front of them. Leslie begs Eva to tell her what's really going on. How is this possible? But she just tells her mother to hurry or she'll be carrying another death on her back. Seems like they have no choice, so they walk through the doors. They find themselves in a large mansion hallway with a massive suit of armor against the wall and a portrait of a hunter. Eva begins playing the organ and the music can be heard through speakers around the mansion. Suddenly the lights go out in the hall and the suit of armor they passed has moved and is facing them. Its eyes glow green and it starts moving toward them, slashing at them with one of its swords. But they manage to hide in an unlocked room.
It was only the straw man so far. Yeah, it had a bunch of Oz references. The sister was dressed. The Down syndrome sister was wearing a Dorothy's outfit. There was a like there's the Yellow Brick Road and all that stuff. So and the witch. That was the three things I was relating back to that. But I don't know.
They look around and it's pretty creepy in here. There's a Ouija board on the table and the words "I love you, Vanessa" written in blood on the wall next to a portrait of a disturbing looking old man. They find a newspaper with a story about a medium who fell in love with a ghost named Vanessa and committed suicide to be with her. Zoe slowly opens a nearby cabinet and a body falls out onto the floor. It seems to be the medium's. They decide in order to move forward they'll need to play along, so they both sit at the table and play with the Ouija board. Sure enough, the planchette begins to move, spelling out the word howdy. At the same time, the organ begins to play once again, and the table starts violently shaking while the lights turn blue. They look over and find that the corpse of the medium is missing. And when Leslie looks back, there's a figure standing behind Zoe. It's a pretty creepy and well done sequence because of the portrait on the wall. When the medium appears, he's standing in front of it, so it's a subtle change that's really effective. The medium lunges at Zoe and still has a noose dangling from his neck. He grabs her by the throat and starts choking her, saying the words, "Everything was a lie. She never loved me. She only wanted my soul, and now she wants yours." It gets kind of cryptic and weird after this. He says, "We cannot see the other side because it's impossible to exceed the speed of light, but they can watch you die in my hands." This seems like utter gibberish, but actually ties into the biggest mystery of this comic that we'll get to later. Leslie pulls out her pistol and shoots the medium in the head, which crumbles like a doll. They exit the room and find that the hallway is back to normal, including the hulking suit of armor. Zoe takes another look at the hunter portrait and finds that he's wearing a name tag that says howdy. The music starts playing again and the armor's eyes glow green. Leslie starts taking shots at it with her gun to no effect while Zoe tries to figure out what's up with the portrait. Finally, she sees that there's a hole over the hunter's mouth, and nearby she finds a pipe. She puts it in the portrait's mouth and the wall swings open, revealing a hidden door. Man, this is like a really messed up escape room. The door shuts behind them, saving them from the armor, but who knows what awaits them in here. It's clearly a trophy room for the hunter, with a roaring fireplace and dozens of exotic animal heads mounted on the walls. They look around and find a pistol sitting on the hunter's desk as well, but they're not sure what any of this means. Eva then begins playing the organ again, and blood starts pouring from the animal's eyes and mouths. It starts filling the room up fast and quickly raises to their waists. They've got to think fast or they're gonna drown in blood. They start to panic and eventually are swimming in it as it rises to the ceiling. Looking up, they see there's a hole in the ceiling, but it's only big enough to fit one of their heads. Maybe they're meant to use it to breathe. Well, they're gonna have to find out as the blood completely fills the room. They hold their breath and Leslie puts her head through the hole. In a really bizarre moment, she finds that on the other side, her head looks like it's mounted on the wall and a giraffe sits at a desk on the other side.
What is this?
As if he's the hunter. I know it's a high anxiety moment, but that's just funny.
That's
Below,
funny.
Zoe is running out of air and tags Leslie out to stick her head through. Man, this whole situation situation is my nightmare, I have to say. Anyway, Zoe notices that the giraffe is pointing at a pistol on the desk in this room, and a lion is standing nearby pointing at a target on the wall. She realizes that this is a mirror of the room that they're in. So she swims down and finds the pistol on the desk and then proceeds to fire it.
I'm not gonna lie to you, in this high intense situation, most people will be dead by now. Most people are not that perceptive, especially in this specific situation. Most people will be dead at this moment.
Opens the door back up and drains the room of blood. After catching their breath, they make their way back into the hall where they find the final door is open, and
they probably smell like nickels.
Inside is Bruno tied up on the floor. Zoe tries to untie him while Leslie runs back to the hunter's trophy room to grab a knife. When she returns, she finds that the floor in the room has begun to slowly disappear. She throws the knife to Zoe, who cuts Bruno free, but the gap in the floor is pretty big now, and they can't jump back. Leslie runs back to Eva and starts yelling at her, saying she has no right to toy with their lives like this. Eva says she had a life once too. She thought her illness would keep her from her dreams, but the real danger actually came from those around her. We can see the floor running out as Zoe and Bruno clutch the wall behind them. Eva continues her rant, saying that they seem like ordinary people, just a group of friends, but they're actually psychopaths, criminals, and liars, and all she's done is unmask them. Leslie demands that she stop playing the organ, and now she's aiming her gun right at her daughter. Eva continues, saying, "Sorry, Mom, it's time to exterminate these rats." We can see the floor is now only inches from Zoe and Bruno's feet. Leslie says, "Stop calling me Mom, you're not my daughter," and shockingly pulls the trigger. It cuts to another flashback, the day Leslie woke up to a call about a body found off the side of the highway. She went to investigate it, only to find the cold corpse of her own daughter. It seems when the guys tossed her body out of the car, she tumbled down a hill and was left for dead. This just devastates Leslie and Eva's father, Tim. There's a pretty intense moment of Tim crying out in pure agony over her death. It cuts ahead to Eva's funeral, attended by Raimi, Zoe, Becca, and Jax. Jax is clearly feeling guilty, and we can see the group chat again. Jax says he doesn't want to be in this group anymore, and one of the other...
This is a 13 Reasons Why type shit. I still don't know if there's any real supernatural things are happening here, because they're at an amusement park and they have special effects, so I can't tell if they're just using the special effects to pull this shit off, but I can't tell.
Either Ray or Godric threatens him, saying if he rats them out, they'll kill him. Jesus. Tim puts a picture of Eva on her casket and is completely overwhelmed with emotion. It goes black and we see the words, "Jax has left the group." It then jumps back to the present. Zoe and Bruno hear the gunshot sound in the next room and the floor begins to reappear. They walk out to find Leslie on the floor, trying to reassure herself that this couldn't have really been her daughter. Zoe looks up to see Eva's body slumped in the chair and tells Leslie that there's no way it was. They all run to the elevator and once again hit the exit button. This time they actually go to the right floor and find the exit, stepping out into the daylight of the real world. Next we see news coverage of the event about how a missing persons case eventually led to the disturbing discovery of Grimmeryland. We even see a reporter inside breaking down the whole story. It then cuts to another TV program that kind of seems like a parody of The View or something, where some women argue about how this place could have been built by one person. One of them even suggests something more supernatural is happening, and it seems there's a ton of conspiracy theories surrounding it.
Yeah, it looks like them cackling chickens. Oh god, I hate those bitches.
Also learned that some of the missing people's bodies were never found, and it seems this must be Raimi and Margot. As they continue discussing the bizarre event, we see a casket in the back of a hearse traveling down a country road. And that's the end of Season 2. It's obviously kind of different from Season 1 with the introduction of all these new characters, but it kind of came together by the end, even if now we have more questions than answers. Like, was that really Eva or what? But if you thought this was wacky, just wait and see how Season 3 ends. You'll never guess what happens.
Always a 3.
Speaking of which, let's get into Season 3. It kicks off once again in a flashback. Jax is having a costume party, and by the pool, Eva and Becca are telling creepy stories. Eva says she doesn't believe in the supernatural, but did have one weird thing happen to her when she was a kid. She would often visit her mother's friend's house. Eva liked going because the woman had a cute dog named Pinky, and her granddaughter was the same age as her. She mentions that the woman had a haunted look, but was actually very nice. One time, Eva went out to the back garden to find Pinky, but when she tried to go back inside, she just kept ending up in the garden again, like she was in some kind of infinite loop. In retrospect, she probably was just confused and walking in circles, but it was a terrifying experience for a little kid. Nearby at the party, some other familiar faces sit at a picnic table. Bruno is using a strange ball suspended by threads. I'm not sure if this is a real-world fortune-telling device or something made up entirely for this story, but he says there are multiple universes and he can use the ball to find the link between you and your soulmate from another universe. For instance, he uses it on Raimi, whose link is a star. However,
Man, that's just a much more advanced version of using the paper thing. If you know what I'm talking about, you're millennial, you know what I'm talking about, the paper fortune teller thing that bitches used to use to fuck with you, to say that you're not gonna get loved or someone you liked, and then gaslight the shit out of you. I forgot it's called, the paper fortune 10 thing with the number and then the color and that shit. Oh god. If you want to gaslight a young person, especially in the middle school or in kindergarten, or first, second, the third grade, oh fuck, have that in your hand, give it to a bunch of bitches who don't like you, and horrible children, horrible.
when he tried it on Becca, nothing showed up, meaning no one has the same reverberation to her in a nearby universe. Margot's pretty annoyed that her and Zoe got the same symbol despite being so different. They wonder what Eva's link
You couldn't beat the allegations of someone saying they liked you, or you was liked by someone, or you liked someone just because they went by a piece of paper and some colors and numbers.
And it turns out to be the symbol of a spider. It jumps to Eva before her death. She's practicing her photography when she hears a loud noise coming from the attic. She goes up to investigate and finds a beautiful stained glass window. When she pulls out her camera to take a photo, she finds something really disturbing. A black figure growing out of the floor. The entity is only seen through the camera lens though. Later we see Eva meeting up with Becca. They plan on checking out the house her mother's friend lived in, hoping the new owner will let them have a look around for the nostalgia factor. Well, it seems the woman's granddaughter, who Eva used to play with, inherited it, so they're invited inside to catch up. At one point, Eva asks to use the bathroom, but on her way she ends up in the back garden, which looks exactly how she remembers it from when she was a kid. She can even see a gravestone for poor little Pinky. When she turns back to the house, she finds that there are two identical doors leading back inside, which might be why she got lost as a kid. This time she'll be sure to go back where she came from. In the hall, she sees a portrait of her mother's friend sitting in a chair. There's something about it that just doesn't sit right. She reaches the end of the hallway, but it only leads her back to the garden. This happens a few times, and just when she starts to freak out, she actually does find the bathroom. However, when she steps back out, she finds herself in the garden again, and this time it's completely dark out as if hours have passed. In the nearby koi pond, she sees that the fish are dead and floating. She runs back inside in a panic, and behind her we can see that the portrait of the woman has changed. Only the chair remains. Eva stops in her tracks when she spots a looming figure at the end of the dark hallway. Hoping it's only Becca, she pulls out her phone light and moves closer. But it's not Becca. It's the woman who turns around, her head shaking violently, and she holds the skeleton of the dog in her arms. The woman says it's been so long since she's seen Eva, and that she dug Pinky up to make space for Eva in the garden, so that she can take the dog's place. Her face stops shaking, and we see her creepy smile. It's one of those uncanny valley things. It just looks off. Eva runs outside to find a gravestone with her name on it, and the haunted woman floats toward her, saying she can't run from her destiny. Eva quickly scales the garden wall and falls with a thud on the other side. When she looks up, she finds herself back in the attic by the stained glass window. A voice speaks to her saying, "You cannot see the lens through which you are being watched." And when Eva looks through her camera, she finds the dark figure has grown taller, and now it resembles Gremory. He speaks again, saying, "They can see you right now." And when she looks up from the camera, Gremory is standing right in front of her, creepy as ever. In reality, Eva is collapsed in the hallway, screaming out while Becca sits by her side. She snaps out of it with tears in her eyes and
Chick was in a full genjutsu. The bitch was in a full genjutsu. Holy shit. Yeah, you seen the Babadook? Let's go. Not a lot of people mention it.
Tells Becca that something is seriously wrong with her. After this incident, Eva was diagnosed with a type of schizophrenia, and her parents decided to move her to the city where she'd be closer to a clinic to receive better treatment. Despite this illness, Eva stayed positive and tried to live a normal life, something Becca deeply admired her for. Back in the present, Leslie is still riddled with guilt, having shot her own daughter, or at least something pretending to be her daughter. To be sure, she has Eva's grave dug up and finds it's empty. Maybe it
Oh,
really was Eva.
shit.
Meanwhile, Zoe's been going to therapy to try and cope with what she went through. She feels a little guilty about locking Raimi up, especially now that he was never found. But it didn't seem like there was any other option. He was a killer after all, but still it feels like the decision may have to do with the violence that she experienced at home. We learned that her father beat her mother on a regular basis, eventually prompting Zoe to leave. It seems she feels guilty about this as well, and the therapist recommends trying to accept the decision she's made and find some peace. Back at her apartment, Zoe is looking at some old pictures of her and Raimi when she suddenly gets a message from Becca, asking, "Have you forgotten about me?" Zoe replies that this is a sick joke to pull, but Becca continues saying, "You promised that nothing would separate us." And since Zoe didn't keep her promise, she's coming to look for her. The lights go out in the room and Zoe's door creaks open. A voice calls out saying, "You've been invited." She follows it into the hall to find a Grimmery doll on the floor holding a ticket to Grimmeryland. She then gets another message that says, "It's so nice to be near you again." There's a picture attached that seems to be taken from right behind her. Now that is creepy.
What I don't understand, why kill the girl? The blonde, like, did she do something too? The fuck?
Next, we check in with Bruno. I guess he works at a nursing home.
Hey,
He
what's
texts
up?
Zoe
What's up,
wondering
dude?
why she hasn't replied
Hey,
in a
bub.
while and says that he's here to talk when she needs it. One of the old women in the home isn't wanting to take her pills, and Bruno volunteers to take care of it. He enters the woman's room and tries to start a friendly dialogue with her, although it does seem like she has a form of dementia. She tells Bruno she's getting married and that her mother is so happy, but her father yelled at her and called her a sinner because she's pregnant. Well, that took an unexpected turn. Later that night, Bruno gets an alert from the old woman's room, and when he walks in, he finds her staring out the window into the rainy dark. He tries to get her back into bed, but the woman says that her father is very angry about what Bruno did and that he's coming to look for him. Well, that's kind of spooky. Bruno's a little confused, and the woman says, "Don't you see him? He's just out there." Bruno looks out the window to see a figure in a raincoat standing down below. Just then, the woman grabs Bruno by the wrist and yells at him for not showing up to the altar and abandoning her. He tries to settle her down, and meanwhile the person outside breaks in downstairs and is making his way up to Bruno. The old woman says she loves him and that he's everything to her. This instantly gives Bruno a flashback of Margot, who said the same thing to him that night in Grimmeryland. He looks over to see the person in the raincoat standing in the doorway to the room, and they're holding a syringe full of some unknown substance, saying, "You've been invited." Well, I think we can see where this is going. I have a feeling we're headed back to Grimmeryland, and soon. In the past, shortly after Eva's death, we can see her parents Leslie and Tim arguing. Leslie is mad that Tim let her attend that party without telling her, and he thought she deserved to have some fun after dealing with all the bad hallucinations. It gets pretty heated and ends with Leslie kicking Tim out of the house. It moves ahead a bit, and Leslie shows up at Tim's motel room to apologize about how angry she got. He says he's thinking of moving into his parents' old funeral home that he inherited. This is a small detail that is actually really important later. Tim says everything's going to be okay and that he actually found a way to fix all of this. But before we find out what
Tim looks like a woman.
he's talking about, it cuts back to the present. Leslie is listening to the show where the women discuss the Grimmeryland incident while she looks through some old photos. One of the women mentions that the friends were brought to the park by a limo and wonders who was driving it. At the same time, Leslie sees a picture of her and Tim standing in front of the funeral home. It suddenly hits her. It wasn't a limo, it was a hearse. She immediately hops on her motorcycle and heads to Tim's funeral home. No one answers the door, so she climbs in through the back window. She looks in the garage to find a black hearse, but it's locked. Looking for the keys, she ends up down in the mortuary, and instead of the keys, she finds a ticket to Grimmeryland. She makes a call to the police station telling them she's identified the Grimmeryland vehicle. The person on the line tells her she needs to back off this case. She's too close to it. And behind Leslie, we can see one of the mortuary drawers open up and a figure reaching out. While Leslie continues arguing about the case, a figure in a raincoat climbs out and approaches her from behind. But before we see what happens, it cuts back to Zoe. She wakes up and finds herself outside the entrance to Grimmeryland, only this time it's covered in blood. She tries to run away, but she's sealed inside. Out from the entrance, a small cart rolls onto a track as if asking Zoe to climb inside. She realizes she has no choice and sits in the cart. It wheels into the park and in front of a Grimmery statue that's been overtaken by large strange vines. Its arms are outstretched, pointing left and right. The statue speaks, asking asking which way she wants to go. To the left is the Museum of Sleepers, and to the right is the park exit. Zoe's pretty clever and thinks that Grimmery must be talking about his right, not hers, so she turns left. Unfortunately, Grimmery says that she's chosen the museum. Although, let's be honest, she probably would have ended up there no matter what she chose, since Grimmery decides which way is left and right.
You try to pull that bullshit, that ain't gonna work. It was not a trick question. This is like that episode of this is like that episode of what do you call it? Digital Circus, when they had a choice to leave or not, and now you don't know if the choice they made will ever be the legitimate one. All right, I'm looking at it. Okay, yeah, that's my problem. I don't know how to show the foreshortening when it comes to trying it. Okay, it just looks like a flat finger. Look weird. Foreshortened. Unforeshortened. Unforeshortened. Is that a word? And flat. I tried to make the close stuff big, and the far stuff small, but it comes out weird. Let me see. Okay. Okay. All right, real quick. I'm going to point this out real quick. So you have the hand like this, right? It's like thicker. All right. The fingers becomes big because they're the closest thing. The knuckles get slightly smaller. The palm gets a little smaller, and then the furthest thing that gets smaller, or at least the same size of the hand width-wise, is the arm, the wrist. So, and then we see here, you're on the right track, but what I would do is make the fingers a slightly bigger, if that's what you're trying to do, like make this finger slightly bigger, grab the knuckles, make them slightly, not as big, but just small enough to see their difference between them, but not massively small. This is fine. I would probably shave this down a little bit more, and then have this around the same width as the palm, because it's not really much of a big, unless you're trying to make it more further away, then yeah, it narrows down. It starts narrowing as it goes, so it gets big. Like, think of it like this. It's big and it narrows as it goes into the distance. So it's big, wide, and it gets slightly smaller. Yeah. Yeah, because he's having an issue with foreshortening. So you gotta look at foreshortening, like how I have. Look at this, for instance, as I'm working on an engine. It's like this. It's like does that make sense? See how it narrows into the distance? Does that make sense? Because, like, once it starts here, it widens. The widen is us. The camera is the closest. Yeah, closest. Farthest. Furthest. Furthest. Right? So the more you keep that initial distance go down to the into the depth, the more that the layering happens. So the more layering it happens, the more thicker things get. So, like, the bigger something gets, the thicker it becomes. The more further it goes down, I have to make the thickness actually plays in a part of this. So like the bigger something is, right, the thicker the lines become. The further it becomes into the distance, it gets smaller and the lines get thinner. I will have to thin out these lines in a bit. I'm just trying to get the overall idea first, and then because we're just doing the sizing now. Once the sizing is in where it's supposed to be, then I just thin out everything, and then it looks like it makes sense. So that's how you make things seem like more distance based on lines, if that makes sense. I hope that answers your question, Bob.
Alright, elsewhere, Bruno wakes up in a small room. In front of him is a tub of popcorn and a large cup with a sticky note that reads, "Drink me to begin the movie." The door is locked, and after waiting around for a half an hour, Bruno comes to the conclusion that he's not getting out of here unless he plays along, so he drinks from the cup. As soon as he does, the room doors open and he walks out into a movie theater. There's no other exit, so he sits down. The projector kicks on and it cuts back.
I always, first thing when you do the hierarchy, do the sizing first, and then do the thinning later. So just real quick before you go, if you decide to go, or listen to the creepypasta, real quick, let's use an example from one of your drawings here. Like it was, I think it was this one. So like, particularly, I would have made this side here because this is closer to thick. It'll be thickened, then it'll start thinning. Mid-thin, 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 then it starts thinning. Thin, 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 thin. To the point that it's just absolutely thin. Like it's one, like it's thin, right? Remember, this is focusing on hierarchy, right? But this part should be big, since this part should be the biggest part. They made it the same size, which I don't know why they did that. It kind of makes things awkward. But I would have made this thick, thicken this part here. And as it goes in, it gets mid, like it starts shrinking mid. And then it stays kind of smaller and small. Like, it's not going any more further. The furthest thing, that's the furthest thing right now. This actually stays the same right here. And then once it gets to the, like, these fingers, that's when you can make these smaller because they're going more into the distance. But it's like big, medium, small. So big, medium, small, and then that's where the thickness, thick lines, mid lines, thin lines. So it's like that. So thick, medium size, like thick like this, widen like this, thin, mid like this, like small like this size, and then this goes more further out but thin. So I hope that answers the question there.
To Leslie, she seems to be sitting in her apartment when she hears the doorbell ring. But when she opens the door, she finds that she's actually standing in the living room of the first attraction the friends went on, the Happy Family Ride. Zoe arrives at the Museum of Sleepers and sees the same setup as before. Jeff's standing there looking at a TV screen mounted on the wall. Only this time it says New Exhibit. Zoe makes her way into the next room where there are several lit model houses on display. One shows the silhouette of a little girl and her father. Below, in red, the girl is crying at his grave. The next house shows a man, woman, and their teenage daughter. Below, the man is beating the woman.
Oh, so I guess that was her dad. Her dad passed away. The mom remarried or got a new boyfriend, and he became abusive. So, so I start from the closest. Yes.
And in the final house, the man.
Well, you can start by either one. You can start small and big if that makes it easier, or you can start big and small. I start big first and small later. So.
Pointing a gun at her. Zoe moves along until she comes upon another exhibit. Behind some glass, she sees Becca, or at least a realistic-looking puppet of her. She's held by marionette strings and a bullet hole is still in her head. She yells out that they are all just puppets for entertainment and starts flailing her limbs around. Then Zoe hears the familiar wheels of Jeff coming for her with his nightstick. She runs away and eventually Jeff stops in his tracks. Literally, the track ends. Zoe mocks him while she has the chance and even flips him the bird. But in a terrifying twist, Jeff simply walks off the tracks and keeps moving toward her. She continues running until she hits a patch of ice and slips, falling onto her back. I guess it's snowing in this exhibit. Jeff comes right at her, this time with the taser, and Zoe does a straight-up kung fu move, sweeping his legs and knocking him over. She gets up and looks over to see a small winter lodge and Jeff's tiny family, who all come out to berate her about what she did. I did didn't expect that. Meanwhile, Jeff's eyes glow red, and as he stands up, his arm breaks off his body, spilling a green ooze out. From the wound, a freaking machine gun pops out. It's like something from
What is happening?
He starts firing at her, and Zoe runs again until the floor gives out and she falls into the darkness below. She survived the fall, but when she looks up, she finds another exhibit, and behind the glass is Raimi. Next, we jump back to the past. Zoe's father is abusing her mother when Zoe steps out of her room and confronts him. Surprisingly, it's Zoe's mother who tells her to stay out of it. Later, after hearing a news report about an abusive husband killing his wife, Zoe is really afraid that her dad will take it too far one day. During one of the violent encounters, Zoe secretly films it. Then, after a heated exchange one day, her father looks as if he's about to hit her, but she pulls out her phone and shows the video. She says she has copies of it and tells him if he doesn't leave right now, she'll show it to the police. So the next thing we see is her father doing just that. The sad part is Zoe's mother is in shambles and begs for him not to go. However, Zoe's life improves drastically, not having to carry around that constant fear. Then one day, while walking home from school, she spots her mother at a motel kissing her father in secret. Back at home, Zoe tries to talk some sense into her mother, but she completely defends her husband's actions and even claims that it's her fault. She just needs to treat him better.
This is exactly why I would say, this might sound crazy, please hear me out. This is why I would say your mother is the reason why your life is horrible. Your mother will ultimately will be the reason why your life is horrible or good. The reason why I'm saying this is because, remember, if I impregnate a woman right now, she has the literal option, depending on where you live, but she usually has the literal option to bring that kid into term or not. Right? So like she has the option to say, well, I don't really feel like fucking with this kid because I don't really fuck with the man I really like. I can off this kid in secret without him knowing. She can literally do that legally. There's no obligation for him to there's no legal obligation for him to stop that. So she can have that kid whether she wants to or not. Right? And if your mother is an idiot or crazy or stupid, you have to deal with the bullshit that she brings upon you based on how that life goes out. Based on the man she picks. Based on every man she fucks with, whether it's the biological dad or not. The girl is finally out of the clutches of this man, and this woman brings this man back into their lives. That tells you everything you need to know. Remember, a man can't force a woman to get pregnant. They can't force them to. In America, I'm saying. I don't know outside the country, but like in America specifically. Remember this. She chose to bring this man back into the house knowing that he's crazy or violent because it's her fault somehow. Somehow it's her fault. The girl is finally getting some sense of able to breathe and live her life, and she can't do that because her mom brought that into her life. This is a perfect indication as that child not to defend this woman when bullshit happens and just get the fuck up out of there. You sometimes can't save your parents, and you can't sometimes save your family member. You gotta let them die in their sins. Sometimes you just have to let your family member die so you can have some form of peace. Not all the time. You can sometimes talk them out of it, and sometimes you can actually convince them to not go down a path. But sometimes that's just, there's those times where you just cannot help them in the slightest, and there's nothing you can say or do. They're going to do what they want to do because either they're grown or whatever the case may be, or they're just too far gone. You cannot help them. It happens.
Finally, Zoe gives her an ultimatum. Either her mother picks her or her father. She refuses to pick, and so Zoe leaves. Back in the present, Raimi's upset that Zoe ditched him here and expected a little more understanding from his best friend. Zoe reminds him that he killed somebody. What's she supposed to do, just accept that? Raimi tells her that now he's so much stronger because he stopped judging every little move he made and denying.
Why does Raimi look like the other dude who
who he really is. He snaps his fingers and a wall of TV screens light up the other side of the room. Sitting in the glow is Zoe's father, his hands bound and mouth taped. On the TVs, a news report begins to play covering an incident where a 47-year-old woman was killed by her husband. It seems to imply that this was actually Zoe's mother, and Raimi says her father is here to give her a chance at revenge. Nearby is a red button, and if Zoe presses it, her father will die.
Who is
She stands
funding this?
motionless for a moment, remembering all those horrible incidents that she was forced to witness between her parents. Gritting her teeth, she runs up to the button and stops just before pressing it. Ultimately, she can't bring herself to do it. She wants to change things in the world, and by doing it properly through the law, hoping one day it will lead to fewer men in the future doing the same thing. Raimi tells her that she shouldn't worry. Her mother is
Hello,
actually
Galaxy.
fine, and in fact, she finally left her father. It was all a ruse to get her to commit a heinous act. Raimi says that he actually spent a lot of time trapped in that room and was haunted by what he did. He didn't feel better by killing Jax. In the end, he only felt sadness. He was supposed to try and trick her to press the button. It wasn't really her test, but his. The floor Raimi sits on begins slowly descending into darkness, and he says, "They're gonna take me somewhere I deserve. After what I've done, there's no future for me outside of Grimmery Land." Zoe cries out for him as he's slowly engulfed by the dark. Finally, we check back with Bruno. The projector kicks on and we see a title card that says Grimmery Land presents Margot R. in The Actress. Here we actually get Margot's full backstory. Her parents were neglectful and abusive, and eventually she ended up at an orphanage, which she describes as cold and dark. One day, a man adopted her. He was a kind man who wanted to try and help her succeed. He asked her what she wanted to do when she grew up, and she decided she wanted to be an actress. After this, her father paid for acting lessons, and she was in multiple school plays. The years went on, and her father became very ill,
Thank you for the flower.
eventually
Thank
dying.
you.
Her aunt then moved into her father's house to be
Thank
her
you.
caretaker. She's a cruel, selfish woman who tells Margot she won't be doing her acting classes anymore because it's a waste of money. She even goes so far as to blame Margot for her father's death. And it just keeps getting worse. This awful woman...
Whoa, what? Whoa, what the hell? Go back. I didn't hear any of that.
just keeps her and Margot's full backstory. Her parents were neglectful and abusive,
I
and
heard this
eventually
part,
she
but I
ended
didn't
up
hear
at
the
an
what happened to
orphanage,
that.
which she describes as cold and dark. One day, a man adopted her. He was a kind man who wanted to try and help her succeed. He asked her what she wanted to do when she grew up, and she decided she wanted to be an actress. After this, her father paid for acting lessons, and she was in multiple school plays. The years went on, and her father became very
You're welcome.
ill,
Aw, thank
eventually dying. Her aunt then moved into her father's house to be her caretaker. She's a cruel, selfish woman who tells Margot she won't be doing her acting classes anymore because it's a waste of money. She even goes so far as
Why
to
did you
blame
take the
Margot
girl?
for her father's death. And it just keeps getting worse. This awful woman turns Margot's room into a home gym and moves Margot into a dingy closet with almost no possessions. By the time Margot
This is some Harry Potter shit.
was a teenager, her aunt bans her from going out at night, and instead she's supposed to stay home and clean. Also, the money Margot earns at her weekend job are now going to be going towards household expenses, aka straight to her aunt. This is pretty heartbreaking because Margot got the job just so she could save up for more acting lessons. Around this time is when Margot reconnected with Bruno and started spending time with him and his family to get away from her aunt. Of course, when she's home, she's forced to clean up after her obnoxious aunt, and her part-time fast food job is brutal, especially because she's essentially doing this only to fuel her aunt's spending habits. One night she comes back home and finds her piggy bank is broken. Her aunt smashed it and took the money she had previously saved up. Margot is pissed. She grabs her aunt by the necklace and threatens to cut her throat if she doesn't give her her money back. She moves out on her own after this and is living in a shoddy apartment downtown while she tries to get acting gigs. It's not working out so well, and she even goes so far as to sleep with the director to try and get a part. Well, he has no problem taking what he can get and still doesn't give her the part. Eventually, she completely breaks down and actually contemplates ending it all when she gets a group text invite from Becca, who invites them all to go to Grimmery Land. This brings us back to the present where Bruno looks visibly sick. Suddenly, Margot pops out from behind the curtains, and this is really sick, dude, but she's done her hair up to look like Mia. She says the drugs seem to be taking effect, and I guess it's a mixture of some kind of tranquilizer and Viagra, because he can't really...
Ah, fuck. Ah, fuck. Ah, fuck. You should give him an aphrodisiac. That's not good. Oh, fuck.
Move and suddenly pops a boner. Yeah, I was not expecting that. Margot then proceeds to force herself onto him in a pretty twisted scene. However, Bruno just starts crying and points out that if Margot really loved him, she wouldn't be doing this to him and she wouldn't have killed his sister. She doesn't care about him at all, really. If she really loved him, why would she keep hurting him? Yeah, despite her tragic backstory, Margot might have made it back to the #1 hated spot.
Yep.
Next, we check in with Leslie at the Happy Family attraction. She hops into a black baby carriage cart and the ride starts up. In the first room, she sees Mrs. Thompson standing in the kitchen saying that the worst thing a mother can suffer is losing her child, and it can cause her to do crazy things. From a different angle, we can see that she's chopping up a human leg. Pretty gnarly. She looks over and says, "But not all mothers love their children, do they, Leslie?" The lights then cut out and the mother creeps up on Leslie, jumping over the cart and jamming her thumbs in Leslie's eyes. She smacks the puppet off with her flashlight and the ride starts back up, bringing her to the next room. Leslie pulls out her handgun and along the tracks are dozens of dolls. Standing in the middle is the little boy from the family. He says that his sister Eva died and then he accuses Leslie of killing her. He then crawls on his back like the Exorcist or something and climbs up the walls. Leslie loses track of him, but then another figure appears. The boy's baby doll comes walking out. It's a perfect distraction and the boy pounces on Leslie, but she fires off 2 rounds, blowing the kid's face apart. The mother then comes up from behind with her knife, but before she reaches Leslie, the cart starts moving again. The tracks lead through a trapdoor and into a massive room filled with lava. It kind of looks like hell. As she speeds down the track, the massive demonic fetus from season 1 rises from the lava and looks over at her. Man, I didn't expect to see this thing again. It chases behind the cart, but a set of doors open up to safety ahead, and the tracks end in a dark room. Leslie looks up to see a figure in a raincoat staring at her. He pulls his hood off to reveal that it's her husband, Eva's father.
I knew it!
It cuts back to the moment Tim tells Leslie he can fix everything and has something to show her. He brings her back to his room where there's a pin board with various newspaper articles and clippings about traveling to other universes. Tim asks her to sit down and listen to his full explanation. Using a bizarre illustration of 2 men shooting light rays at each other while inside of a traveling rocket, he lays out the theory of relativity. To put it simply, he believes that time is relative to the observer and that if they could reach the speed of light, they could travel through time and maybe see Eva again. Understandably, Leslie is a little freaked out, thinking Tim has lost his marbles. He apologizes and she asks him to come back home so they can work through this together. Back at the house, Tim wakes up in the middle of the night and continues down his rabbit hole searching the web. Eventually, he believes there are beings that have broken outside of the fixed limits of our universe and are watching from the outside.
Wait, what? What the fuck?
Understandably, Leslie is a little freaked out, thinking Tim has lost his marbles. He apologizes, and she asks him to come back home. Work through this together. Back at the house, Tim wakes up in the middle of the night. Continues down his rabbit hole searching the web. Eventually, he believes there are beings that have broken outside of the fixed limits of our universe and are watching from the outside. He says that the light comes from our creator, and he looks at a bizarre image of a being hovering above the universe.
This is some Reddit ass shit.
With a black hole where its face should be. Suddenly, Tim sees himself in the rocket ship, pointing a gun at Leslie, who's doing the same. She encourages him to fire at the same time so they can free themselves from the material universe and maybe see...
Bro. Didn't scientists already did this shit when they took like 2 guns? Like, oh my god. To make a black hole, not a gun, but like they try to make a black hole at atoms.
Eva again. In reality, Tim is simply standing by the bed, pointing Leslie's gun at her. He snaps out of the delusion, drops the gun, and runs away. We then see Tim running through the woods when he comes upon a light. It's the being from the picture he saw. He jumps into the light and is confronted by this being. Tim asks who they are, and they introduce themselves as Grimmery. He says though Tim's nature doesn't allow him to see beyond the limits, Grimmery sensed his suffering and reached out from the other side. He then tells Tim he will help him get Eva back, but in order to do so, he will need to go back to the family home and enter the attic. Grimmery says that Eva projected him from her dreams until eventually she made him real. Tim climbs into the attic and finds a Grimmery costume lying on the floor. He then instructs Tim to go to the cemetery, dig up his daughter's corpse, put it in the costume, and then bury it in a patch of wilderness far away from society. Then he must leave and not return for 7 days. We We can see a strange light shoot down from space on the spot where Eva is buried. When Tim returns, he sees a huge hole in the ground and follows it down until he finds a room. Inside is a casket standing upright and great red vines growing out of it. I'm telling you, man, it just keeps getting weirder from here. Back in the present, Tim greets Leslie and tells her that they are prisoners in their own universe, but Gremory heard him from the outside. He explains that Gremory can read their timeline like a book and can freely travel to the past at will. Eva was used as a seed to build the park, and now it's the only place she can continue to exist. Then Eva herself rolls out in a wheelchair and greets her mother. She commands Tim to take Leslie's gun before she shoots her again, and after a tense dispute, Leslie hands it over. Eva then tells Tim to shoot her so she'll stay here forever. Of course, Tim hesitates at the thought of shooting his own ex-wife, but Eva encourages him, saying they'll be together forever if he does. Leslie tries to talk some sense into him, telling him that he's being manipulated by Gremory to help feed this system. It's a pretty crazy image of Tim holding the gun to her head like that. Eva tells him to just do it, or Leslie will ruin the park like she did last time. She gets fed up with Tim's reluctance and starts screaming at him to just shoot her in the face or she'll do it herself. This really doesn't sound like the Eva that they knew, and Tim instead moves the gun to Eva. In a shocking moment, he pulls the trigger, and we see the wheelchair topple over and blood take the floor. Tim then proceeds to put the gun to his own head and shoot himself. Whoa. For a moment, we see the messed up scene with Margot advancing on...
This bitch got shot twice! She got shot twice! That is funny. It's like, what did you think was going to... Oh my god. Bro. Like, wow. Talk about being a villain and getting by both parents, bro.
On Bruno with Mia's hair. Then it cuts to Margot sitting on a bench and looking at her phone. There's a strange moment here where Margot looks up directly at the screen and seemingly breaks the fourth wall, saying, "What are you looking at?" Back in the theater, Bruno wakes up to see a movie on the screen called The Last Supper. He moves behind the curtains and then we check in with Zoe. A door opens up from the wall and she looks out to see the car on the rails again. She says that she's so sick of this shit as she hops into the cart once again. It takes her to a wooded area where she runs into Bruno. They tell each other what happened and conclude that Raimi and Margot are somehow part of the park now. Once again, they're left with no choice but to continue with the next game, and they look over to see a mansion. They walk inside to find a huge dining room with several puppets seated at the table. They also find Leslie inside crying her eyes out. Gremory's voice rings out from an intercom welcoming them to Gremory's mansion and telling them to have a seat. Zoe wonders what the point of this is. Why not just kill them and be done with it? Gremory says that a potential murderer hides among them, and the objective is to identify the murderer and kill them before midnight.
Something tells me this is more supernatural than... Yeah, it's probably aliens or supernatural, but I think this is like a supernatural thing, because why does... Like, she did ask a question, why don't you just kill him and call it a day? But it seems like it needs something or some form of sacrifice. I think this is more like a demon than anything, but I'm not totally sure. Could be aliens, but what does aliens need for dead humans anyway? It doesn't make much sense. So I think this is spiritual.
If they don't do this, they all die. In order to do so, they'll need the items left on the table. They uncover their plates to find a wrench, a candlestick, and a pistol, straight out of Clue. Gremory then introduces the other members of the dinner party, some of which are familiar. Henry the Medium, Howdy the Hunter, and two new faces, Annie the Cook and Gladys the Widow. They all stand up and scatter across the mansion. Zoe and the others follow behind them, not sure how best to discover the murderer. They enter the widow's room for a second and her eyes glow red, so they nope out real quick, assuming the red eyes indicate suspicion. They hear a loud noise coming from the kitchen and look inside to see the cook dead on the floor and Henry standing over her body. Zoe yells out that she found the murderer and shoots Henry, exploding the doll's face. However, Gremory informs them that Annie had actually died of a heart attack and that Henry was innocent, meaning now Zoe is technically the killer. We can see the other dinner guests' eyes glow red as they prepare to hunt Zoe down.
You're a dumbass.
Despite the warning that they're all going to die if the murderer isn't killed, Leslie refuses to play along and instead decides to try and hide her. So Bruno and Zoe hide in the freezer just as Howdy charges into the kitchen, blowing the door down with a shotgun. Leslie pulls out her gun and fires some shots off at him, taking him down. She bends over to pick up a shotgun, but behind her, the widow sneaks up with the syringe, stabbing it into her back and injecting her with who knows what. She cries out to warn the others, and the widow moves in on the freezer. Zoe readies her gun, but surprisingly, the widow doesn't enter. Instead, she lowers the freezer temp to well below zero and locks the door, trapping Bruno and Zoe inside to freeze to death. Leslie reaches out, but soon loses consciousness from the injection. We then get a quick flash of several previous panels, all of which hold a clue to what's really going on here. First, the medium saying that he can't see the other side because it's impossible to exceed the speed of light, but how they will watch Zoe die in his hands. Then the instance when Eva encountered Grimmery in the attic and he said you cannot see the lens through which you are being watched, but they can see you. And finally, Becca saying that there are nothing but puppets for their entertainment. All of these mention a they, but who is they? We then see Margot waking up in the woods. It seems like this takes place right after she fell from the roller coaster tracks. Surprisingly, she's okay. She's approached by Tim, who leads her to the chamber with the organ and the giant black screen, only this time it's filled with static. He tells her that this is the mirror room, and that it's the only place that connects with those who observe us from outside. Margot's confused, just like me, and Tim declares that Grimmery Land is a lie, and he'll show her the truth. The organ plays, and Margot is shocked at what she sees on the screen. Now, I don't know if y'all are ready to get this weird, but on the screen is a human woman. I don't mean in the comic there's a woman.
Oh my god, no way. It was super meta. So I guess this is the Arthur. The Arthur's telling... Oh god. Okay, I get it. This is some Jack Lee shit, or like the one before all type shit. Okay, okay, I get it now.
Actual real picture of a woman. So yeah, prepare for one of the most what the fuck endings to any comic I've ever covered. Tim says that she is one of those from the other side, the place that exists beyond the light of our universe. He mentions that there are more looking at them through the lens right now. He calls them gods who can travel through their time like an open book. Tim then says he has one last thing to show Margot. Her phone buzzes and she looks down to see herself. She freaks out and turns, looking directly at us, the readers, and Tim says that this is what they're seeing right now. So if you hadn't pieced it together, we as the readers are the gods, and we can manipulate time because we can read and reread the comic in whatever fashion we see fit. While they can't see the lens that we look through, Margot now has the ability to see what we're seeing on her phone. She looks down at it, and so do we, creating an infinity of looking at her and her phone. This revelation shocks her into unconsciousness, and she falls to the ground. This explains why Margot was breaking the fourth wall earlier. She knew we were looking at her on the park bench. It then cuts to Margot pressing a button at the cinema that has a casket on it, and we see her getting into the elevator exit in the woods. She goes down to the bottom floor and finds the room we saw earlier with the upright casket. It opens up and Grimmery climbs out. Alright, next we move into the series finale, so buckle up because things are about to get weird. We get another glimpse of the past just after Eva was left for dead by the side of the highway. She's actually still alive at this point and struggles to try and stand. Then from out of the shadows, Grimmery appears. He tells her she will inevitably die, but he's here to help her fulfill her destiny. She tries to run from him, but ends up falling off the edge of a cliff. She's then engulfed in white light, and Grimmery tells her that she was drugged and shows her how her friends were all in on it. However, Grimmery shows her a lie, how all of her friends got the pictures in a group chat and laughed at her. Even Bruno says he wishes she would die instead of his sister. Okay, well that explains why Eva was so hostile to all of them when she was brought back. It shows some images of the light shooting down again, and Tim opening the casket to see his daughter alive. Back in the present, Margot approaches the coffin now holding Grimmery. She demands to know who he really is and what his goals are. He says that he's simply a costume attracted by the smell of suffering that your broken hearts gave off. He says that we are all Grimmery, and each of us wears the costume for a different reason. Grimmery Land exists because of all of you, especially those who observe from the outside and put on the mask with each new episode. Many of you wanted Jax to die, and so Grimmery Land fulfilled that wish. Likewise, many wanted Judy to be saved, and so she was. She asks again who Grimmery really is, and he replies, the answer is written on you. You may have noticed that this whole series, Margot has worn a shirt that has some Japanese lettering on it. Well, it translates...
I think it says... Sin? Rensen? Rusin?
It's to rosin.
See? Close. I said Rusin. I was close. This guy still working my hinaganas. Oh, God.
The author of Grimmery Land is a Rosin, so it seems safe to say that the author themselves are speaking through Grimmery. Margot asks what he gains from all of this, and he creepily replies catharsis. It cuts to Zoe trying desperately to open the freezer door while Bruno shivers behind her. Zoe and Bruno then try to keep each other warm, staying hopeful that Leslie will get them out. Margot watches this play out on her phone. Grimmery says that as long as they're in the system, anything is possible. She could get rid of Zoe and have Bruno all to herself, or even bring her father back to life. He asks her finally if she wants to join him. However, Margot reaches into her bag and pulls out a pistol, then points it at him. He says that she actually needs Grimmery Land to survive, and reveals that Margot did die that day on the roller coaster. Like Eva, she was used as fuel for Grimmery Land, and she cannot exist outside of it. Margot says she doesn't care anymore. She just wants Bruno to stop suffering because of her. She looks at her phone and sees Zoe and Bruno together holding hands in the freezer. She points the gun at Grimmery once more, and he tries to tell her that she can't really kill him. This is nothing but a costume. But she has another plan. Using the phone, she can see that we're looking at her from behind. So she turns around and fires directly at the lens, shattering the screen along with Grimmery Land. The author finishes by saying that the lens is broken, so they cannot continue. And that is the end of Grimmery Land.
What the fuck?
Wow. Well, there you have it. You can see why a lot of people really found this ending disappointing. I had the luxury of reading through the whole series over the course of a week or two, so to me, the crazy direction the story went was kind of a novelty, and I actually found it pretty interesting from a sci-fi perspective. On the other hand, you can imagine people who were reading this as it came out week to week, getting fully invested in the characters, only to find that the ending got way too meta and focused more on the audience's interactions with the comic itself, rather than trying to tie up loose ends and wrap up the character stories that we actually care about. I should point out that if you look at the shattered screen in the final episode, there's some indication of what happened to the characters, like Raimi going to jail and Bruno and Zoe making it out okay in the end. If you remove expectation, the ending is pretty cool actually, but it felt like it belonged to a completely different comic. That being said, there were still some great moments and scares in the second half, so I really enjoyed covering this one. What did you guys think?
Wow, the first girl died for literally no reason. She died literally no reason. The one with the glasses died for no reason whatsoever. She got her head popped for no reason. She had no backstory whatsoever that was actually horrible. Actually, I don't even think they went into a backstory at her at all. She died for no reason, under a lie. That's crazy. Okay.
You know in the comments. As I said, this author has another series called Malvina's Therapy that a lot of people say is a better overall story, so I'm seriously considering covering it next. Shout out to Kill Me Katie as always for the intro and outro music, which is likely playing right now. And if you want to see your art at the end of my videos, email me a submission to the address below with the name or social media handle. But I appreciate you guys watching at all. This is Grief speaking. Goodbye, friends.
Cool. I kind of get the meta-ness of it. I get it. It wasn't... I don't know. It was alright. I get it, but like... I think that could have been handled a little better if you just gave everyone at least an ending and then did the meta thing at the far end. I'm just saying. Like, I think that shooting at the lens thing should have been saved once everything was wrapped up, or whatever case may be. I don't know. That was I feel kind of robbed to a degree. I get it, but it was like it was doing something different, and I get it, but like it still didn't hit the mark. I'm just saying. Let me see. It's more insightful to leave it up to the reader on how it ended. Ma'am, you can waste my money because that can be regained, but please don't waste my time. Yeah, I get it. You missed it. You missed it, Maura. We went through a very insane creepypasta, but it was more... What the fuck is going on in the UK? Ends lower on Trump threaten. Sorry, speaks on Greenland will work something out. Okay, it says here, UK wants you to pay a license fee to watch YouTube videos. Fuck out of here with that. Open AI are bleeding billions of dollars and I don't care about that. I want to look at something positive, nothing crazy. Oh God. Let me see here.
This fake TikTok.
Okay, I have a few more minutes on me. I want to get a little bit more done, just a little bit more done. So don't worry, and stuff. I try building AI stuff in real life. Okay, so like we're near done. I'm so close to finishing this off. I just want to get it done. Very close.
A dentist spent years flexing a luxury lifestyle online, drilling into people's teeth without a license, selling 2-day veneer certifications with mimosas included, and he thought he was untouchable until prosecutors dropped a 113-count indictment on him.
I was there as investigators raided Brandon Diller's Northeast Atlanta dental office. It looked like the real thing. He had more than 157,000 followers on Instagram, but this new indictment charges him with 113 different charges, including RICO, 51 counts of theft by deception, and 21 counts of battery.
Yes! This couldn't have happened to a better person. Thankfully, there's now one less scumbag drilling into people's teeth without a license. But the wildest part of the story is, if you add up all the charges and he gets the max sentence, he's literally facing 888 years in prison. Obviously, he won't get that, but that's still a diabolical number for a fake TikTok dentist. The dude just couldn't stop documenting himself, breaking the law, and allegedly hurting so many victims. But this is definitely not the first time this guy's shown up here on this channel. But this time, I'm actually able to say he's officially been hit with a whole bunch of charges. And it's definitely not a small amount either. 113 counts, which is more than I think we've covered ever? Maybe? Have I ever covered someone getting hit with 113 counts? I don't think so. But today I'm talking about Brandon Dillard, the man who promoted himself online as Atlanta's top veneer specialist. Dillard was running a multi-million-dollar unlicensed dental operation for years, and a grand jury returned an indictment with counts including violations of Georgia's RICO Act, dozens of counts of theft by deception, and multiple charges relating to practicing dentistry and medicine without a license. And Georgia's RICO Act is basically a law that lets procedures charge someone for running an ongoing criminal operation. But not just one isolated crime. Basically, it's used when the state believes a person committed repeated illegal acts as a part of their business scheme. So typically, you see it in organized crime cases, but this time, it's for a fake veneer scheme. His arraignment is scheduled for this month, January of 2026, and at the time of recording this video, the actual date isn't scheduled. But what I do know is that the state is treating this as an organized crime enterprise. So it doesn't seem like they're going to be going too easy on him. And what makes this update especially wild is the timing, because I had to go catch up on what Brandon has been up to recently since we last covered him, and it's safe to say the dude has not been laying low at all, because right up until these charges landed, he was still posting nonstop online. Luxury cars, designer clothes, high-end lifestyle meant to show off, I guess, success and confidence and status, but in reality, it seems like he's just an insecure man who might have made his riches from illegally drilling into people's teeth. So while prosecutors were out there building a case that stretches all the way back to 2021, Brandon was still on social media posting like nothing was ever happening. And the sick part of this is, according to investigators, that money came from people who trusted him with their teeth. And now he has potentially permanently altered their teeth forever. The dude is a prime example of someone who needs to get backhanded by the law. But if you have not heard of Brandon Dillard before...
Backhanded? Bro, no. He needs to be branded. Iron hot branded on the head, the mouth, and that ass. That's what I'm saying. Pfft, backhanded. What does a backhand ever really do to anyone? It makes him feel a little uncomfortable. Nah, bro, you need to be made a full, like straight up closed fist. You getting branded like a cow. So anyone else who thinks of doing this won't do it ever again. You have to make a prime example out of these type of people. You have to make them into a prime example. Make them suffer so horrifically that anyone else who even thinks of doing this will brand themselves before they do anything.
Here's a short version of him. He operated under the name of A-List Smiles Atlanta and claimed to be a veneer technician, a title that legally does not even exist. It's made up on TikTok to sell awful dental services to people who don't know better, unfortunately. And we've been covering him for years here on this channel because if you know anything about me, I hate social media scammers. I despise people who use their online platforms to hurt strangers who trust them. And also, he offered cosmetic dental procedures at a fraction of the cost of a licensed dentist, and also sold expensive training courses to teach others how to do the same thing. So all of this is taking advantage of how incredibly expensive the U.S., I guess, medical and dental care is, which makes these schemes even more sinister because he's targeting desperate people that cannot afford real dental health care. And obviously, when he inevitably wrecks their teeth, they then have to go to real dental health care and get their stuff fixed after they paid him a whole bunch of money. So then they have to pay the real cost plus the tax of paying for his scam. But these guys do this shady business crap. They get a whole bunch of money and they can't help themselves when it comes to selling courses. So, of course, it's not enough scamming people and, you know, drilling on people's teeth when you don't even have a license. Now, they have to figure out, oh, well, I could make more money by teaching other future scammers how to do this. So we can just wreck way more people's teeth together. Wow. Again, these guys deserve to get backhanded by the law. But at this point, I feel like it's just kind of like a pipeline because shady businesses almost always equal to shady courses. Because this course is promised fast money and quick success, all without dental school, licensing, or medical oversight. So essentially, as I said previously, he was teaching other people how to illegally wreck people's teeth. And to make things even worse or better, because at least now he's getting caught, the dude was an idiot. He was not subtle about anything at all. He posted procedures online. He marketed everything directly on TikTok and Instagram. Hence why I kept calling him a TikTok dentist or a TikTok veneer tech, because that's what he was calling himself, because, you know, he legally couldn't call himself a dentist, but therefore he came up with the loophole of being like, guys, I'm a veneer tech. It's not only him. There's a whole bunch of them on TikTok. Hopefully, they're scared now. But he showed off his results, client reactions, and behind-the-scenes content like it was just like any other influencer business. And for a long time, apparently it worked, because people flew from out of state and paid thousands of dollars. But law enforcement says this was all never legitimate. Prosecutors alleged that Diller performed damaging dental procedures, trained others to do the same, and collected millions of dollars.
Some brain-dead, idiot race person is going to say they're only coming after him because he's black or some stupid shit. Someone's going to say some stupid shit like this,
while knowing he was not legally allowed to do any of it. And I swear, every time I cover his cases, my teeth start phantom hurting just by imagining him shaving down people's teeth and sticking cheap veneers from AliExpress, by the way. That is complete speculation, by the way, but it seems like that's true. Because one of my previous videos covering him, we found the set of teeth that they were shilling in their courses, and it looked identical to the one they were selling on AliExpress. So imagine paying thousands of dollars to get the AliExpress special in your teeth that you now have to live with forever. Yeah, no. And what makes this stuff even worse is, like, you had a bunch of dentists screaming at TikTok saying, hey, these guys are putting veneers on decayed teeth, which, you know, is an absolute nightmare and could be life-threatening. And that's exactly what prosecutors were saying as well, because they were saying their patient...
If I remember right, I don't think YouTube have a system for this where if you're about to give medical advice or you're going to post anything about medical stuff, you have to literally register on the YouTube thing if you're giving medical or talking about medical things, specifically if you're giving that type of, like, advice where you have to register as a doctor legally and they have to process your shit. So when you start posting stuff on YouTube talking about medical stuff, they can come after you, and also you have to show that you're a licensed doctor or some shit like that. I think YouTube has something for this already. The fact that people went on TikTok and took that as word shows how dense real people are. Because people don't want to put the due diligence, or they're extremely lazy because they don't really care, because they think it's on YouTube, TikTok, therefore it's legitimate enough. Because we're coming from a idiocracy, I can't say it right. The idiocracy of, like, people who can't just put the effort to put an extra effort of trying to do research or understand their situation, or at least the situation they're trying to get themselves into. But because it seems convenient, fast, and cheap, therefore they're gonna go with it anyway. They're not gonna think much of it. Plus, they're gonna say, "Oh, he's on thing. He has a bunch of followers. That makes him legitimate." That doesn't mean shit. That does not mean shit. It does not mean shit. There's a lot of crazy people on TikTok, YouTube, Twitch, and all of them saying crazy shit, and they have a big following. Are they legitimate too? No. No, they are not. They're just certified with their cult or their insaneness. Yep. Correct, and he's teaching this to people. People paid money to learn this, and then they go and try and, I don't know. Remember, he's not an actual licensed doctor. God knows what was in those courses that he told people.
Were put at risk, not just financially, but medically as well. Patients were sharing horror stories about infections, broken teeth, and massive repair bills. And still, the operation just kept going. In fact, it grew so much that prosecutors say that this went on for years. From 2021 through late 2024, he brought in millions of dollars.
I blame the U.S. government for this one. I actually blame the U.S. government for this. How can this man operate for this long with no license? How is he making money? How is he was able to like pass this off as a business, and no one thought, or anything of the U.S. government put any form of like, oversight on that in the slightest? I blame the U.S. for this one. I blame TikTok for this as well, and I commend those who try to call him out for it because but that's horrible.
Last fall, we watched Brandon Dillard appear from jail before a judge. Dillard called himself Atlanta's top veneer specialist, but Fulton County District Attorney Fonnie Willis calls him a dangerous criminal.
This is an illegitimate operation.
Last October, we were the only media there as investigators raided A-List Smiles Atlanta. Prosecutors allege that Dillard pocketed more than $4 million from 2021 to 2024, while the indictment alleges patients suffered damage to their teeth and mouths. Last year, Christy Brown told me she paid Dillard $3,000 for veneers her dentist immediately noticed problems with at a clinic.
The way it was put on, he just kept asking who did this.
Brandon Dillard is not a dentist. As much as he may want to play one on Instagram, he is not one.
$4 million. You have to own a very large dental practice as a legitimate dentist to make that kind of money. Like, don't get me wrong, dentists make good money, especially if they own their practice, but to get to $4 million in what, 4 years, so that's $1 million a year, that's a pretty big practice. So he was making well over what most actual dentists was when he wasn't even an actual dentist. Probably because he focused on the cosmetic dentistry and sold all of these courses. Also, maybe, he allegedly also bought the teeth that he used as veneers from AliExpress. So the cost of goods that he was selling was very cheap, allegedly again. But honestly, at this point, things are just kind of predictable. Like, is this kind of scam survive?
What I don't understand is, even if he can make courses, how do you sell courses to people who are not licensed? Like, I don't understand that. Okay, I buy a course. I'm an unlicensed practitioner. I learned this course. I still need to get the license. Me doing the course does not actually mean I get the license. It's like an online course. How do I get this? How do I get this license? Is the course telling you that when you finish the course you get the license, or some form of certification? Is that what that is? Because that sounds very sketch. Especially something that to do with medical. I can understand something that's like, I don't know, like something with computers or something. I get that. But when it comes to working on people's teeth, you know what I'm saying? Printable licenses, right? Like printable licenses. I don't understand. This is weird. This is strangely weird. I fail to understand this.
For so long in plain sight, because when something looks, I guess, confident enough, people stop asking the basic questions. Which is probably why, even though he was in a whole bunch of legal trouble, he still posted stuff like this.
Yeah, be popping out with Chanel bags, but we never see you in the store. We never see you with the champagne. We might not even get to see an unboxing. Mind you, y'all be like, come with me to get my nails done.
Anyone who does this, any If you're a professional and you're doing this, I don't take you legitimate, even if you're legitimate. I don't take you seriously. This is extremely disgusting as a professional. Why are you doing this? And I'm pretty sure this is on the same account that he's doing this on while trying to do teeth. This is stupid. This is broke-minded people who do this. This is insane.
Yeah, come with me to do my Sephora. But that Chanel bag, you didn't say come with me to get a Chanel bag.
This is a lonely man who needs to prove that he's worth a damn. So he has to get a bunch of...
Sorry, but...
Like, why would you
Here's a Chanel bag. You're a grown man.
post stuff like that in the middle of an ongoing case?
You're
The only good thing about this case is at least he's
You're a grown man with a purse. That's what makes this crazy.
a pretty big practice. So, $4 million in what, 4 years? So that's $1 million a year. That's a pretty big practice. So he was making well over what most actual dentists was when he wasn't even so long. At least he's a dumb criminal who snitched on himself. Like, the dude is being investigated for organized crime, and then he's posting videos about how much money this alleged organized crime made him.
Bro never watched Goodfellas, huh? Bro never watched no Goodfellas. I can tell you that. He did not learn he didn't learn anything from Goodfellas when they started getting the money and then they started wearing it out. And the bro, he tell him, "You're out here wearing the shit that we got the money from? Are you fucking stupid? Are you dumb? You want to be seen? Like, what the fuck?" Bro. Yep.
Please, someone explain the logic to me. Like, a part of me thinks that he was posting all these videos and buying all this stuff to have one last, I guess, life of luxury feeling before he gets locked up. But he probably realized, or his legal team realized, this was an awful idea, so he's now deleted all the videos I'm now currently showing. So I'm just saying, if I can save these videos before they're deleted, then the prosecutors can as well. Because the dude got all this money from a job title that technically doesn't exist legally. Because again, there's no such job as a veneer technician. There's no license to get to become a veneer technician. And it's not a recognized role in dentistry in Georgia or anywhere else. That term exists almost entirely on TikTok because it sounds official enough to make people lower their guard. Real cosmetic dentists spend years in school and then years more learning how to do veneers safely. This is not some 2-day course with mimosa kind of thing, because veneers permanently alter the structure of your teeth. They involve grinding, shaping, bonding, and managing how your bite comes together. One small mistake can lead to infections, nerve damage, gum disease, or long-term tooth loss.
Again, how the fuck is this man able to sell a course when you have to go for years and get licensing? I don't understand this. How is he able to do this? I don't know how. Like, make it make sense. How is he able to make a course, sell it to you, and then what do you do with the course? When you finish it, what do you do with this? I go through, okay, say the course is a week long. Say it's 20, like a week long course, even a month. I get through it. What do I do now? I still need to get a bunch of things approved for me to even legally do any of this shit. Like, what? One course? 2, 3, 6? Like, what is this?
This is why dentistry is regulated and why only licensed professionals are legally allowed to perform this kind of work. And the reason veneer tech scams spread so easily is cost, because, real veneers are extremely expensive. They can cost anywhere from hundreds of dollars per tooth to into the thousands. And those prices scare people away. So now you have veneer techs filling the gap by offering way cheaper alternatives, but in return, you're getting the worst work done.
So this is the Brazilian body lift, butt lift version, but with teeth. Gotcha. That's what this is. This is the Brazilian butt lift version, but with teeth. Okay.
And very likely teeth straight from AliExpress. And experts have been warning about this for years. Dentists have said over and over again that these procedures are irreversible and that unlicensed providers often glue veneers over existing decay or infections. And people end up paying so much more later on to undo the damage, sometimes losing teeth entirely in the process. So veneer technicians often display certificates, waivers, and, other stuff they got from their 2-day mimosa veneer technician course. And that's to appear legitimate, but in reality, they're all just frauds. I hate this place. I hate that people can just do this to other people, which is why I'm screaming as loud as I can to make as many people aware of these scams. But according to prosecutors, Brandon Diller didn't just perform these procedures himself. He also sold training courses to teach others how to do the same. Students paid thousands of dollars to learn a skill that could get them sued or charged with a crime as well. So, the charges just keep stacking on him. We got 113 to be exact. But a lot of his victims from the courses later came forward saying they were scammed into believing this is a real career path, only to find themselves facing their own legal trouble when dental board stepped in. So, come on, guys. But this is why authorities are treating this as organized crime, because from their perspective, it looks like an organized operation built around illegal medical work, which explains the RICO charges. Because even with arrest and indictments, veneer tech content is still all over TikTok somehow. How is this happening still? While digging through all this, I found another creator who posted a full 6-part story time about how she was scammed into becoming a veneer tech herself.
Yeah, there's a reason why he's not saying why is this on YouTube Shorts. There's a reason why he's not saying this is because YouTube has a literal vetting system that if you're giving any form of medical advice or medical knowledge on something, you have to say, if you're giving some type of advice and you're nothing, you have to say on video, I am not giving medical advice. I am not this. But since this man keeps saying that he's some type of technician medical person, he won't say it on stream because on YouTube because it will wreck his whole situation. That's why he's not on TikTok. That's exactly why he's not on TikTok. Quite frank, fuck TikTok, because when I was talking about something of a hypothetical of nothing of medical anything, they said I was using misinformation. Fuck that. Fuck TikTok. I swear to God, I don't take anything serious on TikTok anymore. Don't take anything serious on TikTok. Have extreme skepticism. Don't believe it. Go and check it. Research it your damn self. Ask a professional that you know, or ask a professional that you can call up. Do not take it from TikTok. Horrible. Correct. You're right. You're right.
And she claims that she was sold the same dream that many others were. The whole fast money, legitimate sounding title, and promising that this was a real skill that you could turn into a business.
Hey y'all. This is my story time on how I got scammed into becoming a veneer tech and lost, well, I want to say $2,500, but overall it was like a $5,000 investment. And I got sued. Let's start there. I got sued today by North Carolina Board of Dental Examiners.
Guess what? Fast money will always hurt you in the long run.
Yep.
You don't want any of that because nothing in life is free. Real dentists get paid a whole bunch of money because guess what? It's not easy nor cheap to get through dental school. But then she was invited to attend a course herself. She took classes where she said that everyone talked over each other, but by the end she was given a certificate for completing the course. Nightmare. This is a nightmare situation. You don't want any of these people working on your teeth. And she was then given a list of items to get to start putting veneers on people's mouths. And here she got everything off of eBay and Amazon. Come on.
Oh my God.
She also did a set on her boyfriend and her family and even made an Instagram. Again, come on. The comments, I agree with the comments here because everyone's roasting her saying that maybe you should have done a little bit of research yourself. At no points did...
Idiocracy. I told you, they don't do it. They don't do it. They're stupid because they see the giant number. Because a lot of stupid people look at a giant number and say, no, this is legitimate. This feels legitimate. He feels real. Because he has a big following. That's what happens. That's what happens. That's what happened. If he was a 200, 100, shit, if you have 5,000, they wouldn't take him serious.
Good to be true. But obviously, just like everyone else, she got hit with a lawsuit because of this. But the only thing she had to do was sign a statement saying that she would no longer practice putting veneers on people, but she lost about $5,000 in the investment process. So it's safe to say that 113 charges is a whole lot worse than what she got.
And then he brought somebody else in for us to practice on. And he really had us sitting there and using these tools and telling us what to do and how to do these veneers. Now, the second class lasted about 4 hours, and then he gave us all these certificates. So it says certificate of completion. Our company is pleased to be able to award this certificate.
Oh, so you're physically going there. Okay, I see where he... Okay. They're physically going there. Okay. This makes sense. Okay, so they're physically going there, and he's physically there. Okay, I thought this was like an online course type shit. Like, how the hell? Like, how? Like, how? Hey, what's up, bro?
My name right here upon the successful completion of composite veneers. It says the date. It says his name, Devon Odueso, and it says that he's an instructor. And they gave us these with the frame and everything. I was like, congratulations, you're now a veneer tech. Yay!
So in Brandon's case, authorities are urging anyone who received services from him or participated in training programs to come forward. And that alone tells you how wide they believe this operation was. Because when prosecutors ask for victims and trainees to contact them, it usually means they believe there's a whole bunch of people affected here. And to be clear, no one has been convicted yet. And any sentence would also come after a trial or a plea deal. And that said, obviously, the charges Brandon are facing is very serious. Georgia's RICO charge alone can carry 5 to 20 years in prison per count. You know, if you actually add everything up, he's facing 888 years in prison, which is diabolical. But in cases like this, sentences often depend on how many victims are actually confirmed and how much money was actually involved. But either way, it's safe to say that Brandon is now looking at a whole bunch of tough years ahead. So please, guys, just because someone has a whole bunch of followers online, don't trust them to do medical work on you. But hey, drop a like on this video if you want me to actually pull up this trial and cover it from start to finish like I do with so many of the other cases. If you're new here, feel free to subscribe, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Because right now, I gotta catch a flight because I'm gonna cover another trial. Peace.
Dude, you're catching trials. I don't know how
Let me ask you.
Okay, so this video is called I Tried Making AI Comments and It's Not Worth It. Let's see.
What makes manga so special? This is kind of like the age-old, does Avatar The Last Airbender count as anime discussion, where everyone conflates medium and a place of origin with like the vibes of anime, and then gets in a fight about whether Avatar fits the anime vibe or not. At the end of the day, the answer doesn't matter.
None of this matters.
It's fun to think about. But there is something about manga that distinguishes it from superhero comics, French bande dessinée, and graphic memoirs.
Because it's not Japanese. That's why. That's what makes manga so different. It makes it different because it has a Japanese influence. That's why. That is the literal reason. That's why Westerners' writing is drastically different from Japanese writing or East writing.
Why else would it be taking up half of the comics area at your local Barnes & Noble? This image is from 2010, it's bringing back memories. A lot of people point to the glimpses of Japanese culture you see in manga, or the cliches that are particular to the medium. Talk to someone who knows how manga publishing works, and they'll tie it to the competitive nature of magazine serialization. For me, manga is unique because I can sense a singular authorial voice from a book. No doubt that there's an editor and some art assistants involved too. But when I read manga, I picture an author putting their heart and soul into drawing and making their ideas come to life. Sometimes that process creates a decade-spanning adventure about friendship and strength. And other times, it makes a comic with really pretty pictures of maids.
No. The reason why it works so well is because it pushes mostly hetero-type tropes that is actually seen as a good thing in the East. That's why. That's one. Two, it does not go away. It does not shy away from topics that would find most Westerners offensive for some god-awful reason. And that's why drawing a pretty woman to a grown man in the West sometimes will be seen as porn. As the video that we did last week. Bro said that pretty women, you drawing pretty women, is porn. So he's into Shrek-looking bitches for some odd reason. But then again, the same dude who says it's porn when you draw anime girls will be the same person in the same breath, in the same paragraph says, what do I know? All I do is play Roblox and watch anime all day. Or play anime video games. he was complaining that a lot of dudes kept on saying that there was a lot of ugly bitches in the West when it comes to video games. And he says, these men are incels, and you're a loser, and this, and the third. But the same man who called you a loser says all he does is plays anime video games. Very weird. Very strange that you're calling men in the West weird and strange and gooners and or incels for wanting the women to be pretty. But in the same breath, you say all you play is just anime games. So you're seeing nothing but pretty women, but arguing for the ugly women to stay in the West. Very, very weird.
It's an expectation in manga that the author squeezes every ounce of their talent to draw their story because they believe they must. So, when in December of 2025, Tonari no Young Jump announced the one-shot Mikuni no Habakiri-sama as the winner of their newcomer manga contest.
Now look at this picture very closely. This is a monster, and she's pretty as shit. If this was published in the West, some blue-haired whale beast is going to say, this is pushing heteronormative problems and white supremacy or some stupid Nazi shit talk, Hassan Piker type reverse nonsense Jedi mind trick stupidness. Yep. And somehow, some way, this hurts the T's somehow.
It put the label in hot water. At first glance, the manga seemed good enough. The art is pretty and detailed, there's plenty of action and lots of fan service, but it's oddly hard to read. The panels don't naturally lead your eyes to the next scene, so you try to pay closer attention. And then you start to notice all of the strange artistic choices. The main character's horns aren't drawn consistently, some of the background characters have eccentric tastes in fashion, and there's just something off about the poses. Is that a man or a woman? The artwork isn't bad in the typical way, but you're constantly asking, what was the artist thinking when they drew this? Oh, wait. This looks like AI. Well, technically, it hasn't been confirmed as AI, but a good chunk of the internet thinks it is. Shueisha, the publisher behind Young Jump and the much more famous Shonen Jump, has refrained from making further comments about this nomination, too. They haven't confirmed nor denied the AI allegations, nor have they retracted the award in its prize of 430,000 yen. That's roughly 2,500 US dollars. As things stand right now, this comic that heavily reeks of AI received Shueisha's approval. Greatly disappointing, but frankly unsurprising, Shueisha allows AI-generated comics on their user-submitted manga platform, Jump Rookie, and they have their own ChatGPT-based chat tool called Comic Copilot, advertised to help creators with brainstorming, script writing, and story critiques. This industry leader has embraced generative
Jesus Christ, we're fucked.
AI for manga production. So, should I try embracing it too?
No.
Okay, here's the deal. I'm going to try making a 4-panel comic with AI as someone who knows how to draw. And my mission is to see how much work generative AI can take over for me. Maybe that's everything, or just a small part of it. The tool I'm using is one called CoPainter. I chose this tool because I saw some people on Japanese art Twitter use it, and because it's specifically designed for anime and manga illustration. Instead of providing a single chatbot interface, CoPainter divides itself into several features. We have the typical text and image input-based prompting, but also rough to color, line art, undercoloring, coloring, post-transfer, and a few others. CoPainter advertises itself as a creator-friendly assistant that helps streamline the art process, rather than taking it over entirely. It promises that CoPainter won't train on the files you upload to it, but you'll be agreeing to Google's Gemini seeing them, so keep that in mind. To test out these features, I first made a 4-panel comic with my characters, my mascot character Yagino, and this avatar of myself. I drew a rough draft that established the general layout and poses, then a sketch that nailed in the details, followed by clean line art, and finally, values and lettering. はい、今月のお給料だよ。やった、お金だ。いつも頑張って働いてくれてるからな。自分にご褒美買ってくれるといいな。ただいま戻りました。あ、おかえり。 で、何買ってきたの？
自分への投資が一番のご褒美。これで仕事も楽ちん。
え、このまま同じ給料もらうつもりなの？
This is exactly why anime will forever be the way it is, because it has that Japanese feel. It's not even the art style itself. It's that Japanese type feeling. It doesn't feel Western. And that's where why it feels so different from everything else. Everything made by the West feels, I wouldn't say the same, but you can feel it's made from the West, if you get what I'm saying. Like, it doesn't even have to be much of anything. You can just feel this feels very Western to a degree based on how this is written and or perceived, right? But in the same breath, you can say, well, you can have some Japanese people from the West and sell rice, and yes, probably you can. But it's going to have that feeling. And it's just something you can't technically describe. You just can feel like this is different because it just feels that way because of the Japanese culture. You can make it look like it, and you can even get the art style down. But like, art style does so much, but it's mostly the interactions and how things are framed that makes it like this.
This finished work is a comic created start to finish with my own hands, with every creative decision made by me. I don't expect the AI to give me exactly this image, but I want it to have most of the key elements, like the layout, poses, and expressions. Before I ask CoPainter to make me a comic, let's see what it's good at. In the AI Assistant Tools prompt box, the first example it lists is create a 3-view drawing of this character. Okay, let's do it. Make me a design sheet of Yagino using this single image of her. First thought, it isn't too bad. She's got her key features like the maid outfit, the bell with red ribbon, horns, and ears. It's kind of cool to see art of my character that I didn't make. Yeah, at most, this feels like fan art. It doesn't feel like it's my artwork. Sure, this image looks clean and admittedly more balanced than my artwork, but she's clearly not drawn in the same style. How about we give it this image of my avatar then? Again, impressed that it's not ugly, but there are subtle differences in the shapes that were lost in the process. The design looks smoothed out and doesn't have the sharp strokes from my artwork. She'll feel right at home in an episode of Doraemon though. Now for the real test. Let's give the AI assistant these same images of my character.
Did you say she?
Characters by prompter through their AI art, or as deep as a list of tags on an Instagram post. Lost in the process. The design looks smoothed out and doesn't have the sharp strokes from my artwork. She'll feel right at home in an episode of Doraemon though. Now for the real test. Let's give the AI assistant these same images of my characters, plus a text prompt. Make a 4-panel comic with the input characters. In the first panel, have the blue character give the yellow maid money, yada yada. Click generate, and now we wait. And keep waiting.
No.
Okay, fine.
I don't know where she got the idea from.
Well, first of all, I got misgendered by the AI. Second, this is already a mess.
Yeah, she's a they them. She's actually a they them.
AI often melts things that require anything beyond copying and pasting from another image, and you can see that in Yagino's expression and the literal heap of crap in my hand.
Let me check your Twitter real quick. I bet you're a they them. Let me see here. Let's go to Blue Sky instead. Obviously. Let's see the Patreon. Twitch. Okay, we'll go Blue Sky then. Fuck it. I don't know.
I don't know what it's trying to do with my avatar. It doesn't keep the same complexion or outfit. I'm giving this an F. It failed the assignment. But let's say I don't mind fixing some of these areas by hand. And the only thing I want the AI to fix is the staging of the scene. In the third panel, we want to see the back of my avatar's head looking down at the Roomba on the floor. So
okay, wait, I didn't hear any of this. I'm sorry. So she went back. She's. This is what happened. She did the thing.
Well, first of all, I got misgendered by the AI. Second, this is already a mess. AI often melts things that require anything beyond copying and pasting from another image, and you can see that in Yagino's expression and the literal heap of crap in my hand. I really don't know what it's trying to do with my avatar. It doesn't keep the same complexion or outfit. I'm giving this an F. It failed the assignment. But let's say I don't mind fixing some of these areas by hand. And the only thing I want the AI to fix is the staging of the scene. In the third panel, we want to see the back of my avatar's head looking down at the Roomba on the floor. So we'll type that into the prompt window. And it put my head in the wrong panel and gave the characters different faces. Not only does AI fail to count, it can't stop itself from messing with parts you didn't give instructions on. Where did Yagino go shopping? The recycling center? Okay, one last edit to this version. Co-painter, draw this comic in the, I don't know, the Dragon Ball art style. You know, just for fun. It looks like Toriyama Akira's legacy boils down to this face, dust clouds, and speed lines. Alright. That was fun and all, but let's get serious again. These images were generated just from my character's artwork and a text prompt. Let's give the AI a better chance by feeding it my comic sketch. In goes the sketch in addition to my character pictures. I prompt it to make a comic, and it gives me this. While still not perfect, like I don't know why I changed the panel shapes, this is much closer to my hand-drawn comic. Oh, hold on a second. I've been working with Co-Painter's normal AI model, but they have a pricier Pro model. Will this be any different?
Probably.
Oh. Well, ignoring some of the pose differences and the Roomba on the couch, the character designs are consistent, and the staging is very close to my sketch. I hate to say it,
They got you. They got us. I told you what I said. As soon as you get too used to the AI thing being used, what's going to happen is they're going to paywall you so hard that you're going to feel so insecure without it that you will pay for it. They're emotionally manipulating you to use the free version. You get used to the free version, right? And then when you start using the free version a lot, what's going to happen is you're like, okay, I've been using free version. I'm getting some clicks. I'm getting some money. Whatever it can be, I'll use the pro version. Once you use the pro version, it is way better than what you have. You can't live without it at that point. That's what's going to happen. You're going to feel so insecure without it that you don't know if you can make it without it. That's what's going to happen to a lot of people who are not really confident in their work. I want to see a manga in the style of Initial D, but for Roombas. Clean. You gotta get on the clean.
I can see someone publishing this. Actually, even the normal model's output is usable. They both need some hand-drawn corrections, but it probably wouldn't be as much work as drawing the comic from scratch. This is kind of scary. Hey, what if the AI is giving me this panel layout because I'm actually giving it too much instruction? What if I just hand it my sketch and tell it to ink it?
Oh, shit.
Oh, no. It kind of looks good. It's maybe better than my art.
Shit.
I have to fix a few details like Yagino's hair and horns, but otherwise, this is really close to what I had in my head.
Oh my god.
Did I just make art with AI? I mean, this image conveys the ideas I wanted to communicate. I can share my joke with this comic. So that means it's good enough to post as my own art, right? Nah, I'm just kidding with you. I want to be realistic. I do mean it when I say some of these AI outputs are usable. With some or a lot of redrawing, these images could be worked into a decent looking comic. But that's separate from my sense of ownership over this work. Like, you wouldn't say you cooked food if you microwaved a TV dinner and then added hot sauce to it, right? Same deal. This was my first time using AI image generation with my own art, and it made me realize something. I love the feeling of control I have when I'm making art.
Yep.
What I do on this blank canvas is completely up to me and my
And what you guys don't realize is when you start using this thing, you're not realizing that you're actually agreeing to the terms of services. So whenever you use this shit, what's going to happen when someone starts taking your characters and using them, or using your panels, or whatever the case may be, and you want to use legal reasons, you probably can't sue them because you put it through the AI thing, so you lose all autonomy on your shit. They'll say it they'll put it in the fine print. So anything you post, you may not own. I mean, anything you post or anything you put through the AI, you may not own after that, because now they have legitimate ownership over your shit to a degree. So you're relinquishing your ownership on that thing pretty much. In fact, just like Instagram, yep, you're fucked. Yep, you are fucked. So when people say, oh, I made a manga, AI manga, it's not that big of a deal, and then people start using your characters, and you're like, wait, that's my character, you can't do, nah, you put it through AI, ho. Yeah, but I can sue. No, you can't, bro. Did you read the fine print? You can't sue, bitch. You can't do anything. You didn't put through a copyright thing. You actually just recited all your ownership and autonomy upon that thing. So you are screwed. Do not do this. You're better off drawing it. You're better off drawing it, unless you like being fucked with. You listen. What's better? Put years and hours into a comic that you know you made from scratch, that you have full ownership on, or you put it through a thing that can save you thousands of hours just for some idiot to come out of nowhere, take your shit, post it on the internet, and say they did it, and then what you can do? You have no ownership on it, and it's made of AI. So who's gonna believe you? Who's gonna believe you? You're kind of screwed. You're best off just drawing everything. At least you have full ownership from that point. I'm just saying.
Skills. Everything on here is based on my choices, and I am responsible for them. It's a sense of power and autonomy I can't get from anything else. Sure, if I were to post my work online or submit it to a publisher, some people are going to dislike it or even ask for changes. Still, how I interpret their feedback and decide to implement them or not is up to me. Engagement with my artwork is not something I control, but I have complete agency over my art when I'm putting my head down on my desk and scratching away at the manuscript. When I put my art through AI, I saw the parts of me in my art die. And I don't just mean I saw my art style get washed away. I felt genuinely offended at how the AI ignored pose directions and staging choices. In return, I saw just how much decision making I was doing. I exaggerated poses to communicate emotions better. I placed characters in specific parts of the panel to convey movement and a passage of time. One thing I didn't even bother prompting the AI with was speech bubbles. When I drew the comic, I wanted to design it so it was easy to know the order of the dialogue, whether you read it from left to right or
Listen, if you're gonna do AI art, I didn't call it AI art. If you're gonna do it like that shit, AI slop, just be prepared for people to steal your shit. You have no ownership of it. It's kind of like Japan. I think Japan has no copyright laws. And I think China too. So just be aware that once you go down this path, don't think you have any autonomy on that shit. If anyone has ownership of it, it's the company that you put the AI through. And they're not going to fight on your behalf. They're not going to do it. They're going to say, no, that's not yours. That's ours now. You made the choice to put your shit through our machine. And because you did, it's ours now. Fuck you.
Right to left.
Why do you think Disney is all of a sudden doing this now? I thought this was some beacon of hope with Disney and all them, Warner going after Midjourney. Nah. They're just mad that Midjourney did it first. Now they're doing the same with their characters. Fucking dumb.
By stacking the bubbles from top to bottom.
They're gonna regret that.
With the characters off to the side. I don't know how I'm going to do that with these AI-generated comics. I don't even want to think about what I would have to do to prompt the AI to make those changes, given the difficulty AI has with making small, fine-tuned fixes. At that point, I should draw it myself.
Yep.
And that's what I did. I felt that way using co-painter's other tools too. rough to color was totally unusable for me. Whether it was my rough draft, my detailed sketch, or even my line art file, it gave me unrecognizable characters in vastly different settings. The monochromatic comic model gave me like freakish abstract art, and in this one, the blue guy seems to be like he's in some financial trouble. Probably doesn't make enough to support him and his small clone. Rough to line art and rough to ink, which basically do the same thing in slightly different styles, were only comparatively better. The first one changed all the characters into cute girls, probably because it's mainly trained on images of cute girls, and the latter that looked more like my art was messy and gave both characters horns. Also, I left a bowl of gnocchi on the ground. The pose transfer feature could have been useful if it rendered the clothes at all, but it just made the outfits look really snug on the body. Hold on, what does this remind me of? Oh, right, yeah. Anyway, the only tool that sort of works as intended is the undercoloring feature that's supposed to fill the base colors of your artwork based on input hints. But I can do that much easier with the bucket tool and pretty much any modern art software. Why would I go through the extra hassle of exporting files to use another service? I swear, AI developers don't actually know how spoiled artists are by digital tools these days. Clip Studio's got a bunch of affordable assets and 3D models, and more people are picking up Blender to model environments and objects. We don't need overly complex, difficult-to-use Gen AI tools. Even in the best looking output, the inked image based on my detailed sketch, the AI missed Yagino's pose, added sweat marks on my head when it wasn't told to, and then didn't bother to fix the wonkiest part of my art. This wouldn't be an issue if a human being inked this. Let me point out, this is a really simple comic. There are no dramatic angles, no complicated outfits, no subtle facial expressions, not even backgrounds. That was a lot of work for 5 seconds. If AI struggles with this level of complexity, it's not going to compete in the commercial comics market anytime soon. This is what people mean when they say AI art is soulless. They don't feel the intentions behind the images because AI doesn't have intentions. All it does is take text and image prompts and connects those prompts to some convoluted statistical aggregation of its training data. Do you want busty men? Because that's how you get busty men. The only intentions or meanings you get from the artist or the prompter through their AI art are as deep as a list of tags on an Instagram post. Because that's how prompting works. And to me, any artist who is satisfied with their AI creation is admitting to the shallowness of their message. As a side note, there's a bunch of self-proclaimed AI manga artists on the platform Note, which is basically Japanese Substack. They're all writing articles about the best ways to prompt AI for comics and how their book got into the Amazon Kindle bestseller ranking of the day, probably because it was free. A common topic they write about is that there are limits to AI image creation and how AI artists have to compete with unique ideas and stories instead. They're so close to admitting that their writing, the most human part of their work, is what gives them any chance at reaching people's hearts. And still, they don't realize how using AI images drags them down. I want to shake them by the shoulders and snap them out of whatever spell they're under. It is clear to me that AI-generated images are insufficient for creating manga. Even if they look pretty, AI cannot meet the demand for...
What is this pose? You see this? Look at this. 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 So the character is doing this pose, right? Her feet is here, right? But in the next scene, the scales are off, and the foot is doing this. Do you know how painful this would be? You see this, right? And the remote control changed. Huh. It's almost consistent to the point where you're not like an artist, you won't see these things. Especially, maybe this might pull it out the most. Balloon animals. And then like, you see where this is? this little bow thing, this knot, it's gone. Yeah, it's like these little subtle differences. Plus, the skirt, where's correct, and the skirt here, you see that it's like it's cut off here. It has this black thing here now. This black thing is right here. What is this black? And it's not even even. It's like uneven. This looks painful. That looks extremely painful.
Emotional, expressive, complex artwork? If so, what would compel an artist to use generative AI in their art? They could be too lazy to learn how to draw, or they already have the skills but don't want to put in the time and effort for difficult illustrations. They could be using AI art as a way to earn clout. They want to be seen as an artist without actually caring about the art they produce. Or they could be overwhelmed with deadlines while lacking the time, skill, or human assistance needed to finish their work. It pains me to say this, but we're probably going to see more AI art and manga in the near future. What's going to happen, and what I'm already seeing, is artists using AI-generated art to cut corners. Kengan Ashida's artist, Daro Meron, is a good example of this. He's been very honest about his experiments with Gen AI on his Twitter. Here he is feeding AI character sheets and its sketches to create line art for his comic. Here he is producing a bunch of different shots of his character sitting and using one of those. Here he is creating reference images from AI, then tracing them in his style. The last example is his most noticeable use of AI, but it's been edited to a presentable level. If, like Daro Meron, an artist knows how to incorporate AI images into their work in a natural way and finds it easier than drawing them themselves, nothing is stopping them right now other than the stigma that comes from AI. So I say we should strengthen that stigma. For starters, I think it's way too late to expect any ethical use of generative AI. Talk about ethical AI all you like, but let's be honest. If someone uses generative AI for images, it's most likely going to be based on either OpenAI, Grok, Google Gemini, or Meta AI. These models use training data allegedly full of stolen images. And really sit and think about what that means. Don't just stop at the ownership artists and photographers have over their work. Think of all the people depicted in those photos and videos who didn't consent to their likeliness being used this way. Think of all the pornography and the training data that hasn't been checked for revenge porn or CP. It should sicken you. Or am I the odd one out for not having terabytes of porn on me? Jeez. And I'm not even talking about the environmental impacts. Second, if you rely...
She's not wrong. She's actually not wrong on that statement at all. She's not wrong. Yeah. She's not wrong though. She's not... I can't go against whatever she's saying. That's a lot of porn. That's a lot of porn.
Rely on AI to help you make art, especially drawing. It's only going to hurt you in the long run.
I want to ask you guys a quick question. You're looking at this drawing, right? This is my rendition or my understanding of doing the pose. I've been working on it for this long. This is my reference so far. I have so many different references. This is on Twitter, right? How you guys think so far? I'm not done, but what do you guys think? Did I get close? It doesn't have to be exactly from the original, but did I get close for the overall understanding of what's happening? Because I'm not done. Well, I'm going to stop. Think so? Let's see here. Because it's going to be part of the animatic I'm going to be putting in very soon. And someone, I've been wondering, should I start a manga or no? Do you think I'm at that point where I should start a manga or not? Honestly, be honest. That goes for my mods and for my viewers who are here right now. Should I start a manga or no? Not that bad, actually. Still gotta fix the mouth. I'm gonna have him laugh. I'm not gonna have him with just like doing the face. I'm gonna have him laughing. Because it's part of the, you know. I was thinking about doing it, but I don't know yet. I've been thinking of doing a manga, but I'm not sure yet. We'll just probably do a one-shot. I might do that in secret, though. I'm not sure. I feel like it looks like Engine.
Daromeron is only able to make AI art work for him because he already knows how to draw. AI art can make you images, but it can't teach you what looks good. Likewise, Gen AI tends to attract lazy hacks that only care about profit and clout.
I still feel like I'm not there yet. So I don't think I'm ready just as yet. I'm getting there where I can say, okay, I can look at something and draw it. I can use my techniques and my knowledge on how to get around things, but I don't think I'm just there yet. Plus, storytelling's a different beast on its own, so like that's also a thing. I think that's the second most biggest thing is storytelling. Yeah, but it's not that I can't tell a story or I haven't done it before. I just haven't done it in a long time. So, but maybe I can use all my knowledge from other animes and use that as influences of some form. We'll see. Yeah, I gotta get around doing panel work. And that's why I've been doing a bunch of the compositional stuff. But it seems like they're more for like you said, for cover art. I can definitely do, like, if I was doing a manga, right? Or at least a webcomic, I can definitely make the cover art look appealing. Especially I've been taking on a course on coloring. So once I get past that initial step, then that'll be easy. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
And very little about the actual substance of things. I doubt that a beginner or intermediate level artist can produce good art while relying on AI. Look, you need to use your brain when you draw. Your art is going to look messed up if you reference fake pictures. Your development is going to stifle if all you're doing is redrawing anime faces on pre-rendered bodies. Actually listen to Hayao Miyazaki and find inspiration from real life and other artists, not this slot machine. Do yourself a favor and train your mind.
They're not gonna do it because it's too much work. Yeah, we'll do that. Yeah, we'll definitely do that. Let's see if I can try it. Just for practice. More practice.
I get that manga artists are desperate to find ways to produce art quickly and painlessly. Apparently, there's a shortage of manga assistants, and expectations for art quality are higher than ever. But the costs of AI, morally, environmentally, artistically, are still too much. We already know that social media is gradually becoming a wasteland full of slop content. The last thing we want is for that slop to seep into a beloved art form. I read manga because it can be fun and beautiful, ugly and horrifying, imperfect and raw. And I'm not going to lower my standards, and neither should you. Hey, thanks for watching this video. If you enjoyed it, be sure to like, subscribe,
I got one last video in me.
The video. The hyping
that's something positive, nothing negative or semi-negative. Something positive, something fun. Let's look at food. I think looking at food will be better for our psyches. And then end the stream on a good note. I like ending on the stream on a good note. I don't like ending on negative things. I don't like doing a lot of political videos. I try to avoid those as much as possible. I like to keep it apolitical as possible. Sometimes it does seep into my work, but Starfleet Academy sucks. Okay, let me see. The truth. biscuits. Yeah, that's good food. Food. Just something positive. Just all this doom and gloom is just not good for one's. How Vietnam is destroying American fast food. Destroying American fast food? I tried unknown foods in chains.
McDonald's.
I don't know what that means.
Taco Bell, KFC. These are some of the same brands that have dominated the fast food industry ever since I was a little boy. Until this day, they still seem to be everybody's go-to spot. But recently, it's come to my attention that a bunch of unknown fast food chains exist that barely anybody's even heard of. And the fun part is, they might be better than the big dogs. That's why I've spent the last few days creating a list of these unknown fast food establishments, and we'll be eating at them all just to answer one simple question. Have we been eating at the wrong fast food chains our entire lives?
Wrong fast food chains?
Welcome, everyone, to unknown fast food restaurants number 1, Beefaroo. Y'all, I cannot believe this is a real place. And from the looks of things, it's completely empty, which does fit the theme of this video, but is slightly concerning for the chances of me getting food poisoning. Beefaroo was started in Rockford, Illinois, and only has 20 locations across the US. The signature item here is their roast beef sandwich, which makes them most comparable to fast food giant Arby's. But the biggest difference is, Arby's has over 3,300 locations across the US. What's even crazier to think about is despite having all of those locations, Arby's is kind of irrelevant now. In fact, back in 2024, multiple Arby's franchisees had to file for bankruptcy due to disappointing sales. So the question is, do people just not like the roast beef sandwiches? Or is Arby's just bad and nobody's heard of Beefaroo? Let's check out this drive-thru. As I pulled up, I was surprised to see how many other food options were also available. Along with their roast beef sandwich, Beefaroo also sells burgers, chicken sandwiches, and milkshakes. I'll do a roast beef sandwich meal, please. And then for the fries, is it possible to get the cheddar fries?
Absolutely.
Awesome. Thank you very much, man. You too. Beefaroo has been acquired.
Beefaroo.
Gotta find a place to park. The place is empty, so there's a lot of them. So this is kind of crazy. Turns out Beefaroo has been around since 1967. What? How long has Arby's been around? Arby's was founded in 1964 by brothers Forrest and Leroy Raffle. Okay, only a 3-year difference, but Arby's did come first. All right, let's see how good this roast beef sandwich looks. Okay, pretty standard packaging. I also got some cheese fries, which low-key kind of making a mess in my car, but bam. Literally just looks like they melted a craft single on this. Alright, so it's a little messy, but you guys let me know if this looks better or worse than Arby's. One thing I do appreciate, though, is they didn't skimp on the roast beef. Clearly. It's like oozing out of this thing. Now, before I dig in, just as an FYI, I'll be judging every restaurant today based on the taste, the price, and of course, the speed. I'm pretty sure those are the 3 biggest reasons people love the major chains, so I feel like that's a fair criteria. With that being said, it did take quite a while to get my food, but you know what? Maybe it'll be so good
They had a salad buffet? What the fuck was this? Pizza Hut, I do remember that, but I don't remember Wendy's doing that. The hell?
Worth the wait. Let's dig in. Okay. You know, I'm honestly not the biggest fan of roast beef sandwiches, especially not a roast beef sandwich at, I think it's 11 a.m. right now, but this is pretty good. The roast beef is a lot more tender than I expected. It actually has a good amount of salt, and the bread, nice and soft. Overall, a pretty good roast beef sandwich. Now let's try these fries. Arby's is known for their curly fries, which low-key, those are elite. I don't think these will be better than the curly fries since it's just a regular flimsy fry with a craft single on it, but yep, that tastes just about as good as it looks. The roast beef sandwich was pretty good. The fries, kind of mid. Now, as for prices, a roast beef combo meal at Arby's comes out to roughly $10.27, which is cheaper than a combo meal at Beefaroo. With that in mind, it's time to decide if Beefaroo is better than its big dog counterpart. Also, before anyone says I can't make an accurate comparison because I'm not eating at both restaurants back to back, this is my video. I make all the rules. What you gonna do about it? Just kidding. I actually went to all of the
I was just about to say, that was a dumb take. I was about to say how stupid that would take that was. I was about to get real annoyed. I was like, bro, I understand that's your, and I get that, fine, but like that is a dumb, that's not smart to do.
Changed yesterday and felt terrible after. So I do have references. This might be because I don't really like roast beef sandwiches in the first
caught
place.
me. I was
but
about to go
considering
in.
it took quite a bit of time to get my food and it was more expensive, unfortunately, beefaroo is not better than the big dog. On to the next one. Alright friends, we've officially made it to the next spot, and let me tell you, when I found out about this place, I thought it was going to be one of those cheap knockoff restaurants, but apparently it's not. I know everyone's obviously heard of Cane's Chicken Fingers, but have you heard of Lane's Chicken Fingers?
Are you kidding me?
What the?
Why does it, by the font, it looks like Kohl's. I don't know why. I don't know why it feels this way, but it looks like Kohl's. I just realized you guys can't see it well. I'm sorry about that. Sorry about that, guys.
Heck, fast lane. Bars. I'm sorry, that was terrible. Now, according to my research, along with having very similar names, Cane's and Lane's also have very similar menus. But in case anyone doesn't trust that this place isn't just a knockoff because of all of the similarities, get this. Lane's was established first. Unfortunately, though, they only have 24 locations total, compared to Cane's 1,600 locations worldwide. But I think what surprised me the most when I pulled up is how packed this parking lot is. Lane's may not be a big global chain, but it seems everyone in Louisville, Texas is a very big fan. Maybe I will be too. What the? Warning, Lane's Chicken Fingers contains concentrated amounts of flavor. Oh, that's funny. And oh, hey, they deliver on DoorDash. I made my way inside, and as I said before, Lane's and Cane's nearly have identical menus with their chicken tender combos, chicken sandwich options, and family packs. However, I did notice that Lane's has one or two things that sets them apart. For here? Awesome, thank you. Is this better than Cane's?
I would say so.
Oh, okay. Okay, sweet. So I placed my order, and I know this is still a fast food restaurant, but
because the chick who works there is going to say something negative at her job while her manager might be listening. Yes, that makes sense.
This place is crazy nice. First off, they bring me my food. Big fan of that. Secondly, the total
Right?
for my order, which is a full meal,
Like he's going to answer
fries,
that wrong.
chicken, drink, under $11, which is literally cheaper than the exact same meal at Cane's.
This cup is diabolical. It says giving the finger since 1994. The finger to who? Cane's? Some beef? Is there some chicken going on? I'm sorry. I'm making horrible jokes today. Awesome. Thank you. Appreciate it, man. Excuse me? This looks and smells delicious. This might sound stupid, but my favorite thing at Cane's is their Texas toast. Lane's might do it better. Oh my gosh. It's crispy. The edges are still soft though. Oh my lord. Have y'all ever seen a better looking piece of toast than this? Now the biggest difference between Cane's and Lane's is the fact that Lane's actually offers multiple different sauces. One of these is Lane's signature sauce, and the other one is a jalapeno ranch. I love Cane's sauce as much as the next guy. However, it is nice to have multiple options. Another major...
I heard that cane sauce is fucking salt. Like, it's extremely salt. Is that true? I've never had it.
The difference between the two restaurants is that Lane's has a hot chicken tender option for spicy food lovers like me. Let's dig in. I don't know which sauce is which, but I don't think it'll be hard to tell the difference. Oh, let me tell you, that right there is a good chicken tender. I did dip into the jalapeno ranch, so that mixed with the spicy chicken has a little bit of a kick. Let me try this without the sauce. Okay, that confirms it. If you've ever had Cane's, you will know that their chicken without the sauce, honestly, not even edible. This piece of chicken, however, actually has some flavor. The chicken's not super dry. The crust has that spice. Very nice. It's salted well. Very big fan. I think this is the actual Lane's sauce. I'm curious if it's better than Cane's sauce. What's funny is the sauces are actually very similar, but the fact that Lane's has multiple options clearly gives it an edge. I love me some bread.
Okay.
This is a perfect piece of bread. I definitely ate way too much considering the fact that I have way more fast food spots to hit, but that's okay since that was yummy. Whew! I ate way too much. Yeah, I don't know what else to say. I think it's very obvious based on a multitude of things. Better price, food came out really fast, and the chicken was actually good. Lane's is clearly an underrated fast food chain, and it's way better than the big dog.
That's all they have, really.
Back on the road.
Their sauce.
Before I get to the next fast food spot, something cool that I want to point out about all of these restaurants is despite the fact that they're all unknown, almost all of them are available on DoorDash, which is very convenient since that's the sponsor of today's video. It's amazing that we live in a world where you can get anything you need when you need it right to your door. And with DoorDash, you can get almost anything from your local neighborhood delivered.
Bro, how much do they pay you? That's some bullshit. Fuck.
Groceries, flowers, you can even try food from a restaurant you've never heard of, and it gets delivered right to you. Not to mention, DoorDash is extremely helpful when you're short on time and need something very fast. As a very frequent DoorDash user, this is one of the coolest sponsors I think I've ever gotten on the channel. So if you guys want to support me and make your life a little more convenient, download the DoorDash app by scanning the QR code right here, or just use code Dylan50 to get 50% off up to $10 on your first order of $15 or more. Thank you, DoorDash, for sponsoring today's video. Y'all, please go download the app. I would love to keep working with DoorDash. We've arrived at the next location. It's not McDonald's. I realize now that's a little misleading. Anyways, I'm not entirely sure how to describe this next spot other than saying it's kind of like the fast food version of a Cracker Barrel. And yes, I know Cracker Barrel is low-key going downhill lately. Hopefully this place isn't following the same trend. Welcome to Grandy's. This unknown fast food chain specializes in Southern comfort food. There's only 22 locations spread out across 6 states. And what's crazy about that
Can you
is,
please? Because
I'm
I
pretty
want
sure
to
there's
know.
one of these in the town that I grew up in, but I've never actually been. Maybe I've been missing out on something my entire life.
How are you, hun?
We'll see. They also have a drive-thru, so I'm gonna get back in my car and order from
What
there.
are you doing, hun?
So the menu here at Grandy's might be the most confusing one to me so far. Along with selling classic southern dishes like chicken fried steak and a pot roast plate, they also sell full fried chicken meals. So I guess you can say this place is also comparable to KFC or Popeyes. But since I'm in the mood for some southern cuisine, I knew exactly what to get. Hello. Awesome, thank you so much. Thank you, wow, that was fast.
I'm doing well, just
Thank you, have a good one.
Get this done as fast as possible.
Friends, my fast food Cracker Barrel has been acquired. I'm gonna be honest, there's something strange about getting Southern comfort food very fast, since normally it's supposed to take time. You know, time for all of the Southern love to penetrate.
Bro, shut the fuck up. I just want to eat the food. I don't care about how long it takes.
The food. What? To keep things simple, I ordered a country fried steak along with mashed potatoes and green beans. Classic Southern meal. Ooh, it's hot. Here we go. Let's see what fast Southern comfort food looks like. Oh, God. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. This is the first meal I don't want to eat. I grew up in Texas, so I know what gravy's supposed to look like. It's not supposed to look like this. It's literally just
that's
liquid.
boring.
I
What the
don't
hell?
like this. This gravy is literally just like mud water. Oh my God. First off, there is
bro, what the
zero
fuck?
crunch of any kind as I'm cutting into this. It's just kind of like soft mush. It does look fully cooked, but I do think this is the closest I've ever been to potentially getting food poisoning on this.
I was never a fan of Southern food all that much, to be honest. Maybe like when it comes to Southern like crawfish and stuff, but Southern food like that type, nah. Never was.
I'm not following that.
Oh, is that horrible?
I'm not even gonna try the sides. That's awful. First off, it's extremely bland. There's like no salt, no pepper. The texture, I wish there was a better way for me to explain this. It's kind of like mush, yeah? And don't even get me started on the gravy. It was like a weird temperature, first off. And the fact that it's just like pure liquid is so off-putting. Unfortunately, I am not a fan of Grandy's at all. I do not think fast Southern comfort food should exist. Sorry, this is not better than any Big Dog. Unfortunately, that was one of the most disappointing bites of food I've had in a very long time, which makes me a little nervous about the next unknown fast food spot, since I love the mainstream version of the chain.
I see what you...
We've now arrived at the Taco Casa. Now, for everyone watching who lives in Texas, Taco Casa probably doesn't feel like an unknown fast food chain. However, they only have 103 locations spread across 3 states. 91 of those.
Wait, do you have a wait? Does he live by like a Cinco Ninos? Cinco Ninos is literally Five Guys but in Spanish. I went to Cinco Ninos before at the convention I went to. Oh, I'll go check. Hold on.
Locations are in Texas, which means the rest of the country has no idea this place exists.
Taco Casa is a fast food Mexican chain most similar to Taco Bell. It was founded about 10 years after Taco Bell was established, and comparing these two places will be very hard for me because if you've been a viewer for a while, you know I love Taco Bell.
These two chains are so similar that back in the 1970s, they basically had the exact same menu.
While Taco Bell innovated and created things like Crunch Wraps and the Dorito Locos Tacos, Taco Casa has hardly strayed away from their original menu.
Which leads me to my question, which is better, the Bell or the Casa? I'm gonna go through the drive-thru.
I placed my order, and while I waited for my food, out of curiosity, I decided to ask one of the workers there which fast food chain they prefer.
Do you think Taco Casa is better than Taco Bell?
For me, I like Taco Bell more.
What? I'm gonna blur your face.
Like, we both are like the same, but like there's one, you know.
Is Taco Bell better because they have like different better options?
Different options, yes.
Okay, what about a regular taco though?
In here.
Here's better taco?
Yeah, I like the tacos in here.
Okay.
Yeah, it's so fresh.
Got it. Awesome. Thank you. Interesting. So apparently Taco Bell is better because it has the options, but Taco Casa has better tacos. I guess it depends on what you value more. Me? I want to know who has the better taco. Awesome. Thank you. One thing I want to point out is at these like small unknown chains has been so much more friendly. Maybe it's because they're not being bombarded by like a billion people every single day. That's not part of my overall criteria, but it's an interesting thing to know. Awesome, thank you very much. And my tacos. It is so hot outside. Tacos have been acquired, and you know, even if these tacos are the best tacos I've ever had, I think I know why Taco Casa isn't a national, globally loved chain. Where's the branding? This is literally the same brown sack you use for lunch on a school field trip. Like, no wonder nobody knows about it. Anyways, I kept things pretty simple with just a regular taco and a Casa Delight. I don't really know what that is, but I'm pretty sure it's dessert. Why do their napkins have branding, but the bags don't? This is what you throw out. You wipe your face with these. Strange. Also, my ADHD is cooking right now. Why does it look like I have a pink cowboy hat in my backseat? I don't, just by the way. Anyways, let's check out this taco.
It looks like you do.
Oh, whoa, okay. There we go. We got some branding. In this hand, I have my Super Taco, and over here, the Casa Delight, which, now that I'm looking at it, it's basically just a fried tortilla chip covered in sugar and cinnamon, I believe. It looks yummy. Don't judge me. I'm an adult. I can eat in whatever food order I want. No, that's good. That is really good. I like that a lot. The fried tortilla, it's so nice and airy. And that cinnamon sugar, oh, you can't go wrong with cinnamon sugar. Just these alone should make this place pop. Big fan of that.
Right? Look like you have a hat.
Taco time. The lady working said, even though she prefers Taco Bell because of their options, the tacos here are better and fresher. I will be the judge.
Larry, you said you put it in the Discord, right?
That's a good looking hard shell taco. It held together really nice. The tomatoes look good. The cheese looks good. It's not super messy. I do love me some Taco Bell, but a lot of the times it is a little messy. So based on that alone, this is impressive. I do like that Taco Bell has a bunch of different hot sauces. Taco Casa only has
Did you say you put
this
it
hot
in
sauce.
the thing?
I don't know how hot it is, but
Let me
I'm about to
see.
find out.
Where's
Just gonna do a little bit of this. Cheers. First off, y'all hear that crunch? I like when a hard shell taco is actually hard. Another thing to note is look at how defined these layers are. We got ground beef, sour cream, lettuce, cheese, tomatoes. You're basically getting everything in every single bite. This is really good. Oh no, it's falling. It's falling. No. Oh man. No. Why doesn't my car have a table? Oh my gosh. I got tomatoes and sauce on my seat. Along with being a really good taco, the food came out very fast. Not to mention, this hard shell taco is way bigger than the hard shell taco I got from Taco Bell. You can't be mad at generous portion sizes. Altogether, everything I got from Taco Casa came out to a little over $9, which is $2 to $3 more than the exact same order at Taco Bell. But it ends up being the same price if you account for the fact that you might need to order 2 hard-shell tacos from Taco Bell to equate to this. Pretty close. With all that being said, do I think Taco Casa is better than the Big Dog?
Just realized, Blair, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but I see you over here playing Haste. Let's go. He's playing Haste 2 weeks ago. That's kind of cool. Where's your, you said... It does. But, like, where did you send the drawing?
I do. Obviously, I love me some Taco Bell Crunchwrap Supremes. However, if I'm mainly focusing on the tacos, Taco Casa is a league above. And you know I'm being honest, because me saying that probably loses my chances of ever getting a Taco Bell sponsorship. So, on to the next one.
Now, I'm very excited about this next spot because I've seen it most compared to the king of fast food, McDonald's. Welcome to Burger Street. This fast food chain started in Louisville, Texas in 1985. There are currently only 18 locations between Texas and Oklahoma, and they specialize in burgers. Now, this place is pretty hard to miss when driving by, especially because of this bright blue roof they got going on, which, interestingly enough, is pretty similar in style to the old-fashioned red McDonald's roofs.
I'm in the artwork
now,
section. I don't see
being a
your...
small chain, people local have very strong opinions about this place. According to a review from this guy named Daniel, he says, the service here is great. All of the times I've gone, they've been nothing but friendly. The food here is way better than McDonald's. It still has the charm of old fast food, which is greatly appreciated. Definitely a place worth checking out. That is very high praise. However, there are also reviews from this person named Les May. I have no idea if I'm saying their name right. He gave them 1 star and said, nasty, overpriced food. McDonald's is actually better. Food, 1 out of 5. Service, 1 out of 5. Atmosphere, 1 out of 5. Clearly, he was not happy. So with both of those polar opposite reviews in mind, I am very curious to see how good this place is for myself.
Now, when I go to McDonald's, I usually get chicken nuggets, but I think we can all agree that McDonald's most iconic item is their Big Mac. So even though Burger Street also has multiple different food options like chicken sandwiches, chili cheese dogs, and even chicken tenders, we gotta compare the best burgers at both places.
Can I do a single deluxe hamburger with cheese, please? Yes, please. Can I also get regular curly fries? That will be it. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. The food has been ordered. $13. I forget how that compares to McDonald's. Now, obviously, one of the biggest things McDonald's is known for is their speed. Based on my research online, I was informed that these burgers might take a...
Have you ever wanted something that was so clear in your mind that you called taste? You can taste it. You mean like realistic Artextric? Well, wait no more. I will show it in his next stream. Okay, I see. Oh, now I see it. Well, it comes off as a. Okay, as like a. Let me see here. Shit, hold on. When that happens. What the fuck? I'm so scared. What is happening? What is happening? What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Oh my god. What the hell is this? What the... What the hell? What the hell? I don't know what this is. It's amazing. I feel a bit scared though. What the moly holy? Nani? Nani? You're like, oh my god. My eyebrows. Your hair. Oh god. Holy moly. It's on her community post too on YouTube. Oh, okay.
They're sabotaging.
Hold on. What the fuck? Okay, hold on. There you go. Let me check this. This is crazy. What the hell posts? There it is. I see it. Oh, I can just go to there. Okay, cool. This scares me a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. It looks too realistic. It looks way too realistic for me. I'm gonna repost this. Face reveal. I got you. Go ahead, you can. I have no. That is a. It's. I don't know. It's face. Time. Thank you. Oh my god. All right, I'll give you the privilege to share it if you want. I won't even share it. You'll share it when you're ready. Anime. Fan art. I'm scared. I'm a bit scared. It looks too like it's staring into my soul. Like, I feel scared. Me too. I don't know. Like, I'm scared. I'm so scared. I'm so scared. Like, it looks too real. It looks too real. All right, let me see. I like it though. It really captures everything. Oh, from I love you too. I hate you without. Okay, about moving. Okay. Okay, let me see this. Where's the group chat? One of my best fan arts of all time. One of my best fan arts of all time of me. Bye. Right there. There we go. I know. This is what they think I look like. I love it though. I love it.
A little bit more time because they should.
I think it's awesome. Thank you, Lyra.
Less machine
Amazing.
produced.
I love it.
I don't know if that's just an excuse to be
I shared it
slow,
in the
but I'm
group chat.
hoping
That's
that
crazy.
does come across in the flavor and appearance of this burger.
That's crazy.
We'll see. Okay, when I read up that it would take a while, that might have been an understatement. This has taken arguably the longest out of every place I've been to so far. First world problems, I know. Personally, I'm not mad about it, but speed is one of the things I'm judging these places on, so I feel like I have to talk about it. Hopefully I get my food soon. Oh, that person's getting their stuff. Yes, that means it's my turn. I don't even know how long I've been waiting. Awesome. Thanks so much, man. I appreciate it. The burger has been acquired, and I'm gonna be very honest here. It smells delicious. Maybe I'm hungry, I don't know. All right, I wanted to jump in the back seat, so when I review this, I have a little extra room. Here's the food. Again, it smells delicious. I think the person in front of me might have just ordered a bunch of food, and that's why it took so long. Because when I pulled up to the window, I got my food extremely fast. Maybe it's not Burger Street's fault after all. So first thing out of the bag is the curly fries, and ooh, wait a minute. These curly fries look delicious. They got a really nice curl to them, and they're not soggy at all. So let's give this a try first. Boing. That's me making a sound effect, so I don't edit one in. Boing. Oh, hey! It's salted really nice, and I don't know if this makes sense, but it doesn't taste artificial. You're still getting that potato-y flavor coming through, and again, crunch on these. Spectacular. Listen. Now that I've tried the fries, let's check out this burger. Let's check it out. Ooh, is it just me, or does this look like a burger from a TV commercial? This is beautiful. I promise this looks better in person. Honestly, me holding it with one hand is really messing up the shape, but I really appreciate that you can see all of the different layers. The cheese looks really appetizing. It looks melted on there. Now with appearances out of the way, I am so excited to finally try this. Cheers, everybody.
Just be... Oh, I can't show you guys this. Never mind.
This burger is good. I almost want to say it feels like a burger you would get at a restaurant, but I don't think that's fully accurate. It definitely still has that fast food flavor. I don't know if that makes sense. Hopefully it does. But I think what sets it apart is I can taste each individual ingredient. I can taste the pickles. I really like that they used shredded lettuce for this. I can taste the tomatoes, the onions. This is good. I'm so glad I'm filming this video. I really enjoy this. Now, as for the price, I got a combo which includes this burger, the fries, and a drink. It came out to around $13, and I think if I compare it to a combo Big Mac at McDonald's, I feel like that's the most comparable thing. This is a little bit more expensive, but I think the quality makes up for those couple bucks. So with that being said, do I think Burger Street is better than the big dog, the king of fast food? If it wasn't clear from my reactions, I definitely think so. This was a fantastic burger.
With that, my research experiment has finally concluded, and I've decided that while some of the big spots do deserve their place, there are obviously unknown fast food chains I believe deserve to be just as big, maybe even bigger, and I will be returning to them very often.
All right, guys. Okay. No game tonight.
At the House 17 said that's about the same price here for a regular meal, not using a dollar menu.
Yeah. Yep-a-roonies. All right, I'm gonna let you guys go. I think we're done for tonight. We did a lot. I did a lot here. I still have to put the effects of it moving and stuff like the others. And the character that's gonna be here. Oh, they're home. Alright, the character that's supposed to be here will be done. Will be I think it'll be Zonka, and it'll be Zonka in here. Laugh. He'll be technically, the whole point of this is that he's gonna be laughing at Zonka because of the poop situation. That's the whole point of this whole animatic. Of him laughing at Zonka for getting poop on him. Pretty much. So I have to draw Zonka over there being laughed at and stuff like that. So, alright guys, I'm gonna let you guys go. Have a great night. Thank you for coming. I do appreciate it. All that great stuff. Keep safe, keep practicing, keep doing your best, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. I might finish the rest of this tonight, and then when I do, I think we'll be pretty much done at this point. We'll be done with the Gacha Kuda thing. Yes, I did. Thank you, Lara, and thank you for the amazing fan art. I do appreciate it. It's really cool. It's scary, though. It scares me a little bit, but it's realistic, so. All right, no problem. So I'll see you guys in the next one. Keep safe, guys. Thank you, Mikey, for overseeing, and Bri for overseeing the stream. I appreciate you guys. All right, I'm out. Later, guys.